Meet Yan, our main girl. She's engaged in conversation, assuring someone on the line that she's taking a shortcut and will arrive within the hour. Suddenly, the tone shifts as the caller mentions it's their anniversary. They question Yan's decision to invite their close-knit group of friends, hinting at the possibility of a proposal. Still on the call, Yan casually asks them to record the proposal if it happens. But even if it doesn't, she says she misses everyone and it's been too long since they've all hung out. The other person agrees, even if it means they'll be the third wheel. Just then, she sees something shocking: two guys on the side of the road, one looking dead and the other crying for help. She has to decide quickly: does she stop or keep driving? She chooses to stop and starts to ask if she should call an ambulance. But before she can finish, everything goes black. We're left wondering what just happened. As Yan gradually regains consciousness, her head is pounding like a drum solo. She strains to focus, and what does she hear? The voices of those two guys, plotting. One of them's pondering their next move with her, while the other suggests burying her. Yan's heart races as she finds herself on her knees, begging for her life. She's offering up her car, her cash, anything to spare her from becoming their next victim. The one with the shovel remarks that it seems she's not quite grasping her predicament. He yanks her head up, shovel in hand. Desperation in her voice, Yan blurts out that she stopped her car to help them, pleading for mercy. She swears she didn't see a thing tonight, but the looming threat hangs heavy in the air. The guy calling the shots drops a chilling line, warning not to make a mess with the blood. Panic sets in as Yan lets out a desperate scream, pleading with the urgency of a person fighting for their life. She begs the guys, referring to them as brothers, to see sparing her as a good deed. She spills her heart out, revealing she's the only child in her family, practically begging for mercy. But things take a brutal turn as the other guy yanks her by the hair. In a horrifying turn, the guy pulling her by her hair delivers a brutal blow, slamming Yan against a tree. He urges her to cooperate, promising a swift end if she complies. As she winces in pain, he shoots a creepy smile and hails his brother, Jia, the one running the show. With an unsettling grin, he mutters that it's a shame to end her life so abruptly, revealing it's been a month since they've had a woman. Yan can't believe what she's hearing and covers her mouth in shock. The guy in charge, Brother Jia, tells his buddy to cool it, reminding him they're on the run and this is no time for games. Yan begs for her life, promising she'll do whatever they want if they let her go. Seeing a chance, the other guy pulls her close and tells Brother Jia it's just temporary and won't mess up their plans. He decides it's time to get moving and picks up Yan. The third guy, ready to take his turn, backs off when he sees his brother's determination. It's a chilling moment as they carry Yan away. As they walk, the second guy casually mentions that his brothers are in a good mood today, which is pretty creepy given the situation. He seems pretty pleased with himself as he pulls Yan along. Trying to think of a way out, she suggests they do whatever they're planning in the car. It's a desperate attempt to buy some time or find an escape. Once they're in the car, the second guy tells Yan to stay calm and everything will be okay. In her head, Yan tells herself to keep cool, reminding herself that now's not the time to fight back, she needs to survive. That's when she remembers the pocket knife she was given earlier. Thinking of her family, her parents, and Yuan Ze, Yan knows she can't die here. She quickly takes out the pocket knife and braces herself. In a bold move, she kisses the guy, using the surprise to her advantage. As they kiss, she stabs him. It's a brave act of self-defense. Outside the car, the third guy starts to wonder why it's so quiet inside. Before long, Yan starts the car and takes off at top speed. Brother Jia stands in front of her, trying to stop her. The third guy tries to save his brother, but it's too late. Yan drives straight at them, and with a quick swerve, sends them flying. It's a thrilling escape as Yan takes control and uses the car to get away. Still buzzing from the adrenaline rush, Yan bolts as far away as she can. She finally finds a quiet spot to park and catch her breath. Her hands are shaking like crazy as she takes out her phone and dials Yuan Ze. She tells him what's happened in a shaky voice, asking him to call the police right away. But just when she thinks she's safe, Brother Jia somehow finds her. He smashes through the car window, completely catching her off guard. In a terrifying moment, he covers her mouth, trying to silence her once and for all. Fast forward to the next scene, and Yuan suddenly wakes up. It takes her a second to realize it was all a dream. Her husband notices she's sweating and asks if she had a nightmare. She admits she dreamt of a man trying to kill her. Her husband comforts her, telling her the guy from her dream was shot dead 3 years ago. He tells her there's nothing to be scared of and says breakfast is ready. He suggests she freshen up and join him. As she leaves the room, Yuan quietly reflects on the fact that it's been 4 years since that horrifying night. As she washes her face, she admits that sometimes, when she's half asleep, she still feels like she's stuck in that nightmare. While brushing her teeth, her husband strolls in, offering options for breakfast drinks, orange juice, milk, or coffee. She chooses orange juice with a grateful smile, thinking to herself how fortunate she is to have Yuan Ze. In her mind, she affirms that no matter what challenges arise, they can tackle anything together. Later in the day, she adjusts his tie as he mentions it's the first day since school reopened. He offers her a lift, asking if she's sure she doesn't want one. She assures him it's okay, not wanting the students to assume she has a chauffeur every day. With a smile, he happily agrees, declaring he'll listen to his great wife. 3 years have passed since their move to Nanjiao City after her marriage to Yuan Ze. Her parents, too, decided to live nearby. It's a phase of life where they feel it's time to wipe away some lingering memories, creating a fresh start in their new surroundings. After graduation, she became a chancellor at Nanjiao University. Life unfolds seamlessly, and her career path is marked by remarkable success. The combination of a smooth personal life and a flourishing professional journey paints a picture of contentment and accomplishment. In her office, a student named Su Qingbo walks in, expressing concern that Yu Jia didn't show up for the class meeting. He adds that even her roommate mentioned she hasn't returned, with her belongings from the last semester still untouched. Taking charge, she assures him that she'll handle the situation. As she answers the ringing telephone, she instructs Su Qingbo to head back to class. On the other end of the line, the caller informs her that she needs to relocate her car to the basement because a private bus needs the space for the day. She responds with a simple okay. As she drives her car to the basement, she remarks on how dark the new car park is. Checking her mirrors, she glances around, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety. Sweating, she questions herself about the source of this uneasy feeling. Getting out of the car, she's surprised to find herself shivering, a mysterious chill settling in. Confused, Yuan wonders if she missed a memo about all cars being required to park in the basement today, as it seems like hers is the only one there. Just then, a guy steps out of his car and asks her for directions to the foreign language department. Fear grips Yuan as the chilling memory resurfaces, the voice haunting her with the words, "Bury her." Determined not to forget that spine-chilling voice, she turns to the guy and sternly warns him to stay away. In her attempt to escape, panic takes over, causing her to slip and crash hard to the ground. Concerned, he removes his glasses and asks if she's okay. In response, she starts screaming, emphasizing that they are in a school with surveillance in the car park. Trying to calm the situation, he explains that he means no harm, assuring her that if his presence is frightening, he'll leave immediately. In a panic, she quickly moves backward, struggling to get back on her feet before darting away. Meanwhile, the man, who turns out to be Fu Shenxing, notices an item on the ground that belongs to her. Picking it up, he instructs his bodyguard to wait in the car. Bolting up the steps, Yuan dials her husband, Yuan Ze, frantically informing him that the guy is here for her. In disbelief, Yuan Ze reassures her it's impossible, reminding her that Shinjijia had been executed 3 years ago. He emphasizes that they even waited until after his sentencing before making the move to Nanjiao City. Trying to calm her nerves, she insists to Yuan Ze that the guy really looks like Shinjijia, his voice mirroring the haunting familiarity. Concerned for her safety, Yuan Ze questions if there are students or teachers around. Advising her to stay in the crowd, he promises to pick her up later. She reassures him that they are in a school after all, musing that perhaps she's just being overly sensitive. Inside a classroom, Fu Shenxing becomes the center of attention as students gather around, snapping pictures and expressing opinions on him being their type. Arise about whether he's a student or a new teacher. Witnessing the commotion from outside, Yan steps into the classroom, querying the students about the situation and if something is happening. At that moment, Fu Shenxing greets her, acknowledging her as Ms. He. Fu Shenxing extends an apology to Yan, explaining that he's Yujia's cousin and is here to assist with her school withdrawal procedures. Expressing genuine remorse for any inadvertent offense earlier, he conveys uncertainty about what went wrong. As a gesture of goodwill, he produces her key, mentioning that she dropped it at the car park moments ago. Yan, expressing gratitude, insists on having the key left behind. She decides to verify by calling Yujia. She dials the number and introduces herself as Ms. He, and Yujia, on the other end, apologizes, revealing that due to the doctor's decision, she had to enlist her cousin's help in managing the school withdrawal process. Despite the tense situation, Yan reassures Yujia that it's alright and casually inquires about her health. Glancing at him with a side eye, she silently assures herself that it can't be the criminal from the past. That person has already faced execution, and the idea of someone returning to life is implausible. Moreover, she's getting a different vibe from him, which dispels the eerie notion he might be the same person. Returning the phone, Yan informs Fu Shenxing that there's more to be done. He needs to fill out an application form, and the hospital must provide a medical diagnosis along with a proposal for the suspension of studies. Emphasizing the importance of Yujia's signature on the form, she hands it over, explaining that once he brings it back, she'll ensure it reaches the dean's desk. Fu Shenxing requests Yan's mobile number for convenience when he returns to submit the form. She suggests he contact her office instead, streamlining communication. He expresses gratitude. Realizing he overlooked an introduction, Fu Shenxing smoothly retrieves his business card from inside his suit jacket. He hands it to Yan, assuring her that he understands there might be some misunderstanding, and encourages her to take a look at his identity card. Glancing at the card, Yan notes his name. Expressing gratitude, she acknowledges his effort in coming all this way. Politely, she offers to see him out. Fu Shenxing, sensing her unease, asks if he resembles someone who might have caused her harm, understanding the fear she carries. Sitting inside the car, her husband reassures Yan, advising her not to worry. He suggests they check with Officer Chim to understand the situation. Soon after, they arrive at the police station, where Officer Ching invites them to take a seat. Yan extends her gratitude and gets straight to the point, inquiring about the case from 4 years ago. Specifically, she mentions Shinjijia, the criminal Officer Chim caught. She seeks confirmation that he has indeed been executed. Cutting to the chase, she asks Officer Ching if he remembers the details of that particular case, to which he responds with a confident "of course." Yan apologizes for the abrupt visit, explaining that she met a man earlier who bears an uncanny resemblance to Shinjijia in both looks and voice. Unsettled by the encounter, she describes how the man even sought her out on his own. What troubles her most is the familiar, uncomfortable way he looks at her. Sensing Yan's distress, Officer Chung urges her to calm down. He reassures her that he personally interrogated and signed the execution papers for that man. However, he hints at an unexpected twist: the man donated his corneas right before he died. Still rattled, Yan reiterates how much the man looks like her former tormentor. Her husband suggests Officer Ching verify the man's ID to confirm he is not Shinjijia. She fumbles for a pen and paper, managing to jot down the address and birth date she glimpsed. Kindly taking the paper, Officer Ching returns with a photo. He notes the resemblance, but points out subtle differences in the jaw and brow only a veteran officer would notice. The man's manners were also distinct from Shinjijia's, he adds. Walking them out, Officer Ching assures Yan to call if she sees the man again. At home over dinner, she tells Yuan Ze of her plans to pursue a PhD. He smiles supportively and suggests she could quit her job if needed. But Hien worries they'd struggle without her income. Yuan Ze tenderly caresses her cheek, saying he can provide for them, and she should follow her dreams. Ever ambitious, she insists she wants success on her own terms. Laughing affectionately, Yuan Ze playfully pokes her nose, calling her his silly girl. He asks if she wants to be an academic or a tycoon. Their laughter and banter lead to the bedroom, where a tender moment is interrupted by Hien's ringing phone. One of her students is in trouble. With a frustrated sigh, she sees she must make a late-night trip back to campus. Hien rushes hurriedly to the address provided, puzzled that it is an office building downtown instead of the university. The receptionist directs her to the 23rd floor. Knocking nervously, she enters the office and introduces herself to the lady inside. Thanking her for waiting, Hien explains she was called about her student. The lady describes ordering a delivery, only to have her phone disappear before she could eat. Upon calling it, she discovered the ringing coming from inside Chungbo's bag. Upset, she now seeks Hien's guidance. Chungbo vehemently denies stealing it, insisting he has no idea how it got there. Hien apologizes for the trouble, but vouches for his good behavior at school. She speculates if perhaps there was a misunderstanding needing clarification. Clearly frustrated, the lady interjects that this is precisely why she contacted his teacher. He is still just a student. Upset, she questions if Hien believes she would falsely accuse him. Losing patience, she shouts at security to call the police, saying she refuses to argue further with a habitual offender. In a surprise outburst, Chungbo claims the lady had tried to seduce him first. But before he can say more, she erupts with indignant shouts about his ludicrous accusations. Just then Fu Shenxing enters, asking about the noise. The lady addresses him as President Fu, complaining of Chungbo's refusal to admit stealing. Seated, Mr. Fu turns questioningly to Hien. Is Chungbo her student? Affirming he is, she describes him sharing a class with Yujia, and vouches firmly for his character. Mr. Fu says that if he is Hien's student, he will allow her to take him back. Thanking him profusely, she gracefully exits the tense room. At the elevator, Mr. Fu catches up to invite Hien to dinner the next night. Accepting politely, she suggests treating him as thanks for his understanding. Chuckling, Mr. Fu says a meal is just a meal, and asks if he seems frightening. He clarifies they would discuss matters related to his cousin Yujia. Flustered, Hien explains her husband dislikes her dining alone with men due to pettiness. She offers to still treat Mr. Fu, but near campus as she needs to handle Yujia's withdrawal paperwork. Agreeing to the compromise, Mr. Fu consents and says he will await her call. In the car, Chungbo earnestly repeats that he never lied about what happened. He insists he was just delivering food when the lady inexplicably accused him of stealing out of nowhere. While believing in his innocence, Hien sighs that the successful framing reveals a carelessness on their part. She reflects that some people have sinister intentions, so they must exercise more caution going forward. Concerned for Hien's safety, Chungbo asks about her dinner meeting tomorrow, offering to stand guard outside in case anything happens. Touched but amused, Hien advises him not to worry and to just focus on his studies after class. Encouragingly, she suggests he reduce his workload a bit. Promising to help him secure a scholarship next semester, she expresses faith in his abilities. Chungbo thanks her profusely, remarking she is the kindest woman he's ever met. Playfully ruffling his hair, Hien reminds him not to emphasize how great his teacher is. Maintaining a friendly tone, she warns Chungbo not to catch feelings just because she's so wonderful. She's married after all. Chuckling, he retorts she's far too narcissistic for his taste anyway, and he doesn't prefer older women. At home, Hien's husband greets her warmly. Noticing his suitcase, she asks if he is traveling for work. He explains his boss just informed him of an urgent overseas assignment in Z country starting tomorrow morning. He will head out very early so Hien can sleep in. Lying in bed that night, She privately considers waiting until her husband returns from this business trip before mentioning her dinner with Fu Shenxing. It should be harmless after all. The next day, while working at her laptop, Yan puzzles over the mysterious Fu Group conglomerate and its elusive owner, unable to even find a photo of him online. Frustrated, she comments on how little information exists about the man. Debating calling Officer Ching, she decides against troubling him with matters unrelated to her. Instead, she calls Mr. Fu herself to arrange a meeting at Relaxed Day restaurant near campus that evening. Upon arriving, Yan takes comfort in the bustling atmosphere full of students. She notes the high traffic location and clear visibility of the road from where they are seated. Spotting Mr. Fu, she thanks him for his patience. He mentions he already ordered some dishes he hopes she'll enjoy. With a smile, Yan acknowledges his thoughtfulness, though asserts playfully that she should still be treating him today. At the table, Mr. Fu gently brings up the topic, asking Yan why she seems so afraid of him. He encourages her not to dismiss his question, noting that she behaves as though she harbors a deep fear of him. This piques his curiosity, prompting him to seek an understanding of the underlying reasons behind her apprehension. Yan opens up, explaining that a few years ago, she had a traumatic encounter with criminals who resembled Mr. Fu. The incident left a deep impact on her, causing her to lose composure when she saw him. Apologizing, she expresses her regret for any fear caused. In response, Mr. Fu acknowledges her feelings and takes responsibility, offering an apology for unintentionally scaring her. Yan shares that, despite being happily married now, the past incident still affects her. She hopes he understands the lingering impact, revealing that she occasionally experiences nightmares. Mr. Fu observes that Yan's life appears blissful, with adoring students and a successful career. He acknowledges her achievements, contrasting them with his own as the eldest son of the Fu Group. However, he downplays his success, mentioning that his focus is primarily on work. He contrasts this with Yan, highlighting that she is surrounded by love in various aspects of her life. He reflects on the city, likening it to a cunning creature that sleeps during the day and comes alive at night, enticing people with its array of lights. He muses that when you least expect it, the city can swallow you whole, trapping you in its darkness forever. However, she counters her own thoughts, acknowledging that perhaps this perception was true in the past. Nowadays, cities are brightly lit, and most people are kind. She questions how one could be forever trapped in darkness if the conditions that breed evil are lacking. As the clock ticks to 10:07 p.m., Mr. Fu finds the conversation with Yan interesting. She expresses her thanks, teasingly questioning if he met her just to flatter her. Apologetically, he admits getting lost in the enjoyable conversation, momentarily forgetting his initial purpose. To make amends, he grabs a small gift box, stating that it's mainly to express his gratitude from their previous encounter. Mr. Fu insists Yan accept a small gift, despite her refusal. Assuring it's nothing special, he encourages her to open it. Shockingly, she uncovers a photo of the very criminal who traumatized her years prior. Reeling at this revelation, she feels suddenly dizzy and collapses, crashing glass and gift box to the floor. In her foggy state, she wonders if her drink was drugged. Casually continuing his meal, Mr. Fu asks if she likes his gift. Struggling, Yan manages only to whisper help before losing consciousness completely. Later she awakens in an unfamiliar room with Mr. Fu, who comments she recovered 30 minutes faster than expected. Still disoriented, her head throbbing, Yan puzzledly asks if the man is human or a ghost. Smirking, he remarks even an intelligent woman would ask such obvious questions right now. Trying to understand her circumstances, Yan shakily asks if he intends to kill her. With an eerie laugh, he states that 4 years ago her chances of dying may have been higher, but now it's off the table. Still reeling, she insists they talk this through calmly and rationally. Dismissively, Fu Shenxing questions what they could possibly have to discuss. Instead, he proposes a game, suggesting they both simply move forward. He lists Yan's education, happy family, good job, doesn't she have a lot? Even a loving and capable husband? Revealing sinister intent, Fu Shenxing suggests it might amuse him to transform this innocent, virtuous woman into someone tainted and immoral. As three men enter the room, Yan desperately grabs a nearby knife, warning them to stay back. Unfazed, Fu Shenxing challenges whether she can really defend herself, inviting her to come forward and demonstrate if so. As the men advance, despite her pleas, Yan trembles with the knife clutched in her hand. Undeterred, they continue toward her. Panicking as they grab her forcefully, she plunges into a nightmare. Thrown onto the bed, one man pins Yan down while another yanks off her wedding ring. Releasing her, the sobbing woman begs them to stop as another records her vulnerability on video. Amidst the horror, she desperately implores Fu Shenxing to just end it by killing her. Fu Shenxing coldly repeats his promise not to end her life. After the men leave, he casually returns and remarks on her being photogenic, then asks if she still intends to call the police. Terrified, Yan says she dare not, given the compromising photos now in his possession. Seizing control, Fu Shenxing outlines his game's rule: she must respond whenever summoned. Interjecting nervously, Yan suggests that failure to comply would mean release of the pictures. Dismissively, Fu Shenxing says more photos are too troublesome. Instead, he hints ominously that Yan will soon accompany his clients. Her appeal as a married woman, he notes, might prove popular. His disturbing plans leave her further distressed. Instructing his man Jiang to take Yan home as it's late, Fu Shenxing warns her against police involvement. Cautions of regret are uttered before she is swiftly rendered unconscious. Awakening the next morning in her own bed, Yan sees 11 missed calls from Yuan Ze. Trying anxiously to call back, she finds his number disconnected. Packing a bag with shaking hands, her face pale with worry, she heads out. In the taxi, her attempts to reach Yuan Ze continue to fail. Arriving at the station, Yan desperately calls out Officer Cheng's name upon seeing a female officer, screaming until her voice grows hoarse. The police officer calmly advises Yan to take a deep breath and explain the situation calmly. However, Yan is in a state of panic and shouts at the top of her voice, declaring that Shinjijia is alive and she needs to see Officer Cheng right away. But the officer informs her that Officer Cheng was involved in a car accident the previous night and has passed away. She learns that it was a tragic incident involving a collision with a truck, and Officer Cheng succumbed to his injuries almost immediately. Struggling to maintain composure, Yan reflects on the series of unsettling events: Cheng Bo's incident, Officer Cheng's tragic accident, and Yuan's sudden business trip. Could this be more than a mere coincidence? As the officer inquires about her well-being, she shivers and walks away, contemplating if there's a sinister plan unfolding. In the midst of her tears, Yan, still trembling from the recent shocks, takes refuge in the bathroom. The sound of water masks the quiet sobs as she vents her frustration by banging her hand against the wall. Suddenly, her phone rings, and she glances to see Yuan Ze's name on the caller ID. With a deep breath, she answers the call. Yuan Ze's concerned voice echoes through the phone, asking Yan if she went to bed early as he couldn't reach her last night. He explains the missed calls this morning due to a meeting. Anxious, he inquires about her current location, and she, still shedding tears in the bathroom, responds that she's at home. Noticing Yan seems off, caring Yuan Ze asks what's up. She claims it's just a flu bug. He's like, make sure to take care of yourself, but she's all, I just want to hear you comfort me right now. Yuan Ze apologizes, he's swamped with another meeting, but promises to call her later. The call ends, leaving Yan crying alone again. Suddenly her phone rings, and it's Fu Shenxing. Shocked, she stands abruptly. She reminds him she didn't tell the cops anything, but accuses him of plotting to snatch her from the restaurant this whole time without her even realizing it. He went above and beyond, even having someone pretend to be her going home that night. She asks why do all that crazy staging. Then it hits her, he knew she couldn't actually call the cops successfully. Sitting on her couch, she starts recording their call. Fu Shenxing sounds eager to see her face now. He gets amusement from imagining her feeling like she has something over on him. She questions if he took out Officer Ching just to get back at her. Fu Xing asks, casually, if she's recording them, saying it's pointless. Her family only stays safe if she cooperates fully. Isn't her mom calling right now from a cruise with her dad? He suggests she take that call. Hesitating, she contemplates her parents' precarious situation. Accepting the video chat, their familiar, beloved faces appear, grounding her momentarily amidst the chaos. Her hands tremble, nearly dropping the phone before she secures her grip. With a strained smile, she urgently pleads for them to be vigilant and stick to crowded places. Her mom says don't worry, they're already headed home. Signal issues disrupt briefly, but her mom promises to catch up properly face-to-face about their trip once back. She picks up Fu Xing's call again, questioning his assurance of family safety, given her cooperation. Boldly testing him, she asks for this twisted game's conclusion. Coolly, he states it ends when he grows tired of it. As a chilling reminder, he instructs being addressed as Fu Shenxing going forward. Ominously, Fu Xing mentions her doorbell's about to ring. On cue, she finds a delivered package, containing a dress and a note. She's expected to meet some guests of his tonight. In the next scene, we see a car delivering Yan to the venue. Stepping out, she is adorned in the beautiful dress sent by Fu Xing. As she comes out of the car, her eyes lock on Fu Xing, who, with a subtle gesture, guides her toward him. Yan nods in agreement, conceding to Fu Xing's terms that she'll be returned home once the evening's proceedings conclude, all without her family's knowledge. Remark about her attire catches her off guard, but she manages a smile, taking it as a compliment despite the circumstances. A man then approaches, and Fu Xing addresses him as President Zhang. Fu Xing introduces Yan as a teacher from Nanzhao University. President Zhang remarks that she looks pretty but suggests there's still something lacking, leaving Yan slightly puzzled and uneasy. President Zhang then instructs a young lady to get Yan's hair done. While in the dressing room, the lady working on her hair curiously asks for Yan's name. However, there's no response from Yan. Yan tries to strike up a conversation with the lady doing her hair, asking about President Zhang's likes and hobbies, but the lady remains silent. Realizing the futility of her efforts, Yan decides to let it go, recognizing that she's better off relying on herself. She wishes herself luck as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and President Zhang strides in, exclaiming how Yan looks like a goddess. Four other men accompany him, all staring at her in admiration. One of them chimes in, agreeing that she's the best among all the goddesses. Another adds his praise, remarking on President Zhang's impeccable taste. President Zhang then raises his bottle, laughing, and declares that after he finishes his drink, he's taking the goddess inside. Fu Xing quickly interjects, reminding him that he better hurry because Miss He's husband will be home tomorrow. President Zhang remarks, "Oh, she's married," as he pulls Yan closer to him. Fu Xing quickly advises him to be delicate and cautious, as they don't want to cause any trouble between the couple. In Yan's mind, she realizes that Fu Xing likely knows about Yuan Ze's arrival tomorrow and deliberately chose today to humiliate her. She asks President Zhang if they can change the venue, not wanting others to witness the scene. In a whisper, she hints that they won't even need to pay after watching. Panic rising, Yan discreetly fumbles inside the belt of her dress, searching for a hidden object. Suddenly, the room falls silent as one of the bodyguards seizes her, demanding to know what she's looking for. She defiantly opens her palm, revealing a small item, and questions Mr. Fu, asking if she can't even use this for self-protection. President Zhang lifts her up, declaring that she's well prepared, and he seems to appreciate her resourcefulness. In Yan's thoughts, she acknowledges that Fu Shenxing intends to torment her, just like a cat playing with a mouse before the final strike. He wants to witness her despair, but she is determined not to grant him that satisfaction, even if it means facing severe consequences. She remembers the hairstylist's warning echoing in her ear, urging her to exercise extreme caution around Zhang, emphasizing that he is a pervert. 30 minutes later, we see Yan frantically rushing out, leaving her shoes behind and tossing her hat aside as she burst into the bathroom, where she begins to vomit. Meanwhile, Fu Shenxing stands by the door, observing her silently. He remarks impressively that she must have some tricks to escape that sadist unharmed. Casually she shrugs it off. Dying is as simple as hitting one's head, after all. Fu Shenxing agrees, too easy, which is why he won't kill her. Turning to him, she points out years ago she spared him when he played dead in front of her car. Yet now, despite that past kindness, he wants her dead. Reminding Fu Shenxing she killed his brother in self-defense, she asserts owing him nothing. When he questions if she's trying to reason with him, she denies, casually. One can't reason with a beast. Striding up boldly, she seizes his tie and unexpectedly kisses him. Caught completely off guard, Fu Shenxing shoves her away in disbelief, labeling her insane. Unfazed, gazing up from the floor, a sly smile playing on her lips, she bites them teasingly. Casually standing up to his shocked questions about seduction, she retorts she may as well try it with a dog. Playfully licking her hand, she suggests her aim is more for disgust than anything else. Grinning mischievously, she asks about the taste of President Zhang. Provoked to the edge, Fu Shenxing pulls out a gun, asking if she has a death wish. Fearless, she uses a finger to lightly touch the barrel, daring him casually to shoot whenever he works up the courage. In response, Fu Shenxing raises the gun, expressing a desire to end this provocation. Undeterred, she licks her lips sultrily, coyly mentioning that had she known he was anticipating her, she wouldn't have rinsed her mouth first. Seizing her hands, he hastily ushers her outside and shoves her forcefully into the car. Instructing Ah Jiang to drive, her screams fill the air as she desperately resists Fu Shenxing's advances, insisting his hands off her. In a shocking move, Fu Shenxing firmly grasps her face and bites her neck, casually remarking on her husband's impending return from his trip. Shaken, she accuses his inhumanity. Sternly, Fu Shenxing states he brought her here to accompany his guest, not plot escapes. Undaunted, she acknowledges complying so far in his games, but questions his right to dictate her navigation through them. Fu Shenxing retorts her family is clearly the only compliance motivator here. Tense silence fills the ride until they arrive at the drop-off. With a forceful push outside, Fu Shenxing challenges her capabilities and speeds off, leaving her stranded alone to navigate her circumstances. In the next scene, we see Yan hastily stuffing her bag. She's anxiously waiting for Yuan Ze to return in a few hours. Talking to herself, she admits she has to leave for a while until the bruises fade. She seems sorry as she apologizes to Yuan Ze, knowing that her stay might drag him into her drama. Later, at a phone shop, Yan asks the receptionist for a used Fruit X phone and a SIM card. She sounds worried as she asks if it's possible to skip the ID check, offering to pay more for the favor. Back in her hotel room, Yan writes a message to Yuan Ze, saying she has to pretend to be upset because her school suddenly sent her on a business trip. She sounds disappointed, explaining she won't be able to welcome him home today. She then calls her school director, urgently asking for 3 days off due to an unexpected issue. Without waiting for approval, she promises to send in a leave application later and hangs up. Her phone slips from her hand, symbolizing the seriousness of her situation. As she thinks about what to do next, Yan decides to use her new phone to find out more about Fu Shenxing's secret plan. As she's deep in thought, a video message from her husband appears. His sweet words pull at her heartstrings as he mentions how much he misses her. Smiling softly, Yan replies, telling him she'll be back soon and teasingly tells him to keep missing her. Meanwhile, at Fu Shenxing's office, Ah Jiang is monitoring Yan's phone, updating Fu Shenxing in real time. Excitedly, Ah Jiang reports that Yan and her husband's messages are still all about love, with no signs of anything suspicious. Intrigued, Fu Shenxing asks about Yan's usual location, wondering if she's always at the hotel. Ah Jiang confirms this, saying she hasn't left Dongjiao Hotel since she arrived. Fu Shenxing, getting comfortable in his chair, refuses a cigarette offer from Ah Jiang, explaining it's just his preference. As they chat, Ah Jiang notices something on his computer and quickly tells Fu Shenxing that Yan has left the hotel. Walking in the pouring rain, Yan is deep in thought about the mysterious Fu Shenxing. She's frustrated because she can't find any information about him. Suddenly, Chungbo interrupts her, recognizing her and asking if it's really her. Startled, she asks if he works around here now. Chungbo explains his recent job change and curiously asks why she's here. Keeping things vague, Yuan says she's meeting a friend and tells him to concentrate on his work, brushing off his concern for her. Yuan steps into her room, finding it funny how she'd checked into this hotel to avoid running into anyone she knew, only to bump into Chungbo. She starts to wonder if Fu Shenxing would stoop so low as to use a kid to keep tabs on her. And what if there's a bug in the room? Would her secret phone be discovered? Just then, there's a knock at the door. It's Fu Shenxing, asking her to let him in. Yuan looks at her new phone and has an aha moment. She tells Fu Shenxing to hold on while she gets dressed, and quickly hides the phone under the bed. When she opens the door, Fu Shenxing teases her about taking so long. Did she put on makeup for him? Yuan cuts to the chase and asks why he's here. Fu Shenxing simply says he came to see her. He notices a romantic movie playing on the TV and jokes about her taste in films. Unfazed, Yuan fires back with a sarcastic comment about her options: should she spend her days crying or maybe take a leap into the river? Fu Shenxing then brings up her leave from school, noting that her bruises would need a week to heal. How would she explain this to her husband? Yuan shrugs it off, saying she'll come up with another excuse. Fu Shenxing takes her hands and suggests they play their game again, hinting at more bruises. Yuan loses her cool, asking him if he ever gets tired of this. Fu Shenxing simply says no. Suddenly, Yuan's phone rings from under the bed, interrupting their moment. Fu Shenxing asks why her phone is there. Thinking quickly, Yuan says it must have fallen and got kicked under the bed when she changed. Fu Shenxing buys it and tells her to answer the call. But as Yuan reaches for the phone, she can't help but feel uneasy. After all, no one knows this new number. Yuan bends down to grab the phone, and she can feel Fu Shenxing's eyes on her. As she tries to stand up, she bumps right into him. On impulse, she knocks her head against his chin. Annoyed but also a bit bold, she tells him off, thrusting the phone at him. If you want to see it, just ask. Don't sneak around like a thief, it's creepy, she says. She tells him he needs to step up his game and not just use physical force to get back at women. Suddenly, Fu Shenxing grabs her face, asking her what she thinks she knows about him and warning her not to get too confident. He storms out, slamming the door behind him. Alone in the room, Yuan sits down on the bed. Their room is quiet until her phone rings. It's Yuan Ze. She picks up, asking if he's home yet and telling him how much she's missed him. 3 days later, Yuan stands in front of her house. She pauses for a moment before knocking on the door. Yuan Ze opens it, jokingly asking if she remembers how to get home. He sees her upset look and quickly apologizes, pulling her into a hug. He admits he shouldn't have joked about it. She tells him how much she's missed him. He notices she's lost weight and asks why. Laughing, she tells him she's been dieting. He frowns, telling her she doesn't need to diet. They start kissing and Yuan Ze senses something's off and asks what's wrong. Instead of answering, she tells him to keep kissing her. While boxing with Ah Jiang, Fu Shenxing's anger and frustration are evident in every punch. He seems to be fighting off more than just his sparring partner, he's battling the resentment he feels for Yuan. The next day, Chungbo tells Yuan that he chose a job far from school to avoid crossing paths with a certain company. When she asks about his encounter with the secretary, he clarifies that they don't know each other well. She had just ordered from his restaurant before. Yuan then wonders if their classmates know about Chungbo's part-time delivery job. He shrugs it off, saying most probably do, since he often shares work photos online. They even talk about a classmate, Yujia, who once showed interest in his workplace. This conversation makes Yuan think, is Chungbo being used by someone, like her other students? Could Yujia be involved too? Later, Fu Shenxing texts Yuan, asking her to join him at an event that night. In the car, He hands her a bag and suggests she change clothes. He also asks if she got permission from her husband to be out, reminding her of a time when she had to decline a dinner date due to schoolwork. Fu Shenxing apologizes for intruding on her family time, but Yan brushes it off, joking that she should serve him as compensation. After changing, she voices her concerns about meeting 2 clients in one night. She doesn't want to overdo it and ruin Fu Shenxing's evening. As they arrive at their destination, a welcoming committee of staff stands ready for Fu Shenxing. His brother, Fu Shui, steps forward, expressing that he's been eagerly waiting for a day and a half. Fu Shenxing, turning to Yan, instructs her to go and accompany Fu Shui. Fu Shui, holding Yan, expresses gratitude to Fu Shenxing for taking such good care of him. He playfully remarks that even though she's with Fu Shenxing, he's being handed over as if it's a casual exchange. Fu Shenxing, with a hint of mystery, discloses that he brought Yan specifically for Fu Shui. Sui looks at Yan and says he thought she'd be a knockout, the kind of woman who could turn heads and have men falling at her feet. Yan's a bit confused about why he seems to dislike her so much. With a grin, Fu Shui asks his brother if he can mess around with Yan. Fu Shenxing gives him the green light, and Fu Shui turns to her to ask if she doesn't like Fu Shenxing. She admits that it's kind of hard not to hold a grudge against him. Then Fu Shui gets down to business, offering up 2 ways to embarrass Fu Shenxing. The first option? Do it with everyone at the party. The second? Do it with Fu Shenxing in front of everyone. Yan wants to know more about why Fu Shui hates Fu Shenxing so much. He confirms it but seems surprised when she asks what their relationship is. He thought she'd want to know why he hated Fu Shenxing. She shrugs and admits that if she had to pick, she'd go for Fu Shui because Fu Shenxing makes her uncomfortable. Fu Shui then goes on a rant about how all the women he's been with are tainted. Yan just laughs and tells him that a fly shouldn't be disgusted by a maggot, they both come from the same place, so why should one think they're better than the other? Fu Shui is impressed by Yan's way with words and confirms she's a teacher. He tells her it's time to make her choice. She takes a deep breath, downs her drink, and stands up. As she walks away, she can't help but think about the weird dynamic between the 2 brothers and why they've chosen her as their target. Realizing she's in a tough spot, Yan decides to take a risk. She boldly asks if she can borrow some protection. A lady hands her something, but Yan isn't satisfied. She asks if there's anything else, but the woman apologizes and says that's all they've got. Fu Shenxing steps in, telling his brother to slow down and look after himself. Fu Shui shrugs it off, saying he doesn't need any protection. Fu Shenxing isn't happy and warns him not to push it. Fu Shui pushes back, reminding him that he used to be more chill. Fu Shenxing wants to know what the game is, and Yan lays it out for him. She's torn between the 2 options, her eyes welling up with tears. In a surprising move, Fu Shenxing invites her to sit with him. Fu Shenxing takes control, telling Fu Shui he needs to finish his studies. Fu Shui thanks him for the advice and tells the woman next to him to go sit with Fu Shenxing and bring Yan back. Yan starts thinking of a plan. She wants to stir things up between the brothers and get Fu Shenxing to step in. But she doesn't want to be the one to start the fight. Instead, she decides to go with young Master Fu. As Yan gets up, Fu Shenxing notices his brothers had too much to drink. He tells Jiang to take Fu Shui home and make sure he's okay. Fu Shui reminds Fu Shenxing that he said he could do whatever he wanted with Yan. Fu Shenxing says he was just trying to save face. If Fu Shui doesn't appreciate it, then there's no point in continuing. Fu Shenxing makes it clear to Fu Shui that people respect him because he's Fu Shui, his little brother. And they only do so because he still accepts their respect. After Fu Shui leaves, Fu Shenxing takes Yan by the hand and leads her away. In a quiet corner, Fu Shenxing tells Yan straight up that he's not interested in her. He says she only won today because of Fu Shui's antics and advises her to try something else next time. He warns her not to test him. As he drives off, leaving her behind, Yan realizes she left her phone, wallet, and clothes in his car. She starts panicking, wondering how she's going to explain this to Yuan Ze. A woman named Grace, who says she's the PR manager at Fu Shenxing's villa, comes up to Hien. She tells her she came with Meiyu and asks if Meiyu is leaving already. She thinks Meiyu should stay a bit longer, but Hien lets her know it's cool, she prefers to head home early. Noticing Hien isn't dressed for the weather, Grace offers her jacket and suggests they share a ride back to the city. Once they're in the car, Hien asks to borrow her phone. She's got a plan to get her stuff back from Fu Xing. Hien calls Fu Xing and straight up tells him she left her stuff in his car. His response? Come get it yourself. Grace, who's been listening, turns the car around and tells Hien she knows where Fu Xing lives. When they get to the villa, Grace says she'll wait for Hien downstairs. As she's about to leave, Hien asks Grace if she can borrow some protection. Inside the house, Hien finds Fu Xing watching the video of her. He jokes about it and tells her she can have it if she wants. He then pulls her closer. Fu Xing asks Hien about the other option Fu Sui gave her. She admits it was to get intimate with him right there. Fu Xing laughs and suggests she'd rather be with all the other men instead. Hien wonders out loud if Fu Xing would have let her embarrass him in front of Fu Sui and his friends if she'd chosen that option. She's worried he might have shot her on the spot. She also asks if he secretly wanted her to choose that, wondering if he gets a kick out of it. Fu Xing stands up and warns Hien that this is her last chance. He threatens her, saying next time he'll make sure she never forgets. But Hien just wants her stuff back. Fu Xing tells her to go find Ah Jiang. Hien asks if she can really have the video. Fu Xing says it's just a backup. Hien thanks him, saying it's enough. When she leaves with her stuff, Grace asks if she's okay. Hien tells her she's fine, but apologizes for getting her coat dirty. She promises to buy her a new one. Grace tells her she didn't look dirty to her and even wore her clothes well. On the drive, Grace talks about how tough it is for women these days. She tells Hien not to hold back when something's wrong. Hien wonders if Grace thinks she's Fu Shenxing's girlfriend. Hien remembers Qingbo saying he saw Yujia near the school. She thinks about the fancy car that picked her up, with the women inside dressed to kill. She suspects they were probably heading to the Chanyuan villa. She thanks Grace for her help, but Grace brushes it off. She says it's important for women to have each other's backs. Hien apologizes and asks for another favor, to keep an eye out for someone. Grace is curious about who Yujia is. She recognizes the name but can't quite place it. Hien explains that Yujia's family can't get a hold of her, and Grace suggests sending a photo would help. When Grace drops Hien off, they say their goodbyes. Hien promises to stay in touch and give back the coat she borrowed. Grace tells her not to sweat it and encourages them to keep in touch. Hien quickly changes out of her clothes. She jokes with her husband that her students are driving her crazy. She talks about how much trouble they've been giving her and how she's been looking for them all night. Yuan Ze gives her a hug and tells her not to worry so much. He says if things get too hard, she should involve the higher-ups. He also reminds her to answer his calls, saying he was worried something happened to her when he couldn't reach her. Yuan Ze tells her she should have called him for a ride. Tired, Hien asks to lay down. Yuan Ze picks her up and carries her to bed, calling her his great wife. As they're lying in bed, Hien asks Yuan Ze a dark question, if they could die together? At Fu Xing's villa, Ah Jiang tells Fu Xing that Hien is looking for Yujia with Grace's help. He says Hien gave Grace a photo of Yujia because her family can't reach her. Fu Xing says he knew Hien would do something, but he didn't think she'd be so naive. Ah Jiang adds that Grace wants to be friends with Hien because Fu Xing introduced her. Sitting back in his chair, Fu Xing thinks about what Hien is up to. He wonders what game she's playing and thinks giving her some space might reveal more. Ah Jiang nods, understanding what he means. In the middle of a university meeting, Hien's phone buzzes. It's a text from Grace, who's found Yujia at Chanyuan Villa. Hien quickly tells her to keep it low-key and promises to come over later. That evening, Grace leads Hien into the lively Chanyuan Villa. She shows her to a private lounge and leaves to fetch Yujia. Alone for a moment, Hien braces herself for the upcoming confrontation. Soon, Yujia walks in, surprised to see Hien there. Hien warmly invites her to sit down and relax, offering her a glass of water. She then asks Yujia if she knew who Fu Shenxing really is. Yujia admits she didn't, explaining she was lured here by other girls with the promise of good money and school help. Only after arriving did she realize Fu Shenxing's connection. Suddenly, Yujia faints. Hien quickly checks her over, pulling back her coat to reveal a red dress. She remembers seeing Fu Shenxing at the villa recently on social media. She finds an attendant and casually hands him some cash, asking for directions to Fu Shenxing's room. The man gives her the info and she heads off, knowing this is a risky move, but it could give her important information. Inside the room, a party is in full swing. Hien spots a girl sitting alone and pulls her aside for a chat. Fu Shenxing notices Hien and calls out to her. Getting straight to the point, she tells him that if he wants to know more about Fu Shenxing, he can find her at a certain location. She then slips him a note with the details and tells him not to call her while she is there but to ask around. Fu Shenxing seems confident he already knows everything, but Hien challenges him, saying if he really thought so, he didn't need to meet her. She suggests he can take her absence as a sign he knows it all. Back in the lounge, Yujia is still out cold. Hien mutters about the powerful drug used on her. She fixes her hair, puts on her coat, and tidies up Yujia's dress before taking some photos. After a bit, Yujia wakes up, feeling super woozy. She freaks out when she sees Hien and yells, asking what Hien did to her. Hien just shows her the pic she took, saying she'll delete it if Yujia listens up. Yujia snaps back, asking why Hien's being so harsh when she's never done anything to upset her. Hien coolly tells her that Yujia hasn't upset her either, but she still helped others set her up. Yujia grabs Hien's phone, but Hien calmly tells her it's no use, she can't unlock it. Yujia doesn't care and smashes the phone against the wall, crushing it with her heel. With a smug grin, she tells Hien not to worry, she'll buy her a new one. Hien just thinks to herself that having Yujia destroy her phone was part of her plan. It gives her a break from anyone who might be spying on her, giving her some breathing room for a few days. As Hien walks down the street, she spots Fu Xing's car parked nearby. He asks if she's there to have fun too. She tells him she was looking for someone and found them. She says she has some urgent school stuff to do, so she'll be leaving first. Fu Xing and Jing block her way, and Fu Xing asks if she knows how to play Texas Hold'em, suggesting she join him for a few rounds. Not really wanting to, she goes with them to the game room. Another guy playing tells Fu Xing that Xiaowu was about to lose his pants in the game. Xiaowu complains they're all ganging up on him. Fu Xing brags about winning a golden belt in Thailand. He wants to keep his title looking good, so he asks Hien to come over and help him see the cards. As they sit down, Fu Xing asks Hien if she knows how to play, offering to teach her if she doesn't. She says she knows a little. Xiao then asks if she's their new sister-in-law. Fu Xing dismisses it as nonsense, saying that he already has a family. Xiao then says, oh, she has a husband. Fu Xing reacts by pulling Hien closer and suggesting she sit on the other side of the table so they can start playing. She plops down on the chair, and he squints at her bundled-up look. Aren't you hot? He asks. She shakes her head, changing the topic to his chip count. He leans in, whispering he'd let her go once she helps Xiaowu win this game. She starts studying the cards, remembering the days Yuan Ze taught her poker back in college. Sure, he let her win most of the time, but she's confident she can hold her own here. Xiao suddenly shouts out that Fu Xing has brought a pro to the game. The room buzzes with excitement. Someone even comments how President Fu's guest is truly something, adding to the game's thrill. After some intense rounds, Hien stands up, telling Fu Xing she might not have won the last hand, but she's still ahead overall. She asks if she could leave now. Fu Xing admits he was planning to let her go. Fu Xing tells Jing to call Hien and ask her to come over. Once Jing's done, He reports back to Fu Xing, adding that Yan insists on talking to him directly. Yan pleads, saying it's her birthday and she has a family dinner. She begs him to let her go this time. But Fu Xing has another idea. He suggests they celebrate at her place instead and orders Jing to drive to her parents' house. Yan starts screaming his name through the phone. They stop near her house, and Fu Xing tells Yan he's there. He gives her two options for her birthday, either she comes out or he goes in. It's up to her. She steps out, looking around for anyone watching before she gets into the car and shuts the door. Suddenly, he kisses her, catching her by surprise. She screams, asking if he's drunk or crazy. He moves closer, making her even more surprised. She insists this isn't the right place for this, and he raises the window in response. He tells her to take off her clothes, warning that he might rip them if she doesn't. As she does what he asks, Yan finds herself thinking about the mess she's in. She wonders why she ever thought she could mess with the big guys and walk away unscathed. Fu Xing offers to help her undress, and as he kisses her neck, Yan wonders why he's taking his time. If it's not a big deal, why can't he just get it over with? Fu Xing pauses at her calm demeanor. She isn't blushing, she isn't gasping for breath, her heart isn't pounding. He compliments her acting skills, saying he'd love to see her real reaction. Yan asks Fu Xing what else he wants from her. He whispers back, telling her he wants to hear her beg. As much as she hates it, she gives him what he wants, pleading with him. As she closes her eyes, she thinks back to Yuan Ze, her husband. She remembers his reassuring words, his steadfast support, his love. Tears fill her eyes as she remembers his promise to always be there for her. After they're done, Fu Xing tells her to take a shower. She says no thanks, asking him to take her home instead. Her family's waiting for her. On the way home, he tells her to be careful as she steps out of the car, warning her not to trip before she faces her husband. Back home, her husband helps her with her coat, asking why she doesn't quit her job. He worries about how much she stresses over her students, even on her birthday. She tells him it'll get better once she finishes her PhD. Later, in the shower, Yan thinks about the idea that things will get better. She wonders if it's true, how much longer she has to put up with this, how many more lies she has to tell, and how much more she can take. After her bath, Yan finds Yuan Ze hanging out in the living room. He sees her puffy eyes and asks about it. She snuggles up to him on the couch and drops a bombshell. She wants a divorce. Yuan Ze is taken aback by her sudden request, confusion and worry plain on his face. He asks her to repeat what she just said, and she responds by laughing. He's not sure what's going on and asks if everything's okay. She waves off his concern, saying she was just joking around. It's a test she heard about from a coworker to see how a husband would react. Yuan Ze, relieved it was just a joke, gently touches her cheek and teases her for being a little rascal. He tells her that divorce isn't something to joke about. But Yan persists, asking him what he would do if she was serious. He tells her that if she doesn't love him anymore, he would let her go, even though it would break his heart. Yuan Ze reassures her that if she loves him but wants to split because of other issues, they can work through them together. He believes their love is strong enough to overcome anything. Yan opens a new phone in the bathroom. She knows this phone is safe from prying eyes, as long as she keeps it virus-free. She promises herself to be careful. As she's heading out, the director catches her and asks why she's leaving so early. He reminds her that the forum starts tomorrow and guests are arriving today. He asks her to stick to her post. She apologizes and nods, understanding his point. After he leaves, she thinks about how life is full of lectures, from parents at home, from teachers at school. It never ends. At work, your boss has a way of owning the room. You get used to it. One day, she's joking around with the students, telling them to behave. She even jokes about trying it out herself and warns them not to feel bad if they mess up. The students apologize, and she's happy they're aware of their actions. As she takes her place at her post, she wonders if Fu Shenxing will show up. Just as she thinks this, the director announces his name, and she spots him walking in with his bodyguards. She quickly decides to keep a low profile. She's behind the info desk when she sees Fu Shenxing's name in the booklet. She realizes he's not there for her but for Fu Shenxing, and she can't help but feel a little disappointed. She worries about what could happen if Fu Shenxing sees them together, even though she had hoped he would come looking for her. A man walks in asking for Ms. He, saying her students need help with translations. She heads to the classroom and finds her students and an older man. As they start talking, He Yan and the man switch to Spanish. The students are impressed by how well she speaks the language. Then they switch to French, and the students are even more amazed. After the man leaves, one student asks about the conversation. They caught the first 2 lines in Spanish and the last in French, but they couldn't figure out the rest. He tells them the middle part was in Catalan. She tells them not to worry, comparing it to Mandarin and Cantonese, which have similar differences. One boy is blown away by Ms. He's language skills. They only knew her as an English TA. Another boy calls her a genius and a goddess, just messing around. He laughs off the students' jokes, telling them it's not the time for that. She appreciates the compliments, but reminds them to stay focused on their work. Even though they're laying it on thick, she jokingly says there won't be any treats for them here. Fu Shenxing sees He Yan and the students walking by, and Ah Jiang asks if they're still on for tonight. Fu Shenxing says yes, making things a bit more exciting. Later, He Yan is at a hotel talking to Fu Shenxing on the phone. He tells her to wait for him in the lobby because he has something for her. When she hangs up, she notices a young girl at the front desk asking about Fu Shenxing. The girl says she's a volunteer at the convention center and needs to give Fu Shenxing some paperwork. She asks for his room number and walks off, giving He Yan a strange smile on her way out. While waiting in the lobby, He Yan wonders what Fu Shenxing's surprise could be. Could it be a new phone, maybe with a bug in it? Fu Shenxing shows up and complains about the view. He sits down and He Yan asks why he called her there. He hands her a paper, saying Shuiji had to leave the country in a hurry. He's just the messenger, passing along the news about Shuiji's sudden departure. Fu Shenxing adds that Shuiji asked him to find out what's going on between Fu Shenxing and Shinjijia. He Yan doesn't say anything, just thinks about how Fu Shuiji isn't here, but Fu Shenxing is. Fu Shenxing asks He Yan what she knows about Fu Shenxing and Shinjijia. She's surprised and curious, but plays it cool, saying she doesn't know anything and only brought it up to throw Fu Shuiji off. Fu Shenxing admits he thought He Yan was just messing with Fu Shuiji. But he's surprised to find out she was bluffing. Just as things were getting boring, He Yan shakes things up. Impressed by the twist, Fu Shenxing thinks he should return the favor. He asks He Yan to think about his offer. But before she can answer, a video she wanted destroyed starts playing on the big screen. The hotel manager freaks out and orders security to turn it off. Everyone in the lobby is watching, causing quite a stir. He Yan is sweating bullets, trying to keep her cool while she looks at Fu Shenxing. He tries to reassure her, telling her the video is blurred and the sound has been changed so no one will recognize it, but she's still shaking like a leaf. Fu Shenxing leans in and He Yan tells herself to stay calm. She reminds herself of everything she's been through to get here and decides she's not going to lose her cool now. Despite the tense situation, she asks Fu Shenxing to let her go. He's surprised by how well she's handling this and admits maybe he didn't need to blur the video after all. He Yan turns to Fu Shenxing and asks him if he believes in karma. She tells him she's sure that what goes around comes around and one day he'll get what's coming to him. Fu Shenxing holds He Yan's face close and tells her not to worry. He jokes that if there's a day of reckoning, he'll make sure she goes to hell first so they can keep each other company. He Yan, with a hint of sarcasm, tells him she's already in hell, just waiting for him to join her. Out of nowhere, the girl He Yan noticed earlier walks up to them and asks if Fu Shenxing is from the Fu group. Fu Shenxing says yes, and the girl tells him she's a big fan. She loved his speech about innovation capital and asks for his autograph. Fu Shenxing apologizes and says he's not used to giving autographs. But the girl doesn't give up. She turns to Yan and asks her to convince Fu Shenxing. She even mentions their brief interaction at the info desk and the shared smile. She insists it's just a simple autograph and asks Yan to help her out. The girl continues to beg Yan while Fu Shenxing playfully says he'll only sign if she asks him to. Yan gives in, takes the girl's notebook, and hands it to Fu Shenxing. She tells him to go ahead and sign it, maybe even add a nice message for the fan. Yan sees how excited the girl is and asks if she wants a photo with Fu Shenxing. The girl is thrilled and can't believe she might get a picture with him. Yan turns to Fu Shenxing and pleads with him again. As he signs the notebook, the girl notices an interesting sticky note on the table. She asks Yan about it, curious about the unique design. Yan notices the girl eyeing the sticky notes on the table. She tells her to take a few if she likes them. The girl thanks her and Yan can't help but wonder why the girl is so interested in just plain old sticky notes. After Fu Shenxing signs her notebook, he hands it back to the girl, wrapping up their unexpected fan meet and greet. The girl remembers about the photo and pulls out her phone. She tells Yan she wants to show her how to use a beauty app. But in her excitement, she accidentally opens her photo gallery instead of the camera app. She quickly tries to fix it, apologizing for the mix-up. She shows Yan a photo of Officer Chen and asks her not to laugh. Yan recognizes Officer Chen and makes a mental note of it. The girl suggests using a specific camera app that has the best filters. But Yan stops her, saying she's familiar with the app and doesn't need any help. As Yan gets ready to take a picture of the girl and Fu Shenxing, he asks her to join them in the photo. The girl insists on finding someone else to take the picture so they can all be in it. They end up taking a bunch of photos, including one where Fu Shenxing has his arm around Yan. After the photo session, the girl thanks them and offers to send the photos. Fu Shenxing gives her his card and tells her to send them to the number on it. The girl asks Yan if she wants the contact info too, but Yan says no thanks. The girl apologizes for taking up so much of their time and thanks them again before leaving. Yan stands up and asks Fu Shenxing if there's anything else he needs since she still has work to do. He reminds her that helping him is part of her job since he's a special guest at the forum. Yan asks him what he needs help with. Fu Shenxing, being a bit bold, suggests a more personal kind of service. He gives Yan his VIP card and tells her to come to his room later that night. He likes things on time and doesn't like to wait. Yan takes the card, wondering why a guy like him would want to sleep with the same woman more than once. Fu Shenxing says he's just looking for something different. But Yan isn't buying it. She asks him why he wants people to look down on him. She wonders if he's trying to lower her status and points out how it's like he's turning into a customer at a brothel. Under Fu Shenxing's watchful eyes, Yan feels nervous but tries her best to stay cool. She knows she needs to be careful with her words. Fu Shenxing admits he finds her attractive but makes it clear that his interest is temporary. Fu Shenxing tells Yan that she should take advantage of this opportunity to get on his good side, hinting at potential benefits. Yan thanks him for his advice but leaves, feeling a bit down. As Yan walks away, the students start asking about the good-looking man. Chungbo teases that he'll spill the secrets if someone buys him dinner. But he soon reveals that the man is Fu Shenxing, the president of Fu Group. He suggests the students should ask Fu Shenxing directly since Yan is busy. While the students chatter about Fu Shenxing, Yan slips away to a quiet corner, looking upset. She quickly calls her husband, telling him how much she misses him. Yan's husband jokes that she's acting like they are far apart and says he can come to her. He suggests staying at the hotel and even offers to bring her some food. But Yan tells him to stop joking around and reminds him that the hotel rooms are fully booked. Yan's husband doesn't give up and says he could try to find a room. But Yan warns him about how it might look to others. In the end, he agrees not to book a room but asks if he can still visit her. After hanging up, Yan sees a familiar face nearby. Recognizing the young lady, Yuan suggests they exchange numbers in private. She tells the girl to leave quickly and avoid getting involved with dangerous people. The young lady wants to give her number to Yuan, but Yuan insists she just say it out loud. After memorizing the number, Yuan tells the girl to go home. In Yuan Ze's car, he asks if Yuan is tired or hungry. She says she just wants to find a place to stay. Yuan Ze suggests they eat first, but Yuan insists on finding a room. In response, Yuan Ze pulls her close and kisses her. Inside the hotel room, Yuan asks Yuan Ze to hold her tight. But after their moment of intimacy, she starts crying. Worried, Yuan Ze asks her why she's crying. Yuan tells Yuan Ze not to worry, nothing's wrong. She admits she's scared he might not want her someday. Yuan Ze is confused and asks why she's thinking that way. Yuan struggles with whether to tell him the truth or keep him safe from her problems. She decides to tell him how much she loves him. She makes him promise to remember that he's the only one for her. This leaves Yuan Ze even more confused and he asks if she's in trouble. She denies it but gets distracted when her phone buzzes. She thinks it might be her boss checking up on them. She sees a message from Fu Shenxing asking her to come over. She quickly gets dressed and makes up a story about a colleague needing her urgently. She asks Yuan Ze to take her back to the hotel. While getting dressed, she mentions how tired she is. Her husband calls and she gives him a quick kiss instead of talking. She reassures him that everything's fine but reminds him that she was already late this morning. She worries that if she's late again, they might make an example out of her. When she gets back to her hotel room, Ms. Zhang notices she's sweaty and offers to let her use the bathroom to freshen up. Yuan thanks her and goes in. Once inside, she gets a message from Yuan Ze saying he's home. As she's sitting on her bed, her phone rings. It's Fu Shenxing and he tells her he doesn't like waiting. She steps outside so Ms. Zhang won't hear her. She tells Fu Shenxing she's been really busy and apologizes for not responding sooner. She explains that her boss has been strict about not wandering around at night. Plus, she's sharing a room with a colleague and doesn't want to raise any suspicions. She tells him she can't just leave and not come back until morning because her colleague might think something's wrong. Dealing with Fu Shenxing's silence, Yuan tries to get him to understand her situation. He asks who she's rooming with and she tells him it's Zhang Xiaowen. Wondering what he's up to, she asks him straight out but doesn't get an answer before he hangs up, leaving her hanging. Back in the room, Ms. Zhang lets Yuan know she's done in the bathroom and tells her to go ahead and use it. Not long after, Ms. Zhang's phone rings and she picks it up. Looking a little nervous, she talks to the person on the other end, promising to be quick. Ms. Zhang tells Yuan she needs to deal with something at home right away. She asks if Yuan could cover for her and maybe even help her get some time off. Yuan, worried, asks about what's going on and offers to help.
After Ms. Zhang explains her need to return home briefly, Yuan assures her it's okay and not a significant issue. As Ms. Zhang departs, Yuan's phone rings. It's Fu Shenxing. He inquires if she can come up now, to which she readily agrees. Walking to Fu Shenxing's VIP room, Yuan reaches the door and rings the bell. Jiang, once again, opens the door. In her thoughts, Yuan reflects on the consistency of encountering Jiang whenever she meets Fu Shenxing, emphasizing the seemingly inseparable connection between the two. Jiang informs Yuan that Mr. Fu is waiting for her in the living room. Stepping in, she finds him there and he gestures for her to approach. She moves toward the bar where he's seated and takes the initiative to pour herself a drink. Yuan, seeking a more substantial conversation, asks if they can have a proper chat. Fu Shenxing, adopting a provocative tone, questions what a prostitute and her client can possibly chat about. Unfazed, Yuan suggests they play a game instead, noting that even a prostitute can engage in a game with her client. Fu Shenxing, intrigued, inquires about the game she has in mind. Picking up a wine bottle, Yuan proposes a simple game. One person asks, and the other answers. If the answerer opts not to tell the truth, they take a drink. Fu Shenxing, curious, asks what she wants to know. Yuan dives straight into a pointed question. Is Fu Shenxing really Shinji Jia? Fu Shenxing responds that she already knows the answer to that question, there's no need to ask again. Undeterred, he asks what else she wants to know. Yan playfully suggests that not only does he not dare to tell the truth, but he also doesn't dare to take a drink. Fu Shenxing suggests another perspective, noting that perhaps he's not merely curious about Shinher. He implies a sense of control, asserting that he has Yan in the palm of his hands, making her actions or thoughts irrelevant. He questions whether he even needs a method like their current game to extract information from her. Yan suggests a tweak to the game rules, she'll be the one asking the questions. If Fu Shenxing can answer truthfully, she'll take a drink, but if he can't, he'll be the one taking a sip. Fu Shenxing, raising a concern about honesty, asks how she'll know if he's telling the truth. Yan confidently responds that she trusts him and believes he won't deceive a woman over a few drinks. Undeterred, Fu Shenxing encourages her to go ahead and ask the questions. Yan dives into the game, questioning Fu Shenxing about the method he used to lure her colleague away and whether it poses harm to her. Fu Shenxing reveals that her colleague's husband is involved in a badger game and needs her to bring money as a ransom. Regarding harm, he nonchalantly mentions that while this trap was set under his orders, it's not the first time her husband has been unfaithful. He poses the question of whether this situation is causing harm or actually helping her. In response, Yan boldly gulps down her entire drink, prompting Fu Shenxing to commend her for the lack of hesitation. She coughs and sarcastically thanks him for the revelation. Yan proceeds with her second question, inquiring about Fu Shenxing's revenge on her and whether it will harm her family. Fu Shenxing, with a hint of amusement, responds that it depends on her performance. As long as she adheres to the rules of their game, he assures her that he won't touch her family, emphasizing his preference for a more focused, one-on-one dynamic rather than involving a larger group. Yan expresses relief at the assurance that her family won't be harmed and takes another shot. As she coughs from the effects of the drink, Fu Shenxing suggests that playing the game slowly is more enjoyable. He asks if she agrees. She thanks him, quickly grabs a bottle of water, and gulps it down. Determined to settle matters swiftly, she declares her intention to expedite the resolution. Yan poses her third question, inquiring about the potential end of their game. Fu Shenxing responds with uncertainty, stating that he doesn't know when it will conclude. Just as she's about to take another gulp, he surprises her by grabbing her hand, declaring that this cup is his. He proceeds to drink from it. In response, Yan questions whether he lied, to which he counters by asking if she has had too much to drink. She denies it, claiming she hasn't. Yan persists, framing her next question as what it would take for Fu Shenxing to end their game. Fu Shenxing, with a hint of amusement, questions the difference between this and the previous query. Undeterred, Yan suggests a change in wording, asking what it would take for him to be satisfied with the game. Yan meets Fu Shenxing's silent stare with persistence, questioning whether the inquiry is still unacceptable. Frustrated, she wonders aloud if she needs to rephrase the question once more. Expressing her genuine desire to know the answer, she admits to feeling on the brink of breaking, unable to maintain her composure any longer. Every day, the mantra that echoes in Yan's mind is a simple plea, just don't go crazy. Reflecting on her life, she recalls how she's always strived to do the right thing, even from a young age. She poured her efforts into her studies, maintained kindness towards others, and embraced a positive outlook, believing in the inherent goodness of the world. Yet, despite her virtuous efforts, she finds herself grappling with the weight of vengeance from Fu Shenxing. It's a puzzling ordeal for her. What exactly did she do wrong to deserve such retribution? The question lingers. Suddenly, a realization strikes Yan, and she exclaims, "Oh, I forgot." It dawns on her that she did indeed commit a grave mistake. Recounting the tragic incident, she remembers stopping her car to aid a stranger, only to unintentionally cause harm. It's a haunting memory. She, who had never harmed even a chicken, found herself entangled in a situation where she inadvertently took a life with a knife. Night after night, nightmares haunt Yan's sleep, the floor stained in gruesome red. Amidst her troubled dreams, she starts coughing. Fu Shenxing, by her side, pats her back. He remarks on her apparent lack of tolerance for alcohol in this game. She clutches her mouth, declaring she might throw up. Fu Shenxing helps Yan up, urging her to get moving despite her protests of feeling terrible. Seeing how unsteady she is, he scoops her up into his arms, warning her not to vomit on him. But before he can finish his sentence, she does exactly that, apologizing profusely as she rushes off to the bathroom to clean up. In the bathroom, Hien continues to vomit while Fu Xing, undeterred, removes his robe. He hands her a glass of water, advising her to stop vomiting and suggesting she rinse her mouth. Her hands shake uncontrollably as she reaches for the water, so Fu Xing takes matters into his own hands, gently feeding her the water instead. In his thoughts, he curses, realizing he has never taken care of a woman like this before. Lifting her from the floor, he places her on the bathroom counter, gently removing her clothes. While bathing her, he instructs her not to move and stay still, but she persists in coughing. Concerned, he asks if she's okay. Calling his name, she asserts that she doesn't owe him, never having done anything to warrant his vengeance. Seated on the floor, he questions if she's not embarrassed to play this game with such a low alcohol tolerance. Playfully, he pinches her cheeks gently. Inquiring if she's pretending to be drunk, she adamantly repeats that she doesn't owe him. After the bath, he wraps her in a towel and carries her to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. Joining her, he gazes at her, using his hand to tenderly caress her face. Regretting his decision to let her drink, he moves backward. As he dozes off, Hien opens her eyes. The next morning, Fu Xing wakes up to find Hien absent from the bed. Curiosity piqued, he begins a casual search around the room and spots her sprawled on the couch in an amusingly awkward position. As their eyes meet, he can't help but chuckle, prompting her to notice him. With a playful grin, he gestures toward the bathroom, casually mentioning that her clothes are waiting there. In a swift motion, she hurries into the bathroom and spots her clothes scattered on the floor. Fu Xing, with a nonchalant air, suggests she could simply ask someone to take care of the laundry. As she bends down to pick up her clothes, he playfully questions why she's bothered, considering he was considerate enough to assist her with a shower, only to rinse out a complaint instead. She retorts that she can't exactly venture out wrapped in a bath towel. Ignoring her protest, she stoops to gather her clothes, only to find herself suddenly lifted onto the counter by Fu Xing. With a teasing grin, he questions why she continues to resist, reminding her that she came to reveal her vulnerability, yet seems determined to maintain her defiance. Acknowledging his point, she concedes, affirming that she's there to surrender to him. Pleading for a glimmer of hope, she looks up at Fu Xing. In response, he gazes into her eyes, drawing her close and planting a tender kiss. As he moves in, she gently grasps his hand, urging him to reconsider. Feeling unwell today, she implores him, please, not now. With a teasing smirk, he questions why she's attempting to seduce him when she's not feeling well. The banter continues as they start brushing up, and he suggests that if she calls room service promptly, her clothes might be dried before 9 a.m. Prompted into action, she hastily makes her way to the room. Snuggled under the blanket, she reveals that the conference affairs team requires a room call before 8:30 a.m. Turning to him, she suggests enlisting Ah Zhang's help to grab some clothes, explaining that she promised a colleague to assist in applying for leave. Raising an eyebrow, he questions whether she sees him as her lover or if she's attempting to exploit the situation. Undeterred, she stands up, prompting him to comment on her departure. Reminding her that the blanket belongs to the room, he predicts the service staff won't be urging her to leave in such a state. Defiantly, she suggests that his aim was to humiliate her, asserting that she's unafraid. Fully prepared for any humiliation he might dish out, she boldly removes the blanket. As she starts to walk away, he calls out for her to stop, but she continues. Unable to resist, he rushes to catch up and grabs her hand. Tears welling up, she confronts him, questioning what more he desires. In response, he tugs at his shirt, urging her to put it on. Curious, he wonders aloud why she's reluctant, suggesting she could opt for nudity instead. Undeterred, she requests pants, and he playfully points to a pair, quipping about whether her short legs can pull off the look. Once dressed, she declares her intention to leave, but he quickly points out that she's still exposed. Undeterred, she steps outside, and almost instantly, a voice calls out her name. Approaching her with a burst of energy, two students eagerly greet her, their voices echoing through the corridor. She acknowledges them with a warm smile while deftly continuing on her way. Amid the casual exchange, one of the students, a curious expression on their face, subtly leans in and wonders aloud, have you noticed she's dressed quite unusually today? What's up with that? In Hyeon's thoughts, she acknowledges that the academic submission period commenced today. Concerned about potential revelations to her students and colleagues, she strategizes to steer clear of Fu Shenxing. While strolling along, a familiar face catches her eye. It's the girl she encountered earlier. Hyeon recalls her promise to call, and seizing the opportunity, she pulls the girl aside. With an intrigued expression, the girl inquires if Hyeon recognizes her. Without missing a beat, Hyeon reveals she's Officer Chen's daughter. Inside the room, the atmosphere becomes charged with curiosity as the girl, introducing herself as Chen Hee-gwa, discloses that Chen Jing-yen is her father. She seeks information about a note on a slip of paper, wondering if Hyeon has any insights into her father's mysterious correspondence. Hyeon commends the girl's courage, but the girl dismisses the idea that her boldness equates to bravery. Chin Hee unfolds a crinkled piece of paper, explaining it's the sole item her dad left behind. Her grandmother insists that this note is crucial in unmasking the culprit, leaving Hyeon intrigued. The air is charged with anticipation as Chin Hee seeks answers, wanting to understand the significance of why Hyeon handed this particular note to her father. Continuing the conversation, Chin Hee drops a bombshell. The car responsible for her father's demise belonged to a subsidiary of the Fu Group. She reveals that her grandmother stumbled upon the note while sorting through her dad's belongings, sparking a realization that her father's death might not have been an accident but a deliberate act of foul play. Hyeon, skeptical, questions why she should place any trust in her. Chin Hee counters, explaining that she sought her out after showing her grandma a group photo from yesterday. Her grandmother, reading something in Hyeon's demeanor, urged her to trust Hyeon. The complexity deepens as Chin Hee candidly admits her conflicting feelings. Her evident disdain for the guy beside her in the photo is palpable, yet she reluctantly follows his wishes. Expressing a desire for a connection, Hyeon mentions that she'd like to meet Chin Hee's grandmother. Fast forward an hour, Hyeon updates Chin Hee, sharing the details of the tumultuous events that unfolded in her life over the past 2 months. The scene is set for a relay of information to Chin Hee's grandma. Hyeon, sensing she could be of assistance, extends an invitation for Chin Hee to seek her out at the school's English department. In a cautious tone, she advises against calling, revealing that her phone is under the watchful eye of Fu Shenxing. After a refreshing bath, Hyeon settles on the floor, a slight shiver running through her. As she readies herself and steps outside, a curious teacher notices her pallid complexion and inquires about it. Hyeon, brushing off the concern with a casual "I'm fine." Dining in a restaurant, Fu Xing's phone rings, and it's Hyeon on the line. She describes feeling uneasy, a throbbing headache, and a touch of dizziness, attributing it to a possible cold. In response, Fu Xing hastily rushes out, concern etched across his face. In a moment of discomfort, Hyeon hesitates, finally uttering her husband's name. Back in Hyeon's vicinity, she succumbs to unconsciousness, catching the attention of concerned teachers who inquire about her well-being. As the questioning unfolds, Hyeon's eyes slowly shut. While in the grip of unconsciousness, Hyeon's senses are alive to the voice of Chin Hee, revealing a troubling revelation. Chin Hee discloses that her father's boss intruded into their home, forcefully seizing her notebook. To outsmart them, Grandma concocted a clever ruse, claiming the notepad was burned, preserving it as a sacred relic. In the depths of her unconsciousness, Hyeon grapples with the daunting realization that Fu Shenxing is a formidable adversary, casting a shadow of fear over their attempts to evade him. Suddenly, her eyes flutter open to the familiar voice of her husband, who greets her with relief at her awakening. He gently inquires about her well-being, asking if she feels hungry or thirsty and offering her water, his concern palpable in his every word. With a smile playing on her lips, Hyeon playfully teases her husband about which question he'd prefer her to tackle first. Opting for a refreshing sip of water, he promptly hands her the glass, expressing concern over her weakened state. He notes that this time it's not just a cold, her body seems particularly frail. Curious about her well-being, he gently probes, asking about the number of meals she might have skipped amidst the challenges she's been facing. Expressing concern for her well-being, Hyeon wonders aloud if hospitalization is necessary and, if so, for how long she might need to stay. Her husband reassures her, mentioning the doctor's advice that the duration depends on her condition. He suggests a minimum of 3 days of rest at home before re-evaluating the situation. Entering the scene, Hyeon's mom comments on her daughter's meticulous preparation for pregnancy, expressing disapproval at the visible stress she's putting herself through. With a touch of playful banter, Hien responds, teasingly suggesting her mom might have misinterpreted the situation. Inwardly, Hien's thoughts race as she contemplates the idea of having a child. The mere notion of bearing Fu Shenxing's child fills her with dread and apprehension. She silently prays that such a scenario never comes to pass, knowing all too well the implications it would carry. As she mulls over the situation, she realizes with a mix of relief and uncertainty that Fu Shenxing hasn't reached out since last night. Could it be that he's temporarily loosened his grip on her? 4 days later, Hien embraces Yuan Ze tightly, expressing relief at being back home. Just as they settle in, her phone begins to ring, and she informs Yuan Ze that it's a call from the dean. Urging him to set down the items he's carrying, she prioritizes taking the call, signaling the importance of the interruption. Heading into the room to answer the call, Hien can't help but wonder what Fu Sheng wants from her this time. Picking up the phone, she's met with Fu Sheng's inquiry about her ability to speak Spanish. Fu Sheng invites her to jet off to Spain for a party. She's taken aback, questioning whether he's already left the country. Just as Yuan Ze interrupts with an invitation for chicken soup, Fu Sheng mysteriously ends the call. The next day at work, Hien stealthily retrieves a hidden phone from her drawer. This secret device has been her lifeline to an old-school friend living overseas since a recent incident. Her friend's overseas connections may just hold the key to some inside information she needs. Her eyes skim over texts from her friend, revealing details about the Fu group. Apparently, the group was heavily involved in dubious industries, even using shell companies for money laundering. It was only under Fu Shen's father that the group started cleaning up its act, branching out into diverse industries. When Fu Shen took the reins, the group ventured into finance and high-tech, morphing into an international powerhouse within 6 or 7 years. A quick text to her friend is sent, requesting information on any Shen family connections to the Fu group. As she ponders over the puzzle of Fu Shenxing's identity, Chen Bo pops into her office, asking about the New Year's party rehearsal. She confirms her attendance before returning to her thoughts, sketching out ideas, and wishing Officer Chen was still around to help. Later, she arranges a meeting with Chen Higuo via a payphone. Chen Higuo, along with her grandmother Madame Chen, meet Hien in the park. After a warm exchange of greetings, Madame Chen sends Higuo to play while she chats with Hien. As they stroll, Madame Chen assures Hien that she's not senile. She firmly places the blame for her son's death on Fu Shenxing, absolving Hien of any guilt. Madame Chen then inquires about Hien's plans. Hien is resolute, determined to forge ahead no matter what. She confides in Madame Chen her need to know more about Shen Zhijie's situation in prison. Madame Chen promises to do what she can, reminding Hien of her son's extensive network of friends from his years as a police officer. Hien requests Officer Chen's notes and promises to destroy the paper note as soon as possible. With a gentle smile, Madame Chen hands Hien an envelope. "You'll return this to me," she says, hinting at the sensitive information it holds. "And remember, Gui is still a kid. She doesn't need to be part of this." Hien nods in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of their mission. Hien lets Madame Chen in on her secure communication plan. "I've got a special phone for our private chats," she explains. Madame Chen gives a quick nod of approval, but Hien insists. "Please, be extra careful." As Hien rests her head on Madame Chen's knee, the older woman speaks up. "You're also a victim, just like my son. That man, Fu Sheng, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing." The words strike a chord, and Hien quietly returns to school, her mind racing. Back on campus, Hien checks her secret phone. Still no message from Fu Sheng. She heads to the auditorium where Chen Bo is deep in rehearsal, his soulful singing filling the space. His voice carries her back to the day her husband first asked her out. They were sitting by a piano when he suggested they become more than friends. She had playfully challenged him, asking what if she said no. His reply was sweet and sincere, "Then I'll just keep liking you." The memory brings a blush to her cheeks and a smile to her lips. Her reminiscing is interrupted by her husband's call. He's already at school. Seeing him outside, she rushes into his arms, planting a kiss on his lips. He suggests a subway ride to celebrate New Year's by the river. Despite the crowded train, they share a tender moment. Hien teases Yuan Ze, calling him her hero. He responds with a soft kiss, making her blush once more. As they step off the train, a little girl selling roses catches their attention. Yuan Ze buys a rose and gently tucks it behind Hian's ear, telling her she looks beautiful. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Shenxing is watching from afar, his gaze fixed on the couple holding hands in the bustling city. Elsewhere, fifth brother proposes a visit to the Chanyuan villa. When Fu Shenxing declines, he insists that without him, no one else would dare go. Fu Shenxing dismisses him, suggesting he go with the others instead. After a tense exchange, fifth brother leaves, and Fu Shenxing reaches for his phone. He dials Hien, instructing her to look up. She does, spotting him in the building above. She tells him she can't meet him tonight, but he refuses to accept a rain check. Despite her pleas, he remains adamant. When she threatens to hang up, he warns her of the consequences. Annoyed, she challenges him to come down and find her, then ends the call abruptly. Pulling Yuan Ze along, she suggests they explore a nearby location. Just then, his phone rings. He answers, then hands the phone to Hien, looking surprised. On the other end of the line, Fu Shenxing's voice echoes, "This game isn't fun anymore." Playing along, Hien pretends she's talking to a colleague and promises to help locate a missing teacher Zhang. Fu Shenxing gives her 10 minutes to meet him. The cat and mouse game continues. As the call ends, Hien quickly fabricates a story to Yuan Ze about the call being from her colleague's husband. Apparently, there's been a domestic quarrel and the wife has taken off. She further explains that she'd given her number to Yuan Ze for emergencies, and this was clearly one. She suggests they split up to help find the missing wife and the distressed husband. Yuan Ze, however, is reluctant. Their New Year's celebration was supposed to be a time for them, not a wild goose chase. He insists on knowing where the husband might be so he could help. Pointing towards a nearby hotel, Hien assures him that the husband must be there and urges him to call if he finds him. Despite her urging him to hurry so they can resume their celebration, Yuan Ze holds her back. He senses something is off. The rose behind her ear flutters away in the wind as he asks her what's wrong. With a heavy heart, she asks him if he trusts her. If he does, he should go now, and once she's done, she'll come clean about everything. High above them, on the hotel roof, Fu Shenxing and Jiang are observing the couple. When Jiang arrives with a drink, Fu Shenxing wonders aloud what Hien and Yuan Ze could be talking about. Jiang, watching Yuan Ze walk away, pleads with Fu Shenxing to let Hien go. Fu Shenxing, however, is adamant. He won't let her go. Down below, Hien picks up the fallen rose and tucks it back behind her ear. She watches Yuan Ze walk away, her heart heavy with secrets. A call from fifth brother interrupts her thoughts, informing her of Fu Cheng's plans for the evening. A dress has been arranged for her to wear for their meeting. Later, fifth brother announces her grand entrance. She walks in, a vision in red, from her shoes and dress to her lipstick and the rose. Alone with Fu Cheng, she bravely declares her intention to reveal everything to Yuan Ze. She'll confess all the torments she's endured at Fu Cheng's hands. Fu Cheng, unfazed, asks her what next. She replies, "Divorce. I'll beg Yuan Ze for a separation of 3 years. If she survives till then and if he still loves her, they can reunite." Fu Cheng questions if she believes their twisted game will only last 3 years. She retorts that 3 years is how long she can endure for her parents' sake. If she's still not free after that, she'd rather die. Fu Cheng lures her closer, pushing her against the railings. He questions if she's implying he will either free her or kill her after 3 years. She confirms it and he proceeds to ask for her consent. As she closes her eyes, bracing herself, he instructs her to call his name. As she complies, the countdown to the new year begins. He reminds her it's their first anniversary and she should proceed with the divorce. As the final count echoes around them, the rose slips from her grasp and she agrees with a solemn okay. Then, in a surprising turn of events, Fu Shenxing sweeps Hien off her feet, literally, and carries her past Jinbo and the gang, who are left looking on in shock. He takes her to the bathroom and gently sets her down by the bathtub. He lets her know that Jiang will help her get home after she's done freshening up. She insists on having some alone time, and he leaves her to it. Once alone, she slips into the bathtub, filled with water, and can't help but think about how she ended up in this situation. Jiang gives Hien a lift home. As they approach, he notices that the lights in her house are all on. When she steps inside, she finds Yuan Ze, almost through an entire pack of cigarettes. She questions him about the excessive lighting, reaching to switch some off, but he stops her. He confesses that he kept the lights on so she could find her way back home easily. She pleads with him to quit smoking and kneels beside him. He asks her point blank if she wants a divorce. When she confirms, he probes further, asking if there's someone else in her life. She begs him to stop asking and assures him that if their paths cross again in the future, they could reconsider their relationship. Yuan Ze echoes her words and asks who caused her to lose herself. She reminds herself not to give in to emotions and tells him that she has fallen out of love with him. She brings up his promise that if she ever stopped loving him, he would let her go. He questions her previous request for him to let go, and when she remains silent, he stands up, vowing to honor her request. He walks out, leaving Hien alone. 3 days later, Yuan Ze checks with Hien one last time, asking if she'll regret her decision. She remains steadfast, handing him the divorce papers. He tells her to keep the car and everything else is hers. As she signs the papers, he tells her that maybe she just needs a change of scenery, that maybe she doesn't really love the other guy, and perhaps she's just looking for something new. He expresses his disbelief at her falling out of love with him and questions what could have led to this. Hien almost reaches out to comfort him but pulls back at the last moment. She signs the papers, reminding him of their agreement not to make things difficult if they ever broke up. She suggests handling the rest of the divorce proceedings the next day, asking him to keep it a secret from their parents, to which he agrees. The following day, they both get their divorce certificate. She suggests they should delete each other's contact information and avoid meeting each other. He asks how he's supposed to forget their shared memories, and she bids him farewell, walking away. To his shock, he sees Hien getting into Fu Shenxing's car. He tries to chase after the car, but to no avail. Inside the car, Hien is filled with despair as Fu Shenxing asks if she can't bear to leave Yuan Ze. She admits she can't, and when Fu Shenxing asks why she divorced Yuan Ze, she retorts that she did it because they were both in love and that someone like Fu Shenxing wouldn't understand. Fu Shenxing dismisses the importance of love, stating that having her by his side is all that matters. He pulls her closer as he says that the more she acts this way, the more interesting it is for him. She's on the verge of voicing her thoughts when his finger lands softly on her lips, silencing her. He teases her, asking if she's thinking of labeling him as a pervert. Leaning in closer, he whispers that he's not nearly as perverted as she thinks. He begins to flirt with her inappropriately and she reacts instinctively, her hand flying up to slap him. But he catches her midair, and instead of a slap, he surprises her with a swift kiss. Later, at school, she trudges towards her office, lost in her thoughts. She had stayed strong for Yuan Ze, but now that he was gone, there was nothing anchoring her. Just then, her phone rings. It's Yuan Ze. As soon as she picks up, he tells her that Fu Shenxing is a dead ringer for Shinji Jia. He questions if Fu Shenxing was the man she saw at the school, and insists it's impossible for her to fall for someone like him. When she asks where he is, he reveals that he's at the bottom of Fu Group's headquarters. Panic sets in as he starts running, despite her pleas for him to wait and not do anything rash. Upon reaching the Fu Group building, Jiang finds her and informs her that Yuan Ze is with Fu Shenxing, who wishes to see her. She follows him, warning him not to dare lay a finger on Yuan Ze. But the sight that greets her in Fu Shenxing's office leaves her horrified, Yuan Ze, bruised and bound to a chair, with 2 men holding him down. As soon as he spots her, he cries out her name. Annoyed by the noise, Fu Shenxing orders one of his men to gag Yuan Ze. Hien demands that Fu Shenxing let Yuan Ze go. Fu Shenxing counters that Yuan Ze was the aggressor and his bodyguards merely restrained him. He emphasizes that he didn't kidnap Yuan Ze. Hien points out that Yuan Ze is the only one bearing injuries, to which Fu Shenxing replies that just because Yuan Ze attacked him doesn't mean he stood a chance against him. She pleads with him to release Yuan Ze. Fu Shenxing agrees but questions if Yuan Ze will listen to her and leave peacefully. Kneeling in front of Yuan Ze, Hien convinces him to leave with her, promising to explain everything once they're outside. As they start walking away, Fu Shenxing's anger flares up. He demands that Hien stay by his side and insists on seeing her later that night. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ze storms back into the office, fist raised in fury. Fu Xing is chilling out in his chair while Jiang subtly gestures to the bodyguards to stand down. But before Yuan Ze can land a punch on Fu Xing, Yan swoops in from behind and grabs him, begging him to chill out. Yuan Ze starts throwing verbal jabs at Fu Xing, pointing fingers, while Yan is doing her best to drag him out of there. Fu Xing warns Yuan Ze about the whole finger-pointing thing. Yan breaks down, pleading with Yuan Ze to stop, which he finally does, albeit grudgingly. Once they're outside, Yuan Ze demands to know what Yan's been keeping from him. He implores her to stop playing games. She promises to spill the beans once they're home. Fast forward 30 minutes, they're back home in their bedroom, where Yan dishes out the whole story about Fu Xing's actions. Yuan Ze is floored. He loses it, asking why she kept him in the dark and why she didn't report it to the cops. She retorts that who would believe her if she told them that Shinji Jia didn't kick the bucket and morphed into Fu Shenxing. Dejected, he asks her again why she kept mum. She admits that she wouldn't have come clean if the earlier fiasco hadn't happened. She paints Fu Xing as a monster, prompting Yuan Ze to reach for his phone to call the police. She tries to stop him, but he pulls away, accusing her of being scared. She counters, asking if accepting Fu Xing's threats makes her a coward. He apologizes, explaining he was just trying to push for the police involvement because Fu Xing can't keep running amok. She asks him if he's aware of the magnitude of the situation, and he reassures her that he's ready to protect her, even if it costs him his life. Suddenly, 3 dudes barge into their house. Yuan Ze steps in front of Yan, asking them who they are. Instead of answering, they deck him. The bald one, who appears to be the boss, muffles Yan's screams and drags her out of the room, instructing his goons to beat Yuan Ze senseless. They beat him till he's out of steam, then pin him to the table. Baldy asks him which finger he used to point at Fu Xing. Yan manages to break free from her captor and rips off her gag, screaming at them to stop. She shields Yuan Ze with her body, demanding to see Fu Xing, tears streaming down her face. Baldy chews out his guy for letting Yan escape, and orders him to pull her away from Yuan Ze without hurting her. As she's being pulled away, she pleads with them to let Yuan Ze go. Yuan Ze tells her not to beg. Baldy grabs Yuan Ze's hand, places it on the table, and brandishes a cleaver. He tells Yuan Ze that this is just a warning, then chops off one of Yuan Ze's fingers, bagging the severed digit. Through gritted teeth, Yuan Ze tells Baldy to tell Fu Xing that he can have his life if he lets Yan go. Later, at the hospital, the doctor asks Yan for Yuan Ze's severed finger, explaining that if they start reattaching it within an hour, Yuan Ze might regain function. She immediately dials Fu Xing. When he picks up, he informs her that he's in a meeting and she should make it quick. She starts asking him for Yuan Ze's severed finger, but before she can finish, he hangs up. She quickly hops into her car, flooring it all the way to the Fu group. Upon arriving at the Fu group, Yan breezes past the security guards who try to halt her progress. Jiang steps up, advising her that Fu Xing is tied up in a meeting. But she's on a mission and strides past him like he's not even there. Jiang signals the guards to stand down and let her pass. Yan bursts into Fu Xing's conference room, announcing that she has something urgent to discuss with him. He brushes her off initially, reminding her that he's in a meeting. Undeterred, she leans on the table, head bowed, pleading for his attention. He finally caves and follows her out into the hallway. Once they're alone, she tells him that if he wants revenge, he should target her, not innocent people. He retorts that everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Suddenly, she pulls out a knife, asking if the cost is 1 finger. Positioning her hand against the wall, she raises the knife, signaling that she's ready to substitute her own finger for Yuan Ze's. Fu Xing, seemingly unfazed, questions if she's really prepared to stoop so low as to threaten him. But when the blade gets dangerously close to her finger, he acts swiftly, grabbing her wrist and tossing the knife aside. As he shouts her name, she crumbles to the floor, clutching his legs and begging for Yuan Ze's finger. Fu Xing places a call to the bald man, requesting the finger. He's informed that it was discarded on the street. Immediately, he orders them to find it. Soon after, Fu Xing and Yan arrive at the location where the finger was dumped. The bald man informs Yan that they've searched, but it seems an animal may have taken it. In her desperate search, Hien spots the black napkin used to wrap the finger, but the finger itself is missing. She touches the napkin, her mind flashing back to their wedding day, the vows they made, and the way she placed the ring on his finger. Overcome with grief, she collapses onto the dirty, wet ground, sobbing. Fu Xing watches her silently before moving towards her. Pulling herself together, Hien stands up when Fu Xing tells her to. She vows to herself that she will make him pay, promising a fate worse than death. Leaning on Fu Sheng, she asks if he realizes how much she loathes him in that moment. When he inquires just how much, she states that she can't wait to bite off his flesh piece by piece, chew it, and swallow slowly. He dares her to try, and she responds by tearing open his shirt and biting down hard on his shoulder. When she finally releases him, she warns that there will come a day when she will end his life. He retorts that he'll be waiting and initiates a kiss. She reciprocates, biting his lips slightly. He pins her against a nearby wall, deepening the kiss until they're interrupted by Ah Jiang, who informs them that Yuan Ze has called the police. This news shocks Hien. Fu Xing tells her that it's not that he can't spare Yuan Ze, but Yuan Ze seems to be courting death. He grants her a chance to alter the police report, warning her that her actions will determine Yuan Ze's fate. He then heads to his car, instructing Ah Jiang to help Hien change into fresh clothes. Later, a newly dressed Hien talks to the police before going to see Yuan Ze. Upon seeing her, he pulls her into a hug, assuring her not to be afraid, and revealing that he's already told the police everything. She tells him that Fu Xing left no evidence behind, to which he responds that even if Fu Xing isn't convicted, he'll spend the rest of his life fighting him. However, Hien urges him not to provoke Fu Xing anymore, regardless of the investigation's outcome. She only wants him to live. A good 6 hours later, the cops circle back to Yuan Ze with their findings. They've given both the Fu group and his house a thorough once-over, even checked out the surveillance footage. But here's the kicker, there's not a shred of evidence pointing to Fu Xing as the culprit behind Yuan Ze's assault. To top it off, Hien's statement chalks the whole thing up to a lover's spat. With nothing more to go on, the cops are forced to wrap up the case as a domestic dispute. As for the whole Fu Xing/Shinji identity switcheroo, they can't touch that without some solid proof. After the powwow with the police, Yuan Ze catches up with Hien outside. He's got this look on his face, like he can't believe what's going down. He asks her point blank if she really thinks they should keep mum about everything. The truth? The betrayals? The threats? Hien tells him he's got two choices, love her or hate her. But either way, she insists that he let her deal with Fu Xing on her own. She's got to save her folks, and that means walking through fire herself. As she wraps her arms around him, she makes a solemn vow to give Fu Xing a taste of his own medicine, to make him feel every ounce of the pain he's inflicted on them. Yuan Ze clings to her, confessing how much he despises himself for not being able to shield her from all this hurt, this humiliation. Just then, a car horn honks in the distance. It's Fu Xing's ride, signaling that it's time for her to leave. She tells Yuan Ze that since he can't be her knight in shining armor, the least he can do is hold on to hope for her. He needs to wait for her at the gates of hell, and if she's still kicking by the end, he has to reach out and pull her back from the brink. With that, she walks away, towards the waiting car and Fu Xing. Once she's in the car, Fu Xing needles her about not shedding any tears. He figured she and Yuan Ze would be sobbing into each other's arms. She shoots back, telling him to quit pretending to be jealous and focus on his revenge plot. When he asks if she's afraid of him falling for her or vice versa, she scoffs, asking what's so lovable about him. He smirks, listing off his good looks, power, ability to spoil her rotten, and his willingness to cater to her every need. His last comment ticks her off, but he stands his ground, challenging her to refute anything he said. When they finally reach his place, he helps her get dressed for their outing later. As she steps out of the car, she thinks about how from now on, every move she makes will be a calculated step towards her revenge. She has to stick to Fu Xing like glue, play along with his whims until she finds his Achilles heel. She knows Fu Xing has a thing for classy women. If she wants to reel him in, she needs to stand out from the crowd. She stashes some painkillers and sanitary pads in her bag before heading out. She finds Fu Xing engrossed in a game of mahjong with fifth brother, another guy, and a woman. She thinks back to Yuan Ze's pain, the severed finger, and swears to make Fu Xing pay in kind. She sidles up to Fu Sheng, glancing at his game and casually nudging a tile with her finger. He pulls her onto his lap, causing fifth brother to cover his eyes, joking about PDA in front of minors. The other guy chimes in, saying he's already 18 and gives Fu Sheng the green light to keep the love fest going. Hien, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, suggests they shake things up a bit. She proposes a new rule: the loser has to grant the winner a favor. Fifth brother, always up for a challenge, looks to Fu Sheng for approval. Fu Sheng, surprisingly, gives his consent, leaving the other brother slack-jawed. The woman at the table, trying to lighten the mood, teases Fu Sheng about his laser focus on Hien's assets, joking that she'd have made a move on Hien ages ago if she were him. Fu Sheng, not one for casual familiarity, calls her out for using his name so freely. The woman, caught off guard, nervously repeats his name, and promptly gets her hair yanked by the other brother, who chides her for disrespecting Fu Sheng. He then drags her out of the room, leaving everyone else in silence. Once the commotion dies down, Hien urges fifth brother to make his move. Fu Sheng, meanwhile, asks Hien if she wore her provocative dress to tempt him into making a move right there on the spot. Hien coolly retorts that only those with dirty minds would find her outfit suggestive. Fifth brother, eager to get the game back on track, urges Hien to play. And when she does, she trumps them all. Fifth brother takes his loss in stride and awaits Hien's command. She requests info on the bald man, to which fifth brother responds with a nonchalant shrug, saying the baldy is probably out enjoying himself. When she expresses her need to see him, fifth brother seems intrigued. She explains that she wants the bald man to return her house keys and she also needs something from him. Fu Sheng, overhearing their conversation, questions the effort she put into winning the game just for such a simple request. He instructs fifth brother to tell the bald man to meet Hien the next day. Hien can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as she realizes Fu Sheng's guard is beginning to drop. She's finally making some headway in her revenge plan. Later, while Hien quietly reads a book in a corner, Fu Sheng playfully tosses a mahjong tile at her to grab her attention. He teases her about trying to assert her authority so quickly after becoming his mistress. She shoots back with a Chinese proverb: a new official makes 3 fires on taking office, implying there's no time like the present to make her mark. She insists that by doing so, they'll think twice before looking down on her. Fu Sheng, clearly taken aback, asks her if she's been eating gunpowder, given her fiery responses. She apologizes, blaming her irritability on anxiety. When he places his hand on her forehead, suspecting a fever, she swats it away, asking if he's never seen a woman suffering from menstrual cramps. As she struggles to open a water bottle, he snatches it from her, opening it himself. He questions the timing of her sudden illness, given she seemed fine earlier in the day. In response, she hurls her painkillers at him, shouting that she has no control over her cycle. He reminds her not to push him too far, adding that he's only tolerating her outbursts because he's in a good mood. He warns her to remember the lives that depend on her actions. She retorts, asking if he thinks she enjoys this drama and accusing him of trying to play the good guy after doing harm. Fu Sheng, looking at the scattered painkillers, yells back, asking if her cramps are a result of his slap earlier. She calls him out for being selfish and asks if he knows how many birth control pills she's had to take because of him. She begins to grumble about how her period has been out of whack for ages, snatching the painkillers from Fu Sheng's grip. He reels her in, gently advising her to chill out once she's done venting, take her meds, and then hit the sack. He assures her he won't lay a finger on her that night. Morning finds her sprawled across Fu Sheng, their bodies entwined in slumber. When Fu Sheng stirs awake, he extricates himself with utmost care, not wanting to rouse her. He throws on his clothes and slips out of the room. Not long after, Hien wakes up and freshens up. Just as she's about to step out of the room, she bumps into Fu Sheng at the door. She tells him to arrange for someone to drop her home pronto as she needs to pick up a file for school. Fu Sheng warns her against crossing lines with Baldy, telling her to stick to verbal threats. Once at school, Hien remembers the phone she bought online from Madam Chin a few days ago and decides to check in. She dials Madam Chin from a payphone, asking if she received her gift. Madam Chin informs her that she dug up Shin Jijia's prison records and found some personal details, including his fingerprint. Hien doubts the usefulness of the fingerprint, suspecting Fu Sheng would have altered it by now or tampered with the archives. Madam Chen confirms that the police files have indeed been modified, but they overlooked one record which still holds Shin Ji-jia's original fingerprint. This revelation takes Hien by surprise. She advises Madam Chen to steer clear of her granddaughter for a bit and promises to visit her soon. As she hangs up, fifth brother buzzes her, informing her that they've reached the lakeside spot she chose. Hien beats them to it, and as fifth brother and Baldy approach, Baldy gripes about how Fu Sheng is making him pay the price for his romantic entanglements. Fifth brother quickly reprimands him. When they reach her, she demands her keys from Baldy, who hands them over. She then asks for the other thing he took from her. He produces a phone from his jacket, claiming that he accidentally pocketed it that day and hasn't messed with its contents. She takes the phone and tosses it into the lake, hinting that there's something else she wants. When Baldy rudely inquires what it is, fifth brother punches him, reminding him of his cruel treatment of Yuan Ze. Baldy draws a blade, telling Hien that he's ready to lose his entire hand if Fu Sheng commands it. Hien takes the knife from him and instructs him to place his palm on a flat surface nearby. She clarifies that while she's invoking Fu Sheng's authority, she's not here for vengeance. She just wants to remind him to choose his battles wisely. Fifth brother assures her they've learned their lesson and pleads with her to spare Baldy. She seems to agree, raising Baldy's hopes. But in the next instant, she plunges the knife into Baldy's hand, causing him to scream in pain. She tells them they're both forgiven and tosses the knife into the lake before walking away, deciding to steer clear of Fu Sheng and head straight to Madam Chen's to check out Fu Sheng's files. Meanwhile, Fu Sheng, accompanied by his assistant, spots Hien and calls out to her. As he nears her, he mentions hearing about her encounter with Baldy. She retorts that she didn't chop off a finger and reminds him that he gave her his blessing to use his authority, so she left Baldy with a shred of dignity. He sighs, leaning in to tell her how her newfound ruthlessness makes her the perfect toy for him. Fu Sheng's assistant buzzes him with an update. His travel plans to Country Y are all set. He's informed that a certain Mr. Yuan will be his point of contact there, and knowing some French may just score him some brownie points with Mr. Yuan. Curiously, Fu Sheng turns to Hien and asks if she has a visa for Country Y. She shakes her head, asking in return if he's heading there. When he counters by asking if she cares about his whereabouts or if she's worried about him, she steps closer and says she's more concerned about when his plane might crash, and the innocent lives at stake. He chuckles, assuring her that his private jet doesn't have other passengers for her to worry about. She shoves him away in response. He then tells her he'll be back day after tomorrow, hoping they'll have called a truce by then. Hien decides she needs to meet Madam Chen today. Fu Sheng, however, drops a bombshell. He's got tabs on her location 24/7. If she even thinks about reaching out to Yuan Ze, he'll have someone chop off Yuan Ze's remaining fingers. With that threat hanging in the air, he strides off, leaving her with a parting shot. She'd better miss him while he's away. Hien figures the tracker must be on her phone, but she's not about to carry it with her everywhere. She hands it off to a delivery guy with instructions to deliver it by 9 p.m., then hails a cab to Madam Chen's. Once at Madam Chen's, she's handed over the files. They might not be complete, but they contain the crucial bits, including a fingerprint. Hien scans the documents, trying to piece together the puzzle: Shin Ji-jia's prison surgery, Fu Shenxing's departure, Fu Group's efforts to save Shin Ji-jia, his possible substitute, and the real Fu Shenxing's whereabouts. Madam Chen points out that while plastic surgery can change a face, it can't alter fingerprints. If the police report's fingerprints match Fu Sheng's, he's definitely Shin Ji-jia. Hien vows to get Fu Sheng's prints ASAP and decides to leave the files with Madam Chen for safekeeping. Anything Fu Sheng has touched will do for prints, Madam Chen assures her. Hien remembers her painkillers, which Fu Sheng had touched and which she'd left at her parents' place. She rushes home to fetch them, running into Yuan Ze, who's there to collect some stuff. Yuan Ze mentions he needs an important document from He Tan's mom, whom he refers to as Auntie. Hien asks about his future plans, learning he's off to America tomorrow for a while and then plans to travel. As for long-term plans, he's still figuring it out. There's an awkward pause before Yuan Ze asks how he can contact her in the future. She tells him not to, unless he's somewhere she can't find him. Despite her tears, he promises to do as she says. Before leaving, Yuan Ze hands her a ceramic doll he was planning to take along on his travels, asking her to take care of herself. His eyes well up as he bids her farewell. Later that evening, Fu Shen calls Hien just as he's stepping off his plane. He checks if she's been following his orders. Furious, she demands to know what kind of game he's playing, accusing him of treating their relationship like a dating game. She asks him what more he wants from her, if her humiliation isn't enough for him. Fu Sheng's voice filters through the line, soft and concerned. What's going on? Hien's voice wavers as she tells him that Yuan Ze has left for good. She confesses that her heart has belonged to Yuan Ze since she was 17, a love that has spanned a decade. She asks Fu Sheng if he's ever felt the agony of heartbreak, of having his heart shredded to pieces. She scoffs, saying all he knows is laughter. But before Fu Sheng gets a chance to respond, his assistant pops in, interrupting their conversation to let him know that Mr. Yuan is waiting. He hangs up abruptly. Hien retreats to her room, rummaging through her bag for the painkillers. They're nowhere to be found. A sinking feeling sets in. Did Fu Sheng take them? She needs those pills, they hold the key to getting Fu Sheng's fingerprints. She muses that if a man can put up with a woman's tantrums and theatrics, chances are he's got a soft spot for her. That means Fu Sheng may have feelings for her, which also means he's letting his guard down. She needs to strategize. 4 days later, a text from Fu Sheng jolts her out of her thoughts. He wants her to come over right away. Meanwhile, back at Fu Sheng's place, he instructs Jiang that if Hien didn't go to Yuan Ze, then Yuan Ze must have come to her. He orders Jiang to review the surveillance footage to ascertain how long Yuan Ze stayed at Hien's house and what they were up to. Jiang reminds him that he had ordered the cameras at Hien's place to be switched off, which riles Fu Sheng. Just then, Jiang informs him that Hien has arrived. As Hien steps into Fu Sheng's house, she spots him upstairs, shooting her a menacing glare. He commands her to come upstairs. As she approaches him, he tells her to go freshen up. She retorts that she's already showered at her place, but he grabs her face, accusing her of having touched something unclean. He instructs her to wash off Yuan Ze's scent and scrub off his touch, questioning why she felt the need to doll up for Yuan Ze. He further questions whether they were intimate, and when she remains silent, just flashing him a smile, he drags her into the bathroom. Fu Sheng roughly holds her under cold water, asking if she understands his intentions, making it seem like he wants to date her. Suddenly, Hien collapses. Fu Sheng quickly scoops her up, laying her down in his bathtub filled with warm water. He notices a trace of blood in the water, which takes him by surprise. He gets into the tub with her, holding her until she comes to. He admonishes her for being so stubborn and independent, inviting trouble. She snaps back, hurling insults at him. He agrees, admitting he's not the nicest guy around. He then asks her if Yuan Ze touched her that night, to which she retorts, asking if he thinks everyone is as low as him. He exits the bathtub, and at her request, fetches her sanitary pads from her bag. After she's done in the bathroom, he announces that he's going to call the doctor to check on her and leaves the room. With him gone, Hien checks her bag, which contains all the necessary tools to lift Fu Sheng's fingerprints. But out of nowhere, Fu Sheng snatches her bag away. Panic surges through her. Has he discovered her plan? He pulls out her birth control pills, informing her that the doctor said they were causing her pain and she should stop taking them. She retorts, asking if he plans on making her have a baby. He tells her not to misconstrue his intentions. That night, he makes her sleep on his chest. She asks him if he's plotting new ways to torment her. He thinks to himself that if she were any other woman, he would have ended her life long back for revenge. He admits to her that given how much he despises her, he'll definitely find ways to make her suffer slowly as part of his revenge. Hien playfully warns him that she's been known to take down a man in one swing, so he better watch out. Fu Sheng responds with a smirk, suggesting that if she's planning on taking a stab at him, she might as well use the butcher's knife in the kitchen, it's easier to handle. The next morning, they're having breakfast when Hien's phone starts buzzing incessantly. It's her mom, but she ignores the calls. Fu Sheng curiously asks why she isn't answering, and she responds by saying that her father almost disowned her because of him. She eventually picks up the call, gesturing to Fu Sheng to stay quiet. As she steps away from the table, she signals for him to pass her the soy milk. He hands her his own glass instead. Taking it from him, she tells herself to stay calm and heads upstairs, thankful that he didn't suspect anything. Once she's in her room, she quickly takes out her fingerprint kit. Her heart is pounding as she double-checks to ensure Fu Shenxing hasn't followed her. She uses the soy milk glass to lift his fingerprints, thinking to herself that once these prints match, Fu Shenxing's days are numbered. She carefully places the fingerprint evidence in her bag, puts on her coat, and heads back downstairs. All the while, she's lying to her mom that she's staying at the school dorms. Fu Shenxing, who's waiting at the bottom of the stairs, calls out to her, asking if she needs anything. Her mom overhears him and starts yelling, demanding to know who the man is and who she's living with. In a panic, Hien hangs up and rounds on Fu Shenxing, who just grins and says it was fun. As she tries to walk past him, he pulls her back and pins her against the wall, suggesting they spend the morning having some fun. She declines, saying she can't be late for work. He counters that he can acquiesce to her request, but he needs compensation. Desperate to leave so she can deliver the fingerprints to Madam Chin, she grabs his shirt, pulls him close, and plants a kiss on him. He steps back, causing her to end up kissing his chest instead. He chuckles at her and asks if she can't give him a sincere kiss. So, she drops her bag, removes her jacket, and kisses him properly. When she breaks away, he tries to kiss her again but she dodges, leaving him to kiss the wall instead. She bids him goodbye and heads out. Later in the day at school, after handing over the fingerprints to Madam Chin, she's walking down the hallway when she realizes everyone is staring at her. A blog post is circulating, alleging that a female professor is involved with 3 men, including being a plaything for a big shot from Fu Group. The blurred picture is of Hien and Fu Shenxing. The blog even implicates Chenbo. As she reads this, Chenbo walks past, head down, while students take his picture. She tells him to keep his head up, that if he's innocent, he has nothing to fear from anyone. He lifts his head, says he understands, and takes her book to keep in her office. The students start crowding around her, bombarding her with questions about her alleged affairs and whether she had anything to do with Yuan Ze's finger getting chopped off. Just then, Aqiang pulls her away, hands her his cap for disguise, and tells her not to worry too much about the rumors Fu Shenxing has already set people on it. On their way to meet Fu Shenxing, Hien recalls her last encounter with Yujia. When they arrive at Chanyuan Mountain Villa, she sees Yujia kneeling in front of Fu Shenxing. When she asks what's going on, Fu Shenxing simply replies that he's caught the witch who's been spreading slander about her. Baldy, in a fit of rage, lands a kick on Yujia's face, then roughly yanks her hair before slapping her. She cries out, pleading with Fu Shenxing to intervene, promising she won't repeat her mistakes. Baldy raises his hand to strike again, but Hien steps in, stopping him mid-swing. Fu Shenxing explains that Baldy was merely trying to help her vent some anger. When he asks her how she plans to handle Yujia, she admits that if she knew, she would have done something sooner. Fu Shenxing suggests that if he hadn't intervened, Hien would have chopped off Baldy's entire hand in retribution for Yuan Ze's finger. He adds that while she seems eager to end his life, she's unsure how to punish Yujia. Hien agrees that someone who stirs up trouble deserves severe punishment, but as Yujia's teacher, she feels conflicted. Fu Shenxing points out that Yujia deserves punishment, but Hien has lost her resolve because Yujia was once her student. Hien, moved by his support, sits beside him and expresses her gratitude. He takes her hand, asking if she understands the implications of rejecting his offer to save her reputation. They share a moment of silent understanding before she gently reminds him that he's the chairman of Fu Group, not a street thug. He should maintain his dignity and not resort to violence. He concedes her point, accusing her of acting superior. She thanks him for the compliment and he instructs her to take Yujia away. As they leave, Yujia questions Hien about her feelings towards her and why she saved her. Hien simply responds that she couldn't bear to see her getting beaten up and advises her to lead a stable life. Meanwhile, Chingwa is waiting outside the lounge with a bottle of liquor. She takes a moment to steady herself before entering. Fifth brother berates her for being late with the drinks, causing her to become nervous. As she approaches Fu Shenxing, her legs wobble and she accidentally spills the drink on him. She apologizes profusely while fifth brother continues to yell at her. Fu Shenxing, however, recognizes her from before and asks about the group photo they took together. Chingwa admits to losing the card he gave her. Fifth brother, intrigued, asks for her name and tells her to make Fu Shenxing laugh. If she succeeds, he'll arrange for her to get a raise. Qingguo accepts the challenge and attempts to tell a series of jokes. Despite her best efforts, Fu Shenxing remains stoic, causing her to down 3 shots. Eventually, a tipsy Qingguo manages to coax a smile out of Fu Shenxing. She celebrates her victory before collapsing in her chair. Fu Shenxing instructs fifth brother to take care of her and suggests they leave. Fifth brother persuades him to stay, hinting at a surprise gift waiting for him upstairs. As Fu Shenxing and fifth brother ascend the stairs, fifth brother glances over at Fu Shenxing, commenting that Yan's outfit was a bit on the scanty side and wondering aloud if she might get cold. Caught off guard by the question, fifth brother just shrugs it off with a non-committal maybe. Once Fu Shenxing gets himself ready for bed, he notices an unfamiliar shape beneath the duvet. Pulling back the covers, he discovers Guo, dressed in barely their lingerie with her wrists bound by a red ribbon. He sighs deeply, tucks her back in under the blanket, and resigns himself to sharing the bed, slipping in beside her. A while later, Guo stirs, groaning with a hangover and jolting upright in surprise when she spots Fu Shenxing sleeping soundly next to her. She can't fathom why he's there, while Fu Shenxing, pretending to be fast asleep, internally wishes she'd hurry up and vacate his bed. She prods him gently, whispering his name. When he doesn't stir, she takes it as her cue to try and lift his fingerprint. She rummages through a drawer, finding a blank piece of paper. Carefully, she maneuvers him onto his back, takes his hand, and starts the process of capturing his fingerprints. Fu Shenxing cracks an eye open briefly before closing it again. Memories surface of his first encounter with Guo, of Yan accepting his soy milk that morning. It dawns on him that they could be in cahoots. He surmises that their goal is to confirm his identity as Sheb Zhijia using his fingerprint. How naive he was to believe that Yan had simply gone upstairs to take a phone call. As Guo wraps up and begins hunting for a hiding spot for the incriminating paper, she marvels at how smoothly everything went. Suddenly, Fu Shenxing sits up, asking her if she's awake. Startled, she stammers out an affirmation. He fixes her with a stare, then springs from the bed, slamming his hand against a closet door before flinging her back onto the bed. He snatches up his phone and orders her to dial Yan's number, threatening to harm her entire family if she doesn't comply. Meanwhile, Yan is dropping Yujia back at her dorm. She contemplates the fact that Yujia's actions may have crossed a line with Gu Sheng and considers giving him a call to smooth things over. However, before she can make the call, her phone rings. It's Fu Shenxing. As she answers, she hears a female voice begging Fu Shenxing to stop, and Fu Shenxing demanding to know why the woman climbed into his bed. Yan initially assumes he's trying to make her jealous. Just as she's about to hang up, she recognizes the voice as Guo's. Without wasting a second, she jumps in her car and starts driving, shouting Fu Shenxing's name into the phone. He tells her he's not ready to let Guo go yet and abruptly ends the call. The realization hits her, could the girl really be Guo? Has he discovered their scheme? She urgently dials Madame Chen to ask about Guo's whereabouts. Madame Chen informs her that Guo had gone to a friend's birthday party at the Chuan Villa. Yan reveals that Guo might be with Fu Shenxing. Panicking, Madame Chen urges Yan to call the police. Yan reassures her that involving the police right now could put Guo in even more danger. Madame Chen pleads with Yan to ensure Guo's safety, expressing her wish for Guo to be safe and have the right to meet her father after everything. Yan promises to bring Guo back safely. After ending the call, she rings up Jiang and tells him she's outside Fu Shenxing's apartment, urging him to open the door immediately. Jiang informs her they're at the villa. As she speeds towards the villa, it dawns on her that the villa is Fu Shenxing's territory and she can't save Guo single-handedly. She'll need a brave and level-headed accomplice. She calls Jinbo. When he arrives at the designated location, she instructs him not to ask questions. As she drives them to the villa, she briefs him about the situation, emphasizing the need for constant communication so she can keep him updated about her whereabouts. If things spiral out of control, he's to call the police without hesitation. Jinbo offers to rescue the girl alone, but Yan quickly shoots down the idea, telling him to put on his earphones and stay low-key. With a stern whisper, she cautions Jinbo to keep quiet as she heads into the villa by herself. Annoyed and on edge, she corners a staff member and demands to know where the guest room is. When he attempts to soothe her, she grabs him by the shirt collar with an uncharacteristic ferocity. She snarls that his blind loyalty to Fu Shenxing might cost him his life, and while Fu Shenxing might forget his devotion, she definitely won't forget his interference. The staff member, taken aback, stammers something about the vastness of the back garden. Out of the corner of her eye, she spots a long hallway and immediately releases the staff member, heading down the corridor. She quickly dials Jinbo, giving him directions to navigate through the sprawling villa until he reaches a grand mansion. Without hesitation, she pounds on the mansion's door. Ah Jiang, ever the picture of calm, opens it, sipping his coffee nonchalantly. She demands to know Fu Sheng's whereabouts. Instead of answering, Ah Jiang steps aside to let her pass, maintaining his casual demeanor. She ascends the staircase, shouting for Fu Sheng. He emerges from a room, pulling on his shirt, and questions if she's lost her mind. They lock eyes, an uncomfortable silence brewing between them. She begins to wonder if Fu Sheng is genuinely clueless about what's going on. He finally breaks the silence, asking her what she plans on doing next. She retorts that she'll do whatever he wants her to, voice laced with bitterness. He asks if she really came all this way just to pick a fight and act jealous. She sharply replies that if he refuses to address Yuji's actions, then she has every right to feel resentful. She accuses him of cheating and orders him to send his mistress away. Entering the room, she spots Guo, who has just finished dressing. She shoots Fu Sheng a disapproving glare. He tells Guo she can leave now. Guo calls Yan pretty sister, assuring her nothing happened between her and Fu Sheng before exiting. This leaves Yan puzzled, wondering if Fu Sheng truly hasn't pieced together the situation. Fu Sheng instructs Ah Jiang to escort Guo home and shuts the bedroom door, asking Yan how she knows Guo. Yan counters, asking if Guo isn't the girl who once asked for his autograph. As she steps back, he moves closer, questioning her again about Guo being the autograph-seeking girl. She accuses him of acting crazy and stumbles onto the couch. He presents an item that belongs to Guo and asks if she honestly believes he's oblivious to everything. He mocks her, asking if she considers herself smart or foolish to believe she could save Guo. He questions what she's banking on, his tolerance towards her previous actions or the fact that she's his mistress. She pleads with him to show some compassion, reminding him that Guo is just a kid. She references his role in her father's death and asks if he's determined to ruin Guo's life too. Fu Sheng commends her for still caring about Guo despite her own vulnerable state. She fires back, asking if he expects her to stand by while he exploits and harms Guo as he did to her. She asserts that her conscience is what's driving her. Fu Sheng stares at her before walking away, expressing his curiosity about where her naive sense of right and wrong might lead her. She chases after him, shouting his name, Shinji Jia, pleading with him to stop. She wraps her arms around him from behind, confessing that her audacity stems from her belief that he has feelings for her. He turns around, asking if she's aware that he might have some affection for her. When she confirms it, he reminds her that despite this, her heart desires nothing more than his downfall. She raises her voice, asserting that she never wished for his demise. She admits to provoking him intentionally, as payback for the countless times he had treated her unfairly in the past, causing her to harbor resentment toward him. She confesses that she was aware of his slightly favorable feelings towards her and wanted to test the waters, to see if they were genuine or just a facade. He studies her, contemplating whether he could fall prey to her manipulations again, especially now that he knows about her alliance with the Chen family. In an unexpected move, he pulls her into a hug. She seizes this moment of vulnerability to ask him about his intentions. His hand slowly moves up to her neck, his grip tightening as he whispers that he has half a mind to strangle her then and there. Their intense confrontation is interrupted by a knock on the door. Ah Jiang stands at the door, announcing that the police are here and they have taken Yan and her accomplice into custody. By the time they make it outside, Guo is already explaining the situation to the officers and Chenbo. She insists that Fu Sheng neither kidnapped nor harmed her, much to Chenbo's disbelief. He lashes out at her, questioning how she could claim to be unharmed when Yan risked her life trying to rescue her. Guo maintains her stance, leading Chenbo to lose his temper, grabbing her shirt and calling her despicable. Yan intervenes, urging him to calm down. The officer informs Guo that her grandmother has been worried sick about her and asks for her account of the events. Guo repeats that Fu Sheng didn't harm her and that he was even arranging for her to be sent home. Fu Sheng echoes her statement, attributing the whole incident to a misunderstanding. He turns to Yan and asks her to confirm his words. She shoots him a glare before admitting to the officer that her jealousy and competitiveness led to this unnecessary ruckus. She confesses that she had someone call the police in a moment of panic. The senior officer admonishes her for treating this like a game, warning her that she could be arrested for filing a false report. Chinbo attempts to intervene, pointing an accusing finger at Fu Sheng, but Hien stops him. The police dismiss everyone. As Gu starts to leave, Fu Sheng stops her to ask why she lied. She denies any intentional deception and walks away, her head bowed. Fu Sheng throws a smug smile at Hien as he bids her goodbye. She walks away, defeated, regretting that her efforts were in vain. Then, she turns back to Fu Sheng, conceding defeat. He inquires about her next move, to which she responds after a brief pause that she will return and deal with whatever is next on his agenda. He disagrees, but she acknowledges her own stubbornness, admitting that even she doesn't know the extent of her tenacity. Outside, Gu finds her grandmother waiting for her. Surprised to see her there, she receives a stern slap from Madame Chen, who then apologizes to Hien on Gu's behalf. Hien admits that she's exhausted all her resources and can barely take care of herself now. She encourages them to look out for each other in the future. Gu blames Hien for revealing her identity to Fu Sheng, prompting a shocked reaction from Madame Chen as Hien walks away. Later, Hien advises Chinbo to go back to school and promises to reach out once everything settles down. He insists on helping her, but she graciously declines his offer, explaining that she needs to focus on defending herself for now. The next day, after a sleepless night, Hien picks up her phone, which is lying next to a small knife, and texts Fu Sheng. Then she picks up the knife. Fu Sheng, en route to a meeting, receives her text admitting defeat and proposing a final game in exchange for her life. Yet, he dismisses her message. Fu Sheng can't help but ponder over Hien. He's perplexed by her audacity. She's the kind of woman who would square off with a blade at her throat, yet now she hints at ending her own life. He sends her a text, asking what method she's chosen for her grand exit. His thoughts are cold, he'd merely lose a plaything if she were gone. When she doesn't respond, he dials her number, but it's unreachable. A sense of unease creeps up on him. He tries again, with no success. In haste, he instructs Jiang to trace her location and get the car ready. Leaving his associates bemused, he storms out of the meeting. As they speed through the city, Jiang informs him that according to the tracker, Hien hasn't left her place since she got back the day before. On reaching her house, he bangs on the door, only to be met with silence. Growing impatient, he kicks the door open. Inside, he finds Hien sprawled on the couch, her wrist bleeding. He checks her pulse casually and swears under his breath. As he remarks that she should have cut an artery if she truly wanted to die, she opens her eyes. His words don't seem to faze her. She notes that her blood clots pretty quickly whenever she cuts herself. He accuses her of staging this suicide act to win his sympathy. She retorts that she's won their bet. He counters, proposing they see who lasts longer, her life or his patience. As she reaches for the knife, a doctor walks in. He dismisses the doctor and Jiang, insisting they're fine. Hien stares at her wrist, rejecting his offer to assist her. He teases her about losing her nerve, then picks up her phone and dials Yuan Ze. She greets Yuan Ze, telling him she wanted to hear his voice. Fu Sheng watches her, silently seething. After a brief exchange, she bids Yuan Ze goodbye and hangs up. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she cuts her wrist deeper. Fu Sheng is taken aback. He snatches the knife from her hand and calls for the doctor. As she calls out to him, using his real name Shenxing, she asks if he thought she was scared of dying. She argues that living requires more courage. He retorts that she doesn't have the right to die without his permission. The doctor manages to stop the bleeding and advises an immediate blood transfusion due to her blood loss. Before he can finish, Fu Sheng is already carrying Hien out of the house, adamant that she must not die. He realizes he's walked into her trap, but he'd willingly jumped in. 6 hours later, Hien wakes up in the hospital with Fu Sheng by her side. Rather than asking for water, she inquires if she won their bet. He admits his defeat. He pulls out a document labeled Shinjijia fingerprint data and questions if her attempts to obtain his fingerprint were part of her grand plan. When she confirms, he burns the document, questioning if she has any other proof of his true identity. She confesses she doesn't. He proposes that she stay by his side from now on. When she verifies if she should abandon her revenge and if this arrangement is until he tires of her, he affirms both conditions. She agrees to his terms. Hien, now back from the hospital and sharing a bed with Fu Sheng, chats casually on the phone with her mom. She fibs about taking a spontaneous vacation with a heartbroken coworker, just to escape the daily grind. Her mom, missing her, suggests they FaceTime, but Fu Sheng holds her close, and she smoothly lies that their signal is terrible. She whispers a playful warning to Fu Sheng, then hops out of bed to assure her mom that she's already planned a New Year trip with her dad, and will be home just in time for their flight. After hanging up, she reveals her bandaged wrist to Fu Sheng, admitting that she can't let her mother see it. He challenges her to go all in and just end it all, but she reminds him of their pact to leave the past behind. Chiding him to act more like a tolerant man, she asks him to help her wrap her wrist before she showers to avoid getting it wet. He scoops her up, heading to the bathroom while suggesting she simply hold her hand up. As she plans a kiss on him, she promises to keep her hand up during the shower and assures him she'll call if she needs him. He vows not to interfere while she's in the shower. In the midst of the shower, he gently washes her hair. She muses that he seems unfazed by her parents leaving the country for vacation, and she needs to expedite their departure. Fu Sheng, on the other hand, contemplates Hien's collaboration with the Chen family to steal his fingerprints and wonders who might be backing them. After the shower, as he blow-dries her hair, she senses something is off. Pointing out his strange behavior, he brushes it off, accusing her of overthinking. She counters, asking what he means and insists that she's just trying to make amends. He quizzes her if she thinks their time together is just to pacify him, and she admits that she'd rather have him vent his frustrations on her than elsewhere. He playfully pushes her onto the bed, questioning if she really believes their intimate moments are for venting. Then he yanks her towel away, tossing it aside. Later, as they cuddle post-intimacy, he whispers her name. She chides him to stop messing around because she's exhausted and pulls him closer before he rolls on top of her. Later, Fu Sheng finds Jiang in his office. Jiang assures him that he's taken care of everything and Fu Sheng's records have been wiped clean, but he's still clueless about the Chen family's backer or the nature of Hien's alliance with them. Fu Sheng muses how Hien managed to pull one over on him. Jiang shares that Fu Sheng's father is aware of the police incident and has forbidden him from further meddling with the Chen family. Fu Sheng retorts, questioning why his father would place a stand-in like him in such a position if he wants to micromanage everything. Jiang reminds him that he is there to serve the Fu family and that the head's orders are paramount. Fu Sheng inquires who Jiang believes will be the heir once the old man steps down. When Jiang affirms it'll be Fu Sheng, he instructs Jiang to obey him or face consequences. Settling into his chair, Fu Sheng suggests they start investigating Gua to uncover the Chen family's supporters and vows to make them pay for crossing him. Jiang grudgingly agrees to investigate Gua straight away and dashes out of the office. As he zooms past Hien in the corridor, she questions if Fu Sheng is in his office. Jiang nods, not breaking his stride. She approaches the office door and knocks lightly. With a call from Fu Sheng to come in, she tries to push open the heavy door. After a bit of effort, she manages to crack it open enough to squeeze herself through. Fu Sheng teases her about her apparent weakness, jokingly wondering where all the energy she had in bed has gone. She retorts, asking why the door is so heavy. He casually mentions that it's bulletproof. As she looks around, her gaze lands on his bookshelf and she notes how many books he has. Fu Sheng can't help but wonder if they are just perfect for each other. Among the array of books, one specific English classic catches her eye, Call Me By Your Name. Her excitement is palpable as she picks it up, but Fu Sheng dismisses it and changes the topic. He notes that she seems quite awake considering she was passed out like a corpse earlier. She shoots him a glare but doesn't respond. Instead, she takes his seat opposite him, sharing a dream she had where she tried to escape, but he brought her back only to torture her parents in front of her. Fu Sheng questions if she still wants to escape, and she assures him she doesn't, not after that dream. He invites her to sit with him, and she kneels before him, pleading with him not to harm her family. He asks if she would trust him if he promised not to, and she kisses his hand, affirming that she would. Fu Sheng makes the promise, vowing to only keep her and never harm her parents. Then, he lifts her onto his lap, insisting she tell him how she got in contact with the Chen family. She explains that she simply asked a stranger to borrow their phone, relying on her cute face to convince them. She also mentions a visit to the Chen family after accidentally leaving her phone at school. As they chat, Fu Shen gazes at a picture on the wall. Curious, Hien turns to see a photo of a man and asks who he is. Fu Shen dismisses the question, saying it's not him. Hien ponders how Shinji Jia and Fu Shenxing are two completely different people. She suggests he get rid of the books if he doesn't like them, but he counters, asking if she thinks Shinji Jia would enjoy them. She teases him about what gangsters might like and starts listing random things, all the while fighting off sleep. Fu Shen chuckles, covering her with his shirt as she drifts off. When she questions his laughter, he admits that she has a knack for cheering him up without even trying. She thanks him for the compliment, calling him Shinji Jia, and he carries her back to bed. The next morning, Hien receives a call from Guo but cuts her short, stating they have nothing left to discuss. As soon as she hangs up, Chenbo calls. He tells her he just received his paycheck and wants to treat her to dinner, adding that Guo might be visiting her soon. He expresses concern for her safety, and she assures him she's safe. She then asks Fu Shen if she could have dinner with Chenbo. Fu Shen reacts with surprise and a tinge of annoyance at the mention of Chenbo's name. She playfully chides him not to be stingy and invites him along. He quickly asserts that he's not scared of Chenbo and seals his statement with a kiss. As Fu Shen pulls Hien into a deep kiss, a knock at the door breaks their moment. But he's not ready to stop. He lifts Hien into his arms and carries her to a nearby couch, dismissing the interruption with a wave of his hand. His jacket falls to the floor as Jiang waits awkwardly outside the door. After a good half hour, Fu Shen finally emerges from the room, looking oddly relaxed. Jiang, who has been patiently waiting all this time, quickly informs him that Mr. Fu Xiaowu has invited Guo over to the villa. Fu Shen doesn't miss a beat and suggests they head there. Once at the villa, Fu Shen, Jiang, and fifth brother are lounging around in silence. Fu Shen breaks the quiet by teasing fifth brother about his unusual weekday behavior. Almost immediately, fifth brother places a call to a woman named Hua and instructs her to send some company. Soon, a group of girls arrives, and the socializing begins in earnest, all except for Fu Shen and Jiang, that is. Just as things start to heat up, a waiter bursts into the lounge, announcing a scuffle outside. Turns out, Baldy is picking a fight with Guo, accusing her of being a two-faced woman. Guo retaliates with a slap, and Jiang steps in to resolve the situation, reminding Baldy that it was Fu Shen who invited Guo. As they walk away, Baldy grumbles about always being the one to get hurt but finds consolation in the thought of Fu Shen dealing with Guo. Once Guo reaches the door, she hesitates before knocking. Inside, Guo addresses fifth brother by his name, Xiao Wu, causing him to send the girls away. Then Fu Shen questions her on her motives for being there, revealing that he's aware of her father's past and has been keeping tabs on her. He berates her for returning after her identity was exposed, but she defends herself, saying she only stepped in for an ill co-worker. Fu Shen dismisses her as a child and instructs Jiang to escort her home. Guo fumes at being underestimated, insisting that she's there to seek justice for her father. Fu Shen commends her bravery but warns her against reckless actions. Guo snaps back, declaring her fearlessness, even in the face of death. Fu Shen, seeing an opportunity, reassures her that he has no intention of harming her or her grandmother. He also denies any involvement in her father's death. When Guo questions him about his true identity, Fu Shen dismisses her claims, asking if she really believes a death row prisoner could become the CEO of Fu Group. She brings up Hien's admission that he is Shinji Jia, but Fu Shen brushes it off, telling her that whatever is going on between him and Hien has nothing to do with her father's death. She persists, arguing that her father's accident involved a car belonging to the Fu Group shortly after he helped Hien verify his identity. She challenges him, asking if he thinks it's just a coincidence. Fu Shen tells her that without solid proof, her attempts to connect him to her father's accident are laughable at best. She pushes him further, pleading for him to shed some light on his relationship with Hien if he's truly innocent. Sighing, Fu Shen admits that he's taken a liking to Hien. However, she's convinced that he's the notorious prisoner Shinji Jia and is hellbent on proving it. He confesses that he was smitten from the first time he laid eyes on her, but because of his uncanny resemblance to Shinji Jia, she's been conducting her own investigation. Gu seems taken aback, rubbing her head as she tries to process the information. She reminds Fu Sheng that Yan is a married woman. Fu Sheng casually shrugs, admitting that he's aware of her marital status. He doesn't care about societal norms or marital ethics. In fact, he's done things to drive a wedge between Yan and her husband. But instead of pushing her towards him, it only fueled her hatred. He then probes Gu, asking if she and Yan have been trying to collect his fingerprints. Gu admits that Yan did try, but the prints retrieved were not clear enough for testing. Fu Sheng chuckles, pointing out that Yan might not be a professional, but even she should know there are proper methods and tools for fingerprint extraction. Gu explains that the fingerprint has to be on a smooth surface, and Yan used loose powder and scotch tape to lift it, which resulted in an unclear print. Fu Sheng nods, realizing his suspicions were correct all along. He muses to himself, wondering if Yan's failure was due to her carelessness. He also thinks that Yan isn't as naive as he initially thought. Fu Sheng lets out a satisfying laugh, finally knowing Yan's failed plans, ordering for the provision of a blank white paper and stamping pad, and Jiang hurriedly does as he pleases. The little girl lazily stares around while awaiting his return, and in no less time, he strides in with the materials in hand. He places it before his boss, who does the needful, placing his index on the paper and handing it over to Gu while announcing his innocence. Gu is shocked and doubtful of his actions, but Fu Sheng assures her to have it in return, just in case she runs out of copies. During the exchange, he drifts a little and speaks frankly about the extent he is willing to go for Yan whenever she's in need, a little smile masking his profile. It is fair to say our male lead is hooked with the ravenous thought of his conflict lover. Brushing the thoughts off, he instructs his henchmen to usher the little girl out of the building. Adding to this, he commands her never to as much as show her face in the building ever again, as he wouldn't always be her knight in shining armor when things go south, and she mouths a thank you while exiting the office. Left alone to his piece, he takes a moment before grabbing his phone to place a call, instructing probably his henchmen what to do with the extracted fingerprints, all for the course of finding the person responsible. Meanwhile, fifth brother strolls in alongside Mr. Baldy, inquiring about his reason for sending her away in that manner, but Baldy pets his numb cheek, which resulted in the slap from earlier, and in fact, blames Fu Sheng's choice of women, also stating the fact he is old and bald. Can you believe that? His silliness irritates fifth brother. He envisions adding to what the females in question did to him, but screams at him to shower blame on his parents for his ugly features instead. Fu Sheng, sensing his hurt, instructs him to go choose his favorite girl from Sister Hua, and now this makes him happy, finally satisfied that his boss gets the picture. On the other hand, Fu Sheng lazily taps away on his phone while fifth brother observes his bored demeanor. Fifth brother suggests inviting their brothers, who are enjoying themselves elsewhere, to come party with them. However, the boss gives a curt reply about heading out and doing just that, all while contacting Yan to inquire about her whereabouts. Moving forward, she fills him in on the dinner they just finished, also informing him of her current location and her intention to ride home on the bus. "Where are you?" he asks impatiently, and she reveals her location, saying something else, but he cuts her abruptly, instructing her not to move an inch as he will pick her up in a wink. The swerve of his car in her direction catches our attention, but he seems absent-minded, reflecting on a conversation he had with an inquisitive Gu who urges him to tell Yan the truth about his identity, and other conversations in between. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see our female lead taking a go to silence her alarm clock, and once silenced, she wonders why she's still asleep, but a voice from the kitchen calls out to her to get ready for school. This makes her fully awake as she wears her oddly familiar slippers, and as if that isn't enough surprise, she observes her room, which is the same as hers back home. She strides to the mirror, but lo and behold, her eyes are a puddle as she sees her younger self staring right back at her. And just as the frenzy begins to kick in, her mother peeks at her, wondering what has gotten over her. Yan, still in shock, questions why her mother yells, and she alerts her about how late she got up for school. But hold up, young Yan feels extremely odd, like she's in a dream, retrieving her coin and tossing it just like the ones done in movies. As the tension escalates through her body and the wait becomes impossible, the coin finally stops, hinting it is in a dream. Time-traveling sings in her head as she comes to a resolution, dashing out the door and simultaneously screaming her busy schedule to her shocked mother, Fu Sheng's words haunting her entirety. Arriving at Beigao High 40 minutes later, she wonders about Shinjichi's presence there. As time ticks away, our female lead awaits her claimed lover just as Su Qingbo exits the building, striding towards her. However, she announces the news about someone coming to her aid in no time, but an inquisitive Su Qingbo press further, mouthing Fu Sheng's name, which she confirms. She observes his mood shift and allays his fears, letting him know they called a truce, but all that falls on deaf ears as the young lad insists on contacting the cops. She dissuades him from his plans as it will only cause more ruckus, and their discussion turns into a bag of muffled sounds when the devil in question spots them from his car. Fury is his new name as he stops abruptly in front of them, his tires screeching from the stop, and instantly signaling her to hop in. She informs her student to text her later while she makes her way to his car, but guess what? His mouth latches onto her immediately after she gets in, leaving her no breathing space. The disrespect becomes even worse when he cages her hands in his grasp. Alas, he succeeds in getting a reaction from Su Qingbo as he rushes to the car, trying all means to rescue teacher Hien, but to no avail, all while he spits vile words, "You monster." Fu Sheng releases her from the brutal kiss, locking eyes with her student, but wastes no seconds as he starts the car and zooms off, knocking poor Su Qingbo to the ground. Hien screams at the top of her lungs, pleading with him to stop the car, but guess what? The he-devil is not about to succumb to her plea just as he fires on recklessly into the night. Still on their way, a call comes through her phone as her student seems to be concerned for her well-being, but she brushes his concerns into thin air, asking about his welfare instead. He lets her in on his current state, threatening to call the cops, and Hien, becoming worried for his sake, sternly tells him to drop it, and he does, letting her know he would come for her instead. She notifies him of her current state, both of them exchanging words of concern as the call ends. Back to the bane of her existence, she informs him to quit his act for the night and head straight home, but the he-devil becomes so excited as the car screeches to a stop that she almost bumps the headboard. Sucking in her whole breath, she takes in her environment, only realizing she's in the middle of nowhere. "Can you believe that?" She tells him something about killing and throwing of bodies, but on the contrary, he unfastens her seatbelt and without warning, yanks her over until she straddles him, and before she realizes what on earth is going on, he is pulling her clothes off. He arrogantly announces his needs, and that earns him a slap, but unfortunately, that doesn't deter him, making his intentions a reality. Nonetheless, all her pleadings fall on deaf ears as he has his way with her. Exactly 1 hour later, we see our favorite female with puffy eyes, probably due to the Earth's tears, staring out the window while Fu Sheng fastens his buttons as she spits her concern about his forceful nature. They continue their journey in deafening silence, but she breaks it when she notifies him to make a quick stop at the pharmacy with the intention of getting birth control pills. On the contrary, he is nonchalant of her request, replying curtly, "You don't need that," leaving her flabbergasted. His imagination runs wild as he envisions their future together, but she calms herself to avoid enraging him further as she tries to reason with him. She fills him in on the number of medications she takes to avoid the baby situation, also mentioning the negative effects it might have on the unborn, her emotions getting the best of her. She cries loudly, not able to make muffled sounds anymore, in the same vein, accusing him of having ill intentions towards the unborn, but truth be told, he is unfazed by her display. In fact, he internally commends her roleplay even though he is forced to make a quick stop by the pharmacy to grant her wishes. Back in the car, he tosses the medication her way and hands her a bottle of water, camouflaging the character of a gentleman, and she downs it as they continue their journey home. The moon shines so brightly as they make their way into the house, and Hien's slow pace gives away her pain, which prompts him to cradle her like a child, acting like a gentleman yet again. Moving forward, he lays her on the bed, but she orders him to get out, clearly not in the mood for his masculine shenanigans. After a little while, we see Fu Sheng in a state of regret as he reminisces on the drama from earlier, tossing and turning and then finally falling asleep. He finds himself in a dream from his high school days as he approaches Hien, who is obviously whispering with her friend about his bullying nature. Yuan Ze comes into view handing over her goodies. Her friend instantly informs him about Hien's stalkers, and he makes a mental note to protect her as their mouths grace each other, driving young Fu Sheng to nuts, only just in time for his henchman to alert him of the drugs he asked for. "Give it to me," he says, still reeling from the ruckus of a dream. Later that night, Hien cries into her thighs, misery etching her core just as Fu Sheng hangs on her doorframe and coughs to get a reaction, but when she doesn't move, he takes quick strides toward her, along with her treatment. He instructs her to lie down, but that falls on deaf ears as our stubborn lady maintains her position. Then, out of nowhere, she yells at him with pure disgust, informing him never to touch her, and we are shocked to see a slight smile etch on his lips as he assures her his intentions, especially given a personality that derives joy from people's sufferings. Alas, she caves in and he gets right into her treatments. She questions his intention as pity or guilt, but he remains silent as if calculating his words. Suddenly, he blurts out his hurt about trying to change, also making mention of Yuan Ze, but she doesn't give him a talking privilege, displaying an avatar skill that involves kicking his ass to the ground, which he also deserves. However, we keep our fingers crossed awaiting his next move of terror, but we are captivated by him petting her, and suddenly, she jolts towards him, punching his chest in anger, but he commands her to use even more strength so hatred would be all she feels. Moreover, she halts, knowing he isn't hurt by her display as she buries her head into the pillow, crying at her all. He takes in the moment, leaving the room while commanding his henchmen to keep eyes on her, and hostage, just for a few days, all for the course of clearing his suspicions concerning Hien and the Chen family. The following day, our female lead spits fire asking about her freedom, hence there is no end to his torture, and Fu Shenxing states his concerns about the receiving end of his fingerprint without making eye contact. She states their agreement, terming it in the past, and also questions what he is so afraid of given he destroyed the original copy of his prints. Turning into a mini back and forth, he informs her his reason for being careful, but she doesn't care of course, as she can't wait for the day all the skeletons in his closet will be brought to the limelight. He, on the other hand, instructs her to watch him patiently while he does a smooth job to reveal whosoever it is, already tired of her feminine shenanigans. The next scene unfolds with our male lead conversing with a Jiang about Miss He as the latter relates his observation concerning the way she operates, removing her outside contact except family and never reaching out to people. Fu Shenxing asks about Gua, his eyes fixated on a print, and he fills him on Gua's little adventure with the fingerprint, hinting that the officer in question might still be in possession of it. However, he instructs him to smartly retrieve the fingerprints from the little girl without falling into the hands of the police officer, but his scheme doesn't end there even as he instructs him to keep a close eye on the cop in question, and announces his decision when he checks everything out. His henchman asks about the Chen family, but he notifies him to stand down for reasons like not alerting the enemy and lazily flips the print toward him. Moving forward, he strolls into the gym, his intentions clearly masked on his profile as he admires Hien, who is running on a treadmill with sporadic breathing. She is alerted at his presence and ends her run while he pops the question about knowing an officer named Zhang, but she is grumpy with her reply accusing him of not believing her in the first place, but there he goes whining about wanting to believe and whatnot, and without further ado, she informs him that he is dead, also expressing her guilt for rather exposing his daughter, also seizing the opportunity to plead with him to spare her parents even to the length of opting to bet their protection. Moreover, she lets him know that the Chen family is not her responsibility any longer while making her way to the bathroom, and like a predator hovering over its prey, he follows her, but she warns him not to follow her right before she gets in. "Do you need any help?" he teases, making his way into the bathroom irrespective of her warnings. Meanwhile, she spits fire at him about boundaries. Without warning, he gropes her cheek singing how amazing she is, but she screams, clutching her towel tightly to her chest. He goes all alpha male on her, dragging it off entirely wearing the devil's smirk, but she caters away from him screaming pervert. Nevertheless, he plays a fast one on her, dragging her back with his shirt and fixing her rightly for himself. Hien, he whispers so darkly, his fingers playing with her lips before engulfing her mouth in a bruising kiss. She is definitely enraptured by the kiss as she appears dizzy, but goes ahead to inform him anyway how exhausted she's gotten from calculating and struggling. Still, on a high dose of emotions, she whispers, "If you like me, I'll be by your side. Yet, if you don't like it anymore, just send me away." Fu Shenxing is so clingy, refusing to let go even after she's dressed. However, she repeats the same question from earlier, but shockingly, he embraces her in a warm, even cradling her all the way to the bedroom. She is electrified when he lays her on the bed, although, in a split second, she caters away from him, daring him to touch her, but a picture of her fragile state from their last encounter flashes into his memory. He expresses a vulnerable state, leaving her all confused, and you wouldn't believe what happens next. Fu Shenxing, CEO of Fu Group, whispers how sorry he is, which is unheard of, yet, knowing the sly human that took her hostage in the first place, she kicks relentlessly while also cursing at him. Holding her in a tight grasp, he soothes her, pleading to stop the argument, but then, out of nowhere, he questions her potential to give him a baby, making her eyes wide open just as the clouds tear up in the very nick. Laying still beneath him, her imagination blooms. "I won at last," ravaging the entirety of her thoughts, and as the tension escalates, we're on the edge of our seats, wondering what her reply would be. "All right," she says, excitement evident in her demeanor, assuring to birth his baby only if he gets married to her, but he apologizes instead, shredding every glimmer of hope. The next scene fades into our female character snoring lightly as she sleeps. Meanwhile, Fu Shenxing stares at her, clearly enraptured by her beauty, what's more, whispering she's a snore baby. Her phone rings, jolting her awake as she scrambles but picks up the phone at last when her mother's voice roars at the other end of the line, inquiring about her plans to come back, especially given that she's close by. She assures her mom that she will be heading home in no time to help her pack up, and when he makes a slight noise, her eyes say it all, glaring daggers his way. However, he assures her that he is silent but puts the phone on the loudspeaker to listen to the mother and daughter's little squabble. Nevertheless, the back and forth persists, but she is taken aback when the elderly woman questions her relationship with Fu Shenxing, suggesting she brings him home, and she flickers to their plan of traveling abroad the following day, but rather opts they visit when they are back from their trip. Fu Shenxing goes to say something, but she hushes him and gushes about her mother's mapo tofu, spilling her intentions toward it, and with that, she hangs up. Moving forward, she grins mysteriously at him, positioning herself on top of him in a swift movement as she jokes about him being silent and also tickling him to uncontrollable laughter. Looking down at his excited figure, she knows he has grown a level of softness toward her just as she commands him to fill her ears with words of assurance that relate to liking and wanting her, but in a swift movement, he flips her so she is underneath him as he repeats the exact words, and she turns a brighter shade of red as she mouths okay. After a few hours of each other's company, Fu Shenxing decides to freshen up for work while Hien lies tired on the bed. He instructs her to rest for a while, also teasing her on his futuristic plans to visit her parents whenever he has the strength, and this elicits a scream from her as she shoots him a pillow to get to work. Moving to a different location, the president of Fu Group is seen in his company while his Zhejiang informs him of the recent business with his old man. Fu Shenxing obviously seems bored but allows him his speech, but soon enough, he diverts to his favorite topic, instructing him to let her be if she wants to go out, or better still, be her driver if she wants to use a car, which his henchman clearly understands. As the day progresses, Hien is seen deeply engrossed in the weather forecast as she strolls to visit her mom, but lo and behold, Fu Shenxing's henchman monitors her every move while informing his boss of the situation. He questions his need to properly monitor her, but his boss alerts him to pay more attention to the Chen family instead, and also alerts him immediately if his situationship contacts the Chen family. The call ends, although he cannot help the dreaded feeling in his gut if she decides to contact the Chen family. Time flies like every other day, and Zhejiang contacts and informs him of the recent development with Hien not contacting the family, and he exhales a deep breath as he activates work mode. Simultaneously, Hien is seen tapping away on her computer, figuring out ways to transfer huge sums of money when her phone buzzes with a call from her claimed lover. They chat about their day, and suddenly, her mom appears at the doorway, inquiring about the location of her bank cards, and she replies, stating the exact position it is, but her mom seems to not find it either. Hien, getting exasperated, follows her mom to reveal the hidden card, still on the call with Fu Shenxing, who smiles from his spot as she complains about her parents being the hardest. However, she informs him not to call her anymore as she is busy helping her mom. After the call, all she can think of is the possibility of transferring money without arousing Fu Shenxing's suspicions. Without warning, her ear is held in her mother's grip, just as the old woman inquires about her real intention of coming over to the house, to help her pack up or play with her computer. Hien cries out for her to let go, and just as expected, she questions her daughter who the caller is, and Hien takes the hint to divert her mom's attention with bags, also informing her to bring extra, which she agrees to. By the way, her mother doesn't let it go as she questions Fu Shenxing's career, and Hien stutters before finally talking about how powerful he is. Continuing from before, Hien informs her mom that she has absolutely nothing to worry about given the others are nothing more, also opting they discuss more in depth when she returns from her journey. The talk about Yuan Ze comes into the limelight. Her mom feels terrible for the way things ended between them, and on second thought, she thinks about his welfare and how relieved she will be to hear from him. Adding to this, she seeks a little favor from her mom, handing him a little toy, probably from childhood, and the elderly woman is in wonderment on how the youngsters cling onto things, though she announces the fact that Yuan Ze has one and hers will double. Her mom calls her name in a manner that screams "Are you okay?" but she fills her in on how she got hold of it in the first place, only having intentions of returning it. Her mom is fed up with Lao He's habit of reading cartoons as she informs him to ready his passport for their big flight. Their arrival at the airport is quick, and Hien's parents get ready to board just as her dad gives her his final advice to be safe. She breaks into a laughing fit, simultaneously scratching her neck, and her old man notices the bandage on her wrist, becoming an alpha dad instantly, inquiring about the wound. She announces she twisted it while moving stuff, which is obviously a lie, but that doesn't deter the old man as he takes a closer look at it, and she dismisses him with a doctor's report that never existed. With that, they exchange their last goodbyes, hugging the hell out of her mom, saying something about getting dad back before liberation overnight, and her mom assures her as they both make their way to the plains sector. Our female lead can't escape the feeling of emptiness, her train of thoughts highlighting how lonely she is, and the possibility of Fu Shenxing intercepting them. However, he phones Fu Shenxing, who immediately teases her on the other end of the line, but she goes to the point, informing him of her sprained wrist, which hurts a little. Without further ado, he inquires about her whereabouts, informing her he will be there as soon as possible, and she goes to argue, but he ends the call on her. Her breathing skyrockets, and she sweats profusely, knowing better than to let him come to the airport. Meanwhile, he is on a business call as she tries his line, but all to no avail. She tries his number a couple of times, but it's too late as he calls out to her like a perfect gentleman. Continuing from before, she is greatly startled by his voice, her phone falling to the ground as a result. He reaches for the phone and hands it to her while inquiring about the situation of her wrist. Meanwhile, she wonders how he arrived sooner. He grips her hand and takes a good look at her wrist while he talks about visiting the doctor. However, she relieves herself of his grip, informing him it isn't that bad, but further asks his reason for arriving so quickly, and he playfully reveals his fear about not being able to walk, but she alerts him how well her foot is, while he hugs her from behind. She cautions him to stop the public display of affection, but he doesn't care, also notifying her of his plans to pick someone. Hien is thirsty for coffee but inquires who he wants to pick up, and he replies sternly, mentioning his brother's name. In that instant, she informs him to continue his journey while she takes a taxi back home, but he sees right through her, sensing her fears of facing his brother. She clears the air about not wanting to be embarrassed due to their kind of relationship, or scratch that, situationship. In addition, she asks how he plans on introducing her, given the last encounter between the trio, and also states that even a mistress can be upright, unlike those that never see the light. At this point, he wears a look of regret and pity, Hien still talking about being self-acknowledged as she makes her way to probably take a taxi, but before inches are made, Fu Shenxing grabs her to himself as if hiding her from a demon. Lo and behold, his brother appears just in the nick of time, immediately accusing his brother of acting, his bodyguards hovering around him like a fly. Fu Shui commands her to come out from behind his older brother, and she obeys, questioning what he wants at once. Fu Shui confirms her identity, calling her unclean, and inquiring if he still plays with her, pointing to their hands, and she releases her hands from Fu Shenxing's grip out of anger. The guys get dangerously close to each other as if about to start a fight. Meanwhile, Hien drags the oldest as it isn't necessary to go physical, even though she wastes her time due to the fact that he is immovable. As the tension escalates, we wonder about the turn of events, and surprisingly, Fu Shenxing pats his brother reassuringly, informing him to take a rest even though it's for a few days. Transitioning to the next setting, she talks about the brothers' vulgar communication, a little bit of disappointment marring her profile as she drags him until they are fully out of the building. They converse about things like provinces. Meanwhile, two high school students are seated in a corner, the girl screaming at her sorry excuse of a boyfriend, even using Hien and Fu Shenxing as role models. She points towards Fu Shenxing, terming him a loyal dog, and the couple in question looks towards them completely taken aback. They continue their journey to the car, and when they are comfortably seated, Hien invites him to shop with her for the new year. She strikes up a conversation but notices his calm demeanor as they drive in silence to the mall. Not long after, they reach their destination and make their way to the mall when Fu Shenxing calls out to her and apologizes for every time he hurt her in the past and swears never to hurt her again. Hien assures him that she will never mention the past and even swears to stay by his side to the end of time. How ironic. However, it doesn't end there as she pleads with him to never hurt her family, and he promises, or no, scratch that, he promises her anything and everything. He asks what she wants and her answer is rather vague as she whispers your fate. He makes a joke of her answer, relating it to the bed, and she screams it will be stinky, while laughing her brains out, and with that, they head into the mall. The next scenes unfold, and we see our female lead struggling to get a product on the shelf that obviously is higher than her, and Fu Shenxing offers his assistance, seeming bored by her acts. He asks her a question but is shocked at her answer, giving her accolades for her knowledge. Nevertheless, they head over to the counter, and he throws her a question concerning the products suitable for him, but she informs him to choose for himself while heading over to the car. In the next scene, we see our female lead walking at a fast pace, making her way out of the mall as Fu Shenxing follows suit, calling out to her. She is obviously triggered by what he said due to the facial expression she wears. Nevertheless, he catches up with her, requesting the reason for her fast pace. Not able to hold her feelings in anymore, she alerts him of his joke which she considers frivolous, especially when told in public places, and alas, he gets the hint, informing her he will pay more attention henceforth. Moving forward, she orders him to push the cart with the excuse of feeling a little bit sore on her wrist. What's more, she inquires which of them he would be able to buy, and he informs her the largest or thinnest or rather, the best one to use, and at this moment, she knows better than to ask, and so he suggests going for the second round of shopping, probably to buy some sexy stuff this time around, which makes her the merrier. Fast track to some hours later as the couples make their way back to their apartment. We see Hien with a totally satisfied look on her face, walking ahead of Fu Shenxing, who carries the entire shopping list on him while he sweats profusely. Hien offers her help sarcastically, but Mr. Alpha Male refuses her help and even brags about carrying more to top it all. But guess what, it doesn't end there, as he also refuses Zhang's help. Alas, he is freed from the load, dropping them all on at the corner of the bedroom while Hien stretches with untold joy for the shopping well enjoyed. Zhang, however, alerts him of the master's request to see him, and she assures him to go on as she will be fine having her beauty rest. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see Fu Shenxing making his way to the living room when his little brother calls out to him, beckoning him to sit with them. His grandfather, who looks too young to be a granddad, instructs him to sit, and his little brother doesn't read the room as he already rides on his older brother's nerves, mentioning Hien. Fu Shenxing is not a peacemaker either, mentioning his experience of being chased and beaten abroad, but what shocks us to the bone marrow is the fact his little brother calls him Shinjicha, which triggers him, and just when we think punches are about to be thrown, their grandfather intercepts the rising war. Grandfather takes the cue to admonish his sons, instructing them to live as one both at home and in public places irrespective of their squabbles. He also informs them of their need to start a family, especially the eldest son, proposing that both of them have snacks on the matter, but then, out of nowhere, he warns them sternly to never bring a plaything home as a wife, as she must be dignified and virtuous, and Fu Shenxing reflects on the condition Hien gave him to have his baby. Fu Suhui finally finds something to feed on repeating the words of their grandfather slowly and steadily. However, Fu Shenxing excuses himself, obviously fed up with his little brother's shenanigans, and the old man gives his permission. As night falls, Zhang drives him home, seizing the opportunity to inform him of the recent situation of his little brother asking about Hien. He further lets him know he was mute during the ride with him, although he points out how keen he was about a certain letter, even keen enough to pay someone to look into it. Fu Shenxing gives him strict instructions to act on, plus informs fifth brother and Baldy to protect Chen's daughter at all costs, which he understands clearly. The rest of the drive home is silent and quick. He enters his home only to find Hien starting at the pot, completely lost. Hien he calls, bringing her back to reality as she grins at him, but he asks about the doctor's appointment and dinner, and she gives him a positive reply about her wrist. However, about dinner, she voices how troublesome it will be for her hands. She doesn't forget to mention her soup craving, which resulted in calling the nanny for assistance even though she might have prepared something worse, all in the name of passing time. She scoops a little and gestures to him to have a taste, and he confirms it's delicious, and his confession prompts her to taste a little, but to her greatest surprise, she rushes over to the sink, coughing her heart out at this point. Fu Shenxing, did you grow up coding pig food? She questions, and he admits it tastes almost the same. She also gets to discover he's had a hard time in the post. Moreover, she mourns the wasted ingredients, hating herself even more, but the gentleman assures her the food is tasty, hugging her from behind while whispering in her ears to remain like that, just the two of them, and this results in a quick kiss. She realizes they are in plain sight and Zhang can easily walk in on them, and he suggests they head to the room while she instructs him to freshen up first before anything else. Meanwhile, Zhang is recklessly pacing around the room for only God knows what. The following day, Fu Shenxing lightly taps a sleepy Hien to call her parents, and she inquires what time it is over there, which he informs her, and she jolts out of bed scrambling for her phone. She contacts her mother in an instant, bombarding her with a lot of questions, but her mother calms her nerves, informing her of their well-being, which is beautiful of course, and as a result, they say their goodbyes while she intends to go back to sleep. Fu Shenxing, however, tells her to arrange some stuff, and she can't help but think of how vigilant he is, as he can tell the exact time immediately, and we are totally taken aback at her train of thought to escape from the grasp of Fu Shenxing. What is going on? Later that day, Fu Shenxing and Zhang are seen having a conversation in his office, Zhang handing him a letter that apparently came from Gua to Officer Zhang, and he reads the letter, also ensuring that Zhang didn't leave a trail. Fu Shenxing further instructs him to print his fingerprints and imitate Gua's writings, but it doesn't end there, as he instructs him to treat him well, using the avenue to retrieve the fingerprint information in his care. In addition, Jiang asks what to do concerning the Chen family and he notifies that the little girl shouldn't worry about the old lady, coupled with the fact everyone should go unnoticed for the sake of Yan's parents. Moving to a different location, our favorite female is seen approaching a janitor pleading to use her phone to place a call, even as she forgot hers, which is a lie of course, and the poor janitor buys it, handing her phone over. She contacts a lady named Sweet, stating her current location and insisting she comes down quickly, sounding a little bit exasperated. Meanwhile, the janitor informs her of her free call time, urging her to speak calmly, but unfortunately, she's done with the call as she hands her phone back. She goes to sit in a corner while she waits for Sweet, and in no time, the lady calls out to her, informing her she has waited quite a while. Hien notifies her to get used to it sooner than planned, and the lady laughs lightly as Hien drags her to a restaurant for lunch. Just like a typical confession session, she confesses her inability to eat a good meal after returning home, and Hien instructs her to check out her card, bringing back memories of when they both looked alike and the fact she reported her date in college, and Sweet flip, obviously annoyed at what Hien said. Fast forward to an hour later, Sweet still rages about her goodness towards her, screaming about how she should be repaid instead. Hien laughs lightly, knowing fully well what she craves, as she scrutinizes the cards, making fun of Miss Ben's act of confidence. Switching back to business mode, Hien informs her of a very important thing she could use her help for, and Sweet laughs knowing she isn't at ease but probes further on the matter. Hien zones out, already feeling terrible for dragging Sweet into her mess, but she remembers her desperate need to escape Fu Shenxing, which only she can proffer a solution. Just in, Sweet fist bangs the table, knocking her off her thoughts as she screams at her to spill the beans on the matter arising, also letting her in on her plan to hide from a powerful person, and this discovery grips our lovely Sweet as she questions his identity. However, Hien doesn't reply to her but fills her in on how great the situation is as she can't use her ID card to book a hotel room, not to talk of a flight. "Can you lend me?" she asks, her eyes turning into a puddle, assuring her to do right by her card, but Sweet is still fully enraged, probably preparing for an invisible battle as she inquires about his name and how it happened. She ignores the question once more, giving a heartfelt speech, but Sweet doesn't buy it as she questions who she provoked, shouting at the top of her voice, exasperated, disrupting the peace of the restaurant at this point. She probes further into what her ex-husband does in the situation. She spills the beans about him relocating to the States to take care of her parents, so therefore, she can't afford to mess things up. Sweet suggests that her father help her instead, but Hien refuses as she can't afford to endanger other people, and suddenly, a thought strikes Sweet as she questions the situation related to the 4 years ago incident, and when Hien replies, she understands the grave situation. Without further ado, Sweet gives her permission to use her ID card, also inquiring other ways she could be of help, and Hien states her needs of course, informing her to get her a new phone number as the same as the other. She hands some stuff to deliver to her house the following morning, instructing where to put her ID card. As if that isn't enough, she notifies him not to contact her after she leaves the building. Adding to all she said, Sweet advises her to hurry and save her money for running away, as it will be unwise to slide her phone or map on the road. Later that night, the couple is seen to be in a conversation as she questions how he knows she didn't get the bag, accusing him of having her followed yet again, and he informs her that she came back pretty empty-handed. She blabs about how expensive the bag is but flexes her smartness for her mother to buy it instead. She requests he help her make a choice, and he does, pointing at a pink bag, or buy it all, he says. Moving forward, she asks about his plans for the new year, and he lets her know that he will be going home to worship the ancestors, and seizing the opportunity, she informs him about her plan to go back to her parents' house as he is too big for her, especially when he is not around. Seemingly fine by him, he lets her know that he will be picking her up in the next 2 days, and she informs him about cleaning up her parents' house as soon as she gets there. Meanwhile, excitement is an understatement of what she feels as her plan of escaping is finally becoming a reality. She tells him to come home during his afternoon break as she will be cooking lunch for him, and he is shocked at her hospitality, already anticipating the delicious meal. He informs her that he is always at her beck and call, whenever she needs him, and she does like the married couple, hurrying him to get going while also informing him of what he's yet to experience, and with that, they exchange goodbyes. The next scene reveals our female lead in her car, completely lost in thoughts as she thinks about reaching Yuan Ze as soon as possible, although only if Sweet has readied everything just like they discussed. She parks her car and with high hopes, she strides into her parents' house, and straight to the drawer under her bed, just to find what Sweet had delivered, with a sweet note to take care. She exhales deeply, seeing her plan in progress as she thinks of the next course of action, which is contacting Yuan Ze, although she thinks of contacting him directly, which is risky but takes the risk anyway. She sends him a text, and after what seems like ages he calls her and they discuss how to make their plan progress, talking about getting her parents to safety as Fu Shenxing will be eyes wide open, watching their every move and also throwing away their phones to avoid them being tracked. And Yuan Ze, fortunately, understands the plan, even as he smokes his brains out, totally a mess. The silence is deafening, both of them enjoying the sound of their breathing until she breaks it, questioning him if it's difficult, and he makes her aware of his vow to her about standing in the gates of hell, waiting for her to hold on to his stretched hands. She screams at him to stop, not able to hold the tears running down her cheeks, also letting him know that Fu Shen might get suspicious if he sees her puffy eyes, and he informs her about his plans with her parents, urging her to watch out for her safety. However, still wiping off some leftover tears, she fills him in on her plans to switch on the phone on the first night of the new year, as she will be switching it off after their call. "Hien, I love you," he says, and she repeats his exact words, "I love you so very much," Yuan Ze, as the call drops. In a bid to fulfill her promise, she heads straight to the kitchen to prepare a meal, brutalizing an innocent fish in the process, as if the fish being dead is not enough. Fu Shen appears in the doorway, although quite earlier than she expected, and he's shocked to see her with a knife, and she informs him of the knife's role in killing fish. Jiang on the other hand strides in with cartons of bags, inquiring where to put them, and she's taken aback, screaming about her parents' action towards his behavior, but he announces his love to spend on her, wearing a satisfied look while he informs his henchman to paste the couplet and get going. He enters the kitchen, teasing about her warrior skills just as he instructs her to leave the rest for him. What a perfect gentleman. She is shocked at the discovery as he mouths survival skills, and she jokes about cooking steamed rice if he continues his humble braggings. Howbeit, his phone vibrates, and she gets it but stops in her tracks when she sees a caller ID, the number somewhat familiar. Browsing through her memory, she finally recalls the number's owner to be Gua, feeling somewhat sad that they privately contact each other. She decides to ask him about the number, and he tells her that it's a strange number, also telling her to pick up the call and hold it for him. Gua's voice fills up the space, as she apologizes for the misunderstanding with his fingerprint, and promises to send his prints as soon as possible. On the contrary, Hien exits the kitchen making a porcelain face while he feels somewhat bad for Hien's sake, and he runs after her, opening the door without her consent. Unfortunately, she's a bit revealed, and she screams at him to knock next time, wearing her top in swift movements, but she admires his housewife-ish looks, threatening to take a picture of him to sell for money. He informs her it's not worth the money, but then what would be is the photo of them in bed, and only then would it be worth any penny. Goodness me. He mentions something concerning a business principle, but then, out of nowhere, he spills the beans about his business with Gua, pleading with her not to think much about it, and her excited demeanor calms him even more, letting him know it doesn't concern her. Without warning, she pushes him to the bed, straddling him while advising him to always remember and be forgiving. Furthermore, her stomach grumbles as the hunger kicks in even more, and they make their way to the living room, completely astonished at the meals served. "Vav, I underestimated you," she says as she tastes out of the delicacies, squeaking in happiness as it tastes heavenly. A few minutes later, she is sprawled on the sofa satisfied with the meal while Fu Shen teases her about her wild appetite, but she feels exhausted already as she informs him not to sleep with her for the night, and he feigns tears, begging her not to drive him away. Nevertheless, her mind is made up as she points in the direction of her room, instructing him to rest there, while she sleeps in her parents' room. He wonders why she's so stubborn, and she alerts him about the worship of his ancestors the following day. He begs her to sleep with him, promising not to touch her, but she dismisses him, bidding him good night. She gives some rules about him not calling her, waking her up, and having his bath, as she enters the room, finally able to breathe freedom. The following morning, Fu Shen prepares to head out when he goes to knock on Hien's door, but stops abruptly when he recalls her warning. He heads out, and in an instant, she peeks at him out the window until he vanishes, and she thinks about his softness towards her and the full support he will get from his family in finding her once she dares to run away. Anyway, it's a risk she is willing to take, making a mental note of traveling through deserted areas and abandoned places in Qinghai as she schedules time for her departure. Later that day, the couples are seen to be on a phone call as they talk about their day and what they are doing currently. Hien informs him of the holiday program she's seeing, and likewise, he informs her of the children making a fuss about the fireworks, and through a series of flashbacks, we're given glimpses into Hien's happy past and perfect family as they all watched the fireworks, but in reality, her gloomy face is visible as she mourns those happy memories, even to the extent of hating the idea of fireworks. "So glad it's been banned," she says. A certain man in a suit informs Fu Shen of the master's wish to see him, and he stares at the fireworks while his imagination about Hien runs wild as he notifies her it's their first year and she replies sweetly not wanting to raise any suspicion, and he notifies her of his plans to reunite with her very soon enough. The following day, Hien is ready to embrace freedom as she readies herself for a great escape. But just when we think the story is heading toward a predictable resolution, a surprising turn of events occurs as we see Fu Shen at her doorstep. He calls her to open the door for him, and she's shocked to her bones as she immediately notifies Yuan Ze of the recent changes, and her ex-husband on the other hand urges her to take the bold step, but she knows better. Fu Shen grows impatient, and questions the reason for her delay, and the door swings open in no time, although she's still shocked to see him. She wears a drowsy face and he asks if she was asleep. She is glad he buys the look, voicing out how long she's been out, and even thinking his call came through in a dream. She inquires further why he is at her doorstep, and he admits he misses her too much to be sane, carrying her straight to the bedroom and laying her on the bed. Giving up hope, she wonders why heaven is fond of mocking her, while Fu Shen says something about being possessed by her demons as his head is filled with her thoughts alone. Moving forward, he ravages her body, her eyes turning to a puddle as she thinks of Yuan Ze and how terrible he suffers, and wanting to punish herself for the failed mission, she whispers to him to stop with the gentle act and treat her like he used to, but to her greatest surprise, Fu Shen is terribly in love with her and can't stand the thought of hurting her. Later that night, she is eyes wide open, and all she thinks about is ending the life of the man cuddling her. She thinks of using a knife, and when she tries to head to the kitchen, he wraps her tightly against his chest but senses she is uncomfortable, asking her about it, and she admits his hand is a little bit too hard for her, even as he makes her comfortable in his warmth. The following day, Hien is up, putting herself in order, while a sleepy head orders her to serve him due to his numb hand. Hien, on the contrary, drags him to come with her to the kitchen instead of being served like an old man, also stating that division of labor creates a mutual ground for help and love, which is a damn true fact. His phone rings and she informs him to pick it up this time around due to what happened the last time. However, the call is brief but his demeanor is moody as he explains the content of the call, stating her parents were involved in a car accident alongside Yuan Ze, although they have been hospitalized. Good grief. What are you talking about? She asks. He tells her not to panic, letting her know he already sent people to the hospital, but her body begins to shake as she repeats the word accident. However, before she kisses the floor, Fu Shen runs to her aid, steadying her while whispering that it probably might not be so serious. Still and all, she doesn't listen as she dashes into the living room to get her phone. She dials both their numbers, and when no answer, she falls apart, begging him to call Yuan Ze, even kneeling for him to consider her request. Having no choice, he makes her sit down while he calls Yuan Ze, and when he responds, she snatches the phone from him and blasts her ex-husband for causing yet another problem, while he, on the other hand, begs for her forgiveness. Furthermore, she asks about their condition, and he informs her that her mother is fine but her father suffers a cervical injury and is yet to regain consciousness, and she dashes towards the door upon hearing the news, but thank goodness for Fu Shen, who stops her and tries to calm her. She blabs about taking her visa, but he is bent on calming her down first off, but she bites back at him for demanding something like that, especially when it's her parents in the hospital. Alas, she's a bit calm as the wave of regret hits her. She begins to confess her plan to make them leave even though it was against their wish, but he comforts her, letting her know everything will be handled. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see the couples making their way to the hospital for the airport along with their entourage, and they spot Yuan Ze as Hien dashes towards him in an instant. She asks about the condition of her dad and he informs her that he's still in a coma, although the doctors are making some progress to eliminate the spinal cord problem. Meanwhile, Fu Shen observes them from a distance, jealousy creeping in as he concludes never to give up on her, even if the accident is a scheme. Prior to their departure, we are keen to see Fu Shen in quite a serious discussion, the man in suit informing him of the outcome of their investigation, stating the accident was real, including the neck injury of her dad. Meanwhile, Fu Shen isn't satisfied with his information, instructing him to recheck accordingly, leaving out no details, the place of the accident, the circumstances that caused the accident, basically everything relating to the accident, and the man takes his leave, fully understanding the weight of the assignment. He deeply exhales, internally swearing to keep her by his side, scratch that, to never let his guard down when it comes to her. Back to the present, Hien reunites with her mom just outside her father's room, although she's shocked her daughter makes the journey, and Hien reassures her. She asks about her dad and she tells her the same thing Yuan Ze told her. Nevertheless, she lifts her hopes high, urging her to believe in him and that he will definitely be fine. However, she flashes back to the moment Yuan Ze broke the news to her and her heart breaks into 1,000 pieces, but she stays strong for her mother who is already weeping as she voices out his promise to always stay by her side even to the ends of the earth. She masters hope and courage, believing in his promise, comforting her daughter who is hugging the hell out of her at this point, beckoning on her to take a look at her dad, also chipping in the fact he talked about her the entire trip and this makes her smiles a bit. She enters the room, taking in the environment, her eyes landing on her father as tears roll down her eyes. "Dad, it's Hien," she says, and when he doesn't respond, she screams at him to look at her burying her face in his chest, and Fu Shen who follows her every move urges her not to cry since he already contacted the best neuroscientist in the world seeing the old man is really in a coma, such an angel in disguise or rather her knight in shining armor. She is in awe as she is unaware of his presence, running towards him and embracing him with a tight hug which he reciprocates obviously but hopes she isn't lying to him. The next scene reveals Hien exiting the room alongside Fu Shen and Yuan Ze intercepts her, urging her to rest since she has had a long flight, reassuring her of his presence and she extends her gratitude when an exasperated Fu Shen clears his throat. Hien takes the hint to introduce him to her mother and she does exactly that but we trust Fu Shen to blow things out of proportion as he introduces himself as the current boyfriend of her daughter not regarding Yuan Ze's feelings. Her mother apologizes for the situation, urging them to take a rest and probably come back during the evening hour. As they take their leave, she appreciates Yuan Ze for all his efforts ever since the accident, and he dismisses it, letting her know it's all he can do. In addition, he hands her a hotel card notifying her of the room he bought, also instructing her to get some sleep. On the other hand, Fu Shen boils in jealousy, expressing his irritation as he informs them of his hotel, knocking Yuan Ze's outstretched arms off the way. Yuan Ze is triggered by his masculine-ish display but Hien walks out of both of them, striding to the exit, and Fu Shen finally catches up with her asking what has gotten over her and she relieves herself of his grasp, announces how fine she is. She is obviously enraged by his actions, especially with the way he will piss on her just to mark his territory. She points out the fact that her father is in a coma, while her mother is aged and there is Yuan Ze, selflessly putting in efforts to see they are well, questioning what audacity he has to treat Yuan Ze or any human in such a sour manner, mostly since he has caused him a lot of hurt in the past to the point he is ready to spit blood. "What more do you want from him?" she screams. Fu Shen on the other hand questions what she wants from him, telling her about his insecurities about the both of them being together, comforting each other, and hugging. He reminds her of his position as king, threatening to cut off his eyes if he as much looks her way and suddenly she pushes him aside, not getting entangled in his framework, striding back to meet Yuan Ze for the hotel card and just when you think the situation is about to break into a full-blown opera of despair, it actually does when she spots one of Fu Shen's henchmen spying on her father and reporting the situation to him. She screams at him to get lost and far away from her parents, and screams at Fu Shen through the phone to stay away from her parents and he strides towards them, relieving his henchman of his duty. "Do you love me? Do you even know what love is?" she questions him, giving him a whole speech about what love is and isn't and she realizes she is wasting her time as he doesn't understand any of it and just in the nick of time, Yuan Ze walks towards her, concern etching his profile on why she is still around. She shares her need to use the hotel card and he informs her to alert him once she gets to the hotel, telling her to also drink plenty of water, and with that, she exits the hospital for real this time. Fast track to the hotel, she gets into her room while Fu Shen hovers around her like a big bird. "Are you pissed off?" he asks. Rather, she informs him of her suitcase in his car but he lets her know that it's on its way to the room. He spots her parents' medicine but his henchman steals his attention when he inquires where to put the suitcase and he informs him to put it wherever. Hien freshens up into a new outfit, inquiring about his choice of room but he drifts, talking about how dumb he is at love, respect, and the likes of it, blaming the predicament on his upbringing as there was no one to teach him all these except the teachings of enmity, use, and blah blah blah. "Will you teach me what love is?" "I will learn gradually," he finally says but she commands him to go wash up while he drags her into a death-squeezing hug. Finally, he goes to freshen up and she decides to unpack. Her eyes grow wide as she spots a water bottle in her suitcase and she makes a call, extending her gratitude while Fu Shen walks into the room and she reasons finally. Continuing from before, she informs him that she ordered pizza inquiring if he likes it and he announces he likes whatever she orders and then she suggests ordering his waist, pushing her behind out but he doesn't recommend it because it is for him alone even though she does. However, she notifies him of her plan to go to the hospital later to enable her mom to get some rest and he drags her to himself, talking about living with her, further telling her if that happens, he will fulfill every one of her wishes. She takes a sip from the bottle she holds, suggesting they try it together, and he takes it while he gulps the water down. Her eyes shine brightly with mischief as she smells her freedom closer than ever, although, he observes she sweats profusely, asking her if she is all right, but she dismisses his concerns. Hien takes permission from him to call Yuan Ze using his phone because hers is dead and he grants her. She rushes to the phone and calls Yuan Ze before she passes out, and at that moment, Fu Shen doesn't pass out yet, but is too weak to play defense. Meanwhile, Yuan Ze rushes in and gives her the antidote, trying his hardest to resuscitate her, and she finally becomes conscious as she sings "We Did It." She threatens to end his life while Yuan Ze holds her firm not to make any rash decision, and Fu Shen pieces flashbacks from his memory together, clearly understanding the trick, while the lady amongst them still threatens to kill him, insulting his entirety. They exit the room but say her last words about sparing his life while Fu Shen thinks about his world turning dark, including every beautiful thing. Moving forward, Yuan Ze and Hien run as fast as their legs carry them as she asks about her parents and every other thing. Luckily, Yuan Ze has taken care of everything. She also inquires about the poison, and he informs her that it's a strong nerve poison with a lasting effect of 3 days, knowing fully well he will be awake before then, but it is all good, hence she's finally free. Back in the hotel room, we are shocked to see a figure that looks exactly like Fu Shen as he mocks him for ever falling in love, whispering to an unconscious Fu Shen that he can never change who he is from an ordinary hole. The next scene unfolds with Fu Shen's entire entourage watching him while the doctor tries to resuscitate him. He finally gets himself, instructing his henchmen to use all resources of the Fu clan to find Hien, dead or alive. The search begins immediately, but all search comes out negative as she is nowhere to be found, not at the airport, bus station, or under the ground, and he instructs them all to keep looking, but all to no avail. A week later, Jiang approaches his boss in the living room, informing him of the recent development of Hien's situation, as it is assumed that she already left the Northwest. However, he notifies him not to worry because he already sent people that way, in the same vein, seizing the opportunity to talk to him about his health, and advising him to rest properly. Jiang leaves his room, handing the chef some medicines to add to his meal to help him sleep, but guess what? Fu Shen hasn't eaten for the past few days and keeps rejecting them. Not long after Jiang's exit, his little brother pays him a visit, being all noisy and childish about what happened. Little brother mocks his childish attitude, throwing shades at him about their old man not knowing him. Nevertheless, he crosses the line when he jokes about Hien, Fu Shen slapping him into oblivion, instantly choking him while he warns him sternly to never cross the line, not regarding his position as the only heir of the Fu family. He lets him know that he is not Fu Shenxing and he doesn't have any brotherly feelings towards him, as he will not spare him next time, and he lets go of him, his little brother falling to the floor like a pile of wood. Fu Shen further instructs him to book his tickets since it's high time they make an entrance. Time flies so fast as they approach the day of their grand entrance. Deals are made and hands are shook as a sign of oneness as the gentlemen settle down to discuss more matters. Fu Shenxing addresses his associate concerning the success of the Yuanqing project as the chairman. Moving to a different location, we see the old man surrounded by his advisors, as they talk about his health and the responsibilities of the eldest son and everyone who works for the Fu family, and he gives them some advice. Meanwhile, Fu Sui flings away his stick of cigarette when he sees his older brother striding in his direction. Moreover, Fu Shen instructs him to stop fooling around all day and come work at the company, that is, if he really wants to, and Fu Sui gives him a positive reply, although, he observes his brother's strange behavior, wondering if he is really over Hien. Later that night, Fu Shen heads straight to bed immediately after he gets home, his mind drifting to Hien as he warns her never to let him find her, falling asleep in the process. The following morning, he dreams of Hien, calling out to him to wake up from his beauty sleep, and he does exactly just that, opening his eyes while cuddling his pillow. A text message beeps in from Gua, after which a call from the old man enters, and he listens as the old man informs him to go on a date with the daughter of the Tian family scheduled for the next day, also giving him a little insight on the family. Fu Shen has no other option as the old man tells him of the need to create his own family, ending the call. However, the following day reaches in no time and he is out on a date with Miss Tian, but what is more shocking is the fact she looks almost like Hien. She asks Fu Shen if there is anything on her face, and he informs her of her beautiful appearance, patronizing her even more with her ability to bring success and prosperity to her husband. Although she tells him to tell straight up next time, rather than sing praises, a little blush raises her cheek. Finishing her meal, she suggests they pay more attention to mutual understanding, and he informs her of her straight-line character, which is magnificent of course. But then, she asks his opinion about a woman bearing her character and he drinks his soup, ignoring her question. Moreover, he asks about her love for movies, stating something his right hand once said, and this excites her more, hence it's perfect timing for the movie she longs to see, and they head to the cinema and are done with the movies in no time, though she has her reservation concerning the movie but invites him for another round of a wonderful cinematic experience. It is obvious she enjoys his presence as they chatter about everything all at once, time flying with reckless abandon. Nevertheless, before they depart each other, she shoots her shot, telling Fu Shen that she likes him, and further saying something about being in love and restrained, justifying her actions for shooting her shot straight up. She beckons on him to walk a little more if he is not fed up with her, but flashes back to Officer Zhang's phone bearing all the problems that have been resolved, making it possible for Shinjijia to be wiped off the surface of the earth. He also recalls what the old man says about Miss Tian joining the Fu family, and he mouths okay, agreeing to walk with her. Alas, he responds to the question she asked him earlier during lunch as he informs her that no man can refuse her personality given her nature and position. Eyes wide open, she blushes heavily this time around, her entire body turning red. She urges him to take her home but first takes her shopping, then over to the games, the both of them having a year's fun in a day. 2 weeks later, Fu Shen and his date coincidentally bump into each other, exchanging pleasantries as she blushes for reasons best known to her. On the other hand, he flirts with her, bringing her dangerously close to him, his hand wrapped around her waist, and their eyes lock on each other, ready to kiss as her phone rings. Such bad timing. As a gentleman he is, he informs her to take her call as they can continue when she is done with it. Miss Tian scrambles for her phone and you wouldn't believe who is at the end of the line. Hien, she screams as she scolds her for only just contacting her. Meanwhile, Fu Shen get triggered by the name, still finding it difficult to believe the name still exits, but Miss Tian asks of Yuan Ze and she informs her they are fine and enjoying Europe, and only then did he confirm it's his Hien she chatters with, unable to fathom the coincidence as he repeats the name, Hien. The friends continue to chatter, Hien letting her know that life is good for her now, not wanting her to worry anymore since they will be able to communicate normally. Yuan Ze hints his beloved wife to come over just as he reveals the snow crystal ball he just bought, and she falls in love with it at first sight while making a comment about being old, pointing at the old couples and the snowball. Just as we expect, the couples begin to talk about a house full of grandchildren, which automatically means more snowballs, and they laugh at their wild thoughts. However, Yuan Ze points out the fact that she thinks of revenge, confessing he read through her browser, also discovering Fu Shen underwent a plastic surgery in Spain. She confesses the evil she feels in her heart that can't seem to let go of the past. In addition, she emphasizes how pure they had been, never causing any harm or violating any law to deserve such a punishment. Becoming furious, she rants about them leaving their hometown and not Fu Shen, and Yuan Ze calms her down, informing her he would follow her to Spain to see the doctor, and this brings a smile to her face as she mentions a principle about good and evil having equal reward, also stating that justice will find Fu Shen soon enough. She talks more about Fu Shen, and Yuan Ze can't help but praise his wife for being a good-hearted person. The rest of the time, they chatter about earning a good amount of money and appreciating their presence in each other's lives. It's Christmas and the city reeks of Christmas presents. However, the couple is seen having a fun-filled evening, as Hien complains she is already tired and Yuan Ze teases her for being lazy, which is forbidden of course, and she hands him what she carries with the intention of unlocking the door as she goes in, lighting the dark house, heading to the living room, and just when you think you have seen it all, or scratch that, just when we think the story is heading towards a predictable resolution of happy endings, the devil strikes as Fu Shenxing stares right back at her and shadow casts on some of his features. Yuan Ze comes behind her, wondering what she is staring at until he spots what has her eyes locked on him, just as the unwanted guest says it's been a long time. "Run, Hien!" He screams, but a Jiang points a gun to his face, instructing him to stay put, and Hien calms him down, telling him to head back to the living room, all while thinking of his survival, although she wonders how he is able to locate her given that everything was arranged immaculately. Yuan Ze informs her not to approach him, and Fu Shen is triggered as he orders a Jiang to aim at her husband, and as if that isn't enough, he fires the gun and Yuan Ze obtains a little scratch as a result. A Jiang lets him know it is the only warning he would ever get, and Hien screams at Fu Shen to order a Jiang to leave for some minutes as they have something in his interest to discuss with him that no one else knows about. "Just the both of us, what about Yuan Ze?" he questions, but she notifies him that she isn't going anywhere because he is aware of it, and he teases her about escaping, but she clearly states her thoughts of running away, even in the past. Adding to this, she informs him that she isn't begging but negotiating with him, and he hints at a Jiang to give them some space while commanding her to spill her truth. She doesn't talk outrightly, and there he goes, unashamedly blabbing about the deceitful tricks up her sleeve that she would use to fool him, but she ignores him while she tells Yuan Ze to talk about who they found in Spain, and he replies Dr. Lu Addy, keeping quite a serious demeanor. She calls him Fu Shen but immediately calls him Shinji instead, giving him a proper speech about erasing his fingerprints, changing his name, informing him of all the evidence she has gathered, and mentioning the evidence, down to the black cases of the Fu family. He teases her about picking him up instead, asking her the real question about him feeling threatened by her evidence. Getting exasperated by his little jokes, she accuses him of always being Shinji with the black lungs from smoking, but he couldn't care less. Moving forward, Hien comes to an understanding that he should let her go while she does the same, assuring him to be Fu Shen as long as he wishes, so long he won't bother them. He asks about the evidence and she informs him it's in a safe place, and he begins talking rather vaguely about a certain her, not stating the name. He doesn't give it a rest, throwing her a question of who she trusts the most. Is it Tien? He asks, leaving her dumbstruck at the discovery. A lot of questions bombard her brain while he laughs hysterically. She can't believe her ears as she wonders how Tien got mixed up with someone like him, and Yuan Ze screams at him, asking what he did to her, while Fu Shen allows them to guess what she could have done to her. Nonetheless, Hien screams at him to never lay a finger on her, given that she is from a wealthy family and her father would track him to the ends of the earth, but he ignores her rant, informing her that she is his girlfriend and probably future wife. What a small world indeed. He mentions the current situation being preferred by fate, and Yuan Ze calms his wife while Fu Shen teases her about possessing a shrink confidence level since she's not able to spin things around any longer. He questions why she plays him for a fool, thinking he would leave even an atom of evidence with Dr. Loop, knowing fully well that she's better than that. Quite a disappointing smartass. By the way, he questions how much she knows about the Fu clan cases, coming dangerously close to her, and Yuan Ze reaches a boiling point, striking him with a punch, but Fu Shen retaliates immediately, knocking him to the ground. He restrains a screaming Hien from crumbling beside him, but oh no, Yuan Ze doesn't take the hint, screaming to let her go, but Fu Shen loses all decorum when he calls him a filthy animal, hitting his senses out of him while Hien begs on his behalf. She pleads with him to settle the issue between them without the opinion of an outsider, and he is shocked, asking when her husband became an outsider. But then, out of nowhere, he questions the events that led to her escape but switches back to wreck mode, and in that moment, Yuan Ze breaks a flower vase on his head, getting Fu Shen all the more pissed. Yuan Ze is battered by Fu Shen's wrath while Hien begs for his life. However, he doesn't acknowledge her until she is forced to do something rash like bite his arm, but he stares at her like a cute little child, teasing her to increase her strength just like the way she bites him in certain situations, the blood trickling down his face making him all the scarier. Pervert, she screams, and he acts accordingly, telling her perverted things he did on her bed while she was out with Yuan Ze. She pushes him away, but it only triggers the devil as he flings her onto the nearest bed with the intention of. She screams for him to let her go, but he plays with her the more, peeling off her jacket when she cries, "Just not in front of him, I can go crazy." Scared for her life and Yuan Ze's, she begs him to let her go, crying her soul out, yet his tenacity is outstanding. Just as he informs her it's useless to cry, the crimson liquid almost taking half of his face. However, her pleas become more intense, as she screams at him not to fulfill his intentions in front of her husband because she can't handle it. Struggling, she bears her heart to him, but he doesn't budge, merely observing her fragile state when he confirms her threat to go haywire. Merely stroking her middle, he questions her thoughts regarding her decision to flee with Yuan Ze right in front of him, especially after her attempt to end his life. He also questions whether he might have gone crazy, but instead, she questions the genuineness of his love for her, but he voices out the word love, letting her know she never showed him how to. His words trigger a memory from the past, causing her eyes to shoot wide open in shock. Hien, what is love? He questions, but we are shocked when she pleads with him to abandon his motive. He stares blankly at her, but her emotions get the best of her as she sobs aloud, drumming her fist against his chest. Her cries echo throughout the room, penetrating the very depths of his heart as he drifts into an internal battle with his inner turmoil. We are not surprised to see the sinister figure from earlier polluting his thoughts, urging him to disregard the sobbing, innocent lady's pleas. Nevertheless, Fu Shen replies to him as if speaking with an actual human, letting him know that he can't run away any longer. The figure then mocks his virtuous nature, but Fu Shen bites back with restrained anger, firmly stating his preferred self. The back and forth continues, with the figure in his thoughts yelling at him for his dumb decision. Nevertheless, Fu Shen stays true to his emotions, especially the happy memories, as he begins to drift back to reality. The figure calls out to him, spouting all sorts of gibberish about still being him and whatnot. Back in reality, Fu Shen cradles her, urging her to come back to him while he coos to her like a newborn. We are utterly thunderstruck to see her melt into his embrace. Meanwhile, Yuan Ze is forgotten in a corner, completely battered with just one eye left, watching his archenemy pamper his wife. Suddenly, he lunges at him with surprising strength, almost choking him breathless. The situation breaks into a full-blown opera of despair for Yuan Ze when an object slices into his lap, causing him to yelp and grace the floor with a loud thud. As if that isn't enough drama for the night, Fu Shen aims the weapon of judgment right at him, informing him of his limited patience. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she informs him of her decision to go with him but on the condition that he would let Yuan Ze go. However, Yuan Ze doesn't seem to get the hint, informing her not to beg him. Knowing the brutal truth, she questions his plans, urging him to do what is right. She further emphasizes that he must let Yuan Ze go, only then will she go with him. Fu Shen is shocked at her display, questioning her willingness to die if he does. To his even greater shock, she aims the weapon of judgment at her own head, telling him to take off the safety and end his problems at once, and this prompts him to whisper her name. The room is as silent as a graveyard, the weapon still aimed at her, although he grits his teeth at her stubbornness as he succumbs to her will. You're coming with me, he says firmly, instructing her to put on a jacket while Yuan Ze begs her not to leave. Without further ado, they stride out of her once happy home, paying no heed to the now crippled Yuan Ze, who cries out with his entire soul, begging for his wife's return. Meanwhile, Fu Shen instructs her to be put in the car as he whispers a specific set of instructions to Jiang about returning to China. Curiosity piqued, she peeks at them, wondering about their hushed discussion. As night falls, the drive to their destination is dull, with our favorite female protagonist completely lost in a train of thought, probably contemplating her misfortune. Fu Shen cuts through the silence, threatening to end her life, but she remains unfazed, voicing a nonchalant okay. Undeterred, he repeats the threat, convincing himself this time around. However, Hien, on the other hand, can't wait for her demise any longer, as the anticipation is already taking an eternity. As time flies, they journey through different routes, meeting a few security details in position, and finally, they fly back home. The angry clouds bellow, raining down their content, and Hien's sad profile is evident as she watches through the large window. Did I forget to mention the multitude of security details and cameras, screaming that she is well and truly grounded? The housekeeper announces it's time for lunch, and she mouths okay as she heads to the diner like a zombie. To her greatest surprise, however, she chews her nails instead of actual food. The lady observes her attitude toward lunch, informing her of Fu Shen's feelings towards her behavior and letting her know she's at her beck and call. But Hien appears indifferent, mouthing an okay once more. Worry-stricken, Hien stares off into the distance until the thought of her parents hits her. Immediately, she bolts out of her sitting position, striding toward Jiang and informing him of her need to speak with Fu Shen for her parents' sake. However, he remains as stoic as a rock, ignoring her entirely, and she walks away, taking the signal. The following day, she hovers around the apartment like a lost cat, and surprisingly, Fu Shen appears to be in the same building, guessing she's looking like a walking dead when Jiang reports to him. He watches her closely on the third day of detention as she lays around, becoming a shadow of who she once was. In a fickle manner, days go by quickly while her attitude toward life remains unchanged, until a week later, when Fu Shen is fed up with her, wondering if she's trying to test his patience. Hien reads as he strides into her little prison, and he hands her a phone with the news of an attacked couple on the screen, just as she thinks of Yuan Ze. Finally giving up on her captor, she accuses him of ending Yuan Ze, but he notifies her that he keeps his word, unlike her, who thinks he is so unbearable, he teases. However, he announces that Yuan Ze is not dead, rather, the deceased are two fake bodies of tourists from Japan. He further explains that Yuan Ze's situation is not so different, as his memory was erased. But he doesn't end there, stating Yuan Ze's upcoming surgery appointment to become a new person and, as a result, forget all the past that unites them. Really? She questions, and he nods, also stating that Yuan Ze will start a new life, coupled with his plans to take her to see him when he's fully recovered, so he can live normally until he finds a new lover. She probes further about Yuan Ze's wedding, and Fu Shen informs her that they can go together. Overwhelmed with gratitude for the news, she tears up, thanking her captor in return. Perplexed, he questions her reason for thanking him, and she informs him of the peaceful life Yuan Ze will live, relaxing in a comfy position since it doesn't matter if he remembers her, she chirps. However, Fu Shen's facial expression is confused when he asks how a living dead man with no memory is better. Her tone changes upon hearing his question, asking what he wants her to do: cry? Feel the pain? Or bite him in a bid to vent her anger, she questions, urging him to tell her. But he rides on her nerve even more, heading towards the door while informing her not to bother reaching out to her parents since they think she's dead from the very beginning. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see our female character sprout on the ground, completely uninterested in the world around her while she reflects on the last conversation with her captor, concluding a fate between life and death. Her stomach growls grumpily, and in no time, she greedily eats up the grilled steak before her, appreciating its tastiness. Moving forward, she instructs the chef to repeat the exact meal the following day, but the latter is shocked and gasps even at the way she eats the steaks without using a fork. Hien goes back to what we will call a routine at this point, enjoying the silence and the sounds of the breeze when Fu Shen strides in her direction, instructing her to dress properly for an outing. Out of curiosity, she demands to know where for a better dress option while looking at her closet with the utmost confusion. He hints at the location, but she appears bored, suggesting something flirtatious while making the great reveal of the dress in mind. Without hesitance, she slips into the dress, announcing it is go time while his eyes scandalously rake over her. Time flies fast, and our main characters, mirroring a happy couple, walk into a lounge filled with people doing whatever for fun. He heads to the reserved booth where his brothers are marrying, and not long after, one of them breaks the news about their hassle of figuring out his typical type of girl and their intentions to prepare her for him, but another praises him instead for his decision to bring one himself. However, fifth brother warns them to avoid the information from reaching Fu Shen so as not to disrupt his peace of mind at home, and Hien internally scoffs at his gibberish talks. Finally, Fu Shen speaks, introducing Hien as their older sister, and Hien acknowledges him when she waves at the brothers even though she recognizes little as a result of so many unfamiliar faces. Fifth brother is always delighted to see her as she offers her a drink, chirping at how long they last met, and she expresses a laugh, letting him on her plans to play mahjong together sometime in the future, also receiving the drink with gratitude. Baldy is somewhere behind, sulking at the sight of Hien when he questions the lady beside him about Fu Shen's relationship with Hien. She bites back at him to honor her with a drink, and he approaches Hien with pleasantries and a drink, but Fu Shen goes all alpha male, snatching the drink from him and gulping all at once. At the same time, Agua appears at the entrance, entirely focused on Fu Shen's hand draped across Hien, and immediately, she locks eyes with Hien, the both of them mounting each other's names. Fu Shen seems uninterested in her presence. Meanwhile, Hien encourages her to join them, but she shamefully walks away instead, and she teases him of his little fan that ran away, urging him to bring her back as she smirks devilishly. Fu Shen, quite solemn, informs Hien of his effort to stop her actions, but she doesn't buy it. He states that nothing happened. However, she dismisses him, announcing that his dealings are none of her business and right about time. Fifth brother hints at Fu Shen concerning the already made arrangements. Furthermore, Hien doesn't drop the topic, suggesting that she speaks to Gua concerning her creepy actions. She doesn't wait for permission from a nonchalant Fu Shen just as she orders fifth brother to take her to the girl. On their way, he advises her not to overreact as he isn't sure she disturbs Fu Shen often, and she becomes curious to know how often they meet, but he informs her what he knows. Hien eyes him, as she seeks an honest answer about Fu Shen laying his hands on the girl on the night they were together, but fifth brother sweats a little, letting her know how unsure he is given that he wasn't in the room, and she comes to a conclusion to deal with her before she gets out of hand. Entering the room, Gua immediately mouths Fu Shen, but her eyes open in horror when she sees Han striding towards her. "Give me your phone, hurry up," she says, also demanding her password, which she says. Tapping a few buttons, she speed dials Tian, who responds almost immediately and without warning, screams at her to stop her marriage with Fu Shen, consequently from him being an evil person who chased her. Tian questions her identity, but she flares even more, confirming she is truly Hien, but continues her accusation, stating he is a criminal and, what's worse, a murderer. In the midst of this drama, Fu Shen suddenly appears behind her, yanks the phone from her, and smashes it on the floor, but she doesn't give up, still screaming her warnings to Tian. As if the phone hasn't been smashed enough, he steps on it, smashing it completely, instructing Gua to leave. However, she expresses 50 shades of emotion as she calls unto him, but he orders her to get out, firmly this time around. Hien takes the hint to retrieve her clenched wrist in a little moment of distraction. Nevertheless, he questions her what she thinks of Tian's decision. Will she choose love or friendship? He says tauntingly. Chapter 83 ends. Additionally, he questions her delusions of thinking her friend will believe her unconditionally, but she feigns uninterest, stating her beliefs are not her concern so long she has said her piece, also stating she did what she had to do for a clear conscience and as a result, whatever happens after doesn't concern her. Besides, we are shocked at the reference made about Gua and her likes of women who are easily fooled by words. Spitefully, Fu Shenxing stares at the woman with a smart mouth when his phone rings. Lo and behold, Tian appears on his screen while Hien urges him to answer her. However, he is fed up with her melodrama, instructing Jiang to take her home, and of course, he obeys. Time flies fast to the middle of the night, and we see our male character silently walking through the apartment but is shocked when he sees Hien gracefully seated on the couch. You are not yet asleep, he questions, returning to the discussion from earlier. She seeks the winner between love and friendship. He calls her like a warning but questions what she relied on, daring to do everything she had dared to do, but her reply is nonchalant. She states that he doesn't need to gas, expressing she understands him perfectly, also saying something about not crossing boundaries when furious, but he bites back with the fact that she needs to know her measure. However, she is flirty, her foot crawling towards his body even as she informs him to wash up for a proper discussion, further stating a fact about social goods and the need to disinfect them before use, but just before her foot lands on his thigh, he clenches it with a simple question: do you want to die? So long you don't regret it, she says, playing along, also informing him to get rid of her as he wishes, her feet finding a perfect spot on his shoulders. In a swift action, he peppers kisses on her legs, all the way to her thigh, and then latches on her neck and she pulls him closer, her actions indicating she misses him as well. Suddenly, she speaks to him about not getting into a relationship with Tian, pleading with him to use someone else instead. As if it isn't enough, she says her piece about not being hurt but disgusted as she knows the other lady too well to stomach the thought of them getting intimate. Fu Shen, a little bit taken aback, questions the recurrence of the same disgusted feeling with another person. Nonetheless, she shrugs, admitting it's disgusting, although it's nothing she can't handle so long it's not Tian. He teases her about being jealous of his intimate activities with anyone other than her, but in her defense, she claims that the matter of feelings comes with time and he would never have believed her if she said such. In the same vein, she notifies him about changing his wedding plans to someone else other than Tian, as long as he wields the power to marry who he pleases. Slowly trapping him in her snare, she opines they give in to each other, as she will obediently follow and depend on him. Nevertheless, he is one step ahead of her, asking if she is negotiating with him, and she screams exactly, caressing his pax. Just when you think you've seen it all, she whispers about pleasing her into his ears, but our male lead is confused, seeking what her plan is, but her answer has him flipping her until he's on top. In a fit of rage, he informs her to stop her line of thought as he never had an intimate meeting with her friend, and she taunts him further, but he remains resolute, stating his ignorance of their friendship, blaming himself at the realization. In turn, he blasts her about kissing another person ever since the break between them. His inner being laughs at him scornfully. Meanwhile, she informs him to be disgusted with her, spilling the tea on her intimacy with Yuan Ze and his friends, but taunts him harder, informing him there were more, but he shuts her up when his hands fly to her lips. The realization of his actions dawns on him as he begs for her forgiveness and rains curses on himself, but she lazily stares at him, stammering a question concerning forgetting about the past. She is nonchalant towards his pleas, lazily speaking about peeling her skin off if it's possible, but he hugs her tightly, probably choking her even while he curses himself even more. Moving forward, he assures her that he will right his wrongs and wash her clean, also urges her to forget the past, but it doesn't end there. He speaks against getting intimate with Tian or any other woman as a matter of fact, also swearing his loyalty to her. Unsure of his not-so-cheap talks, she questions him about being responsible for his words, and he answers reassuringly, yet she can't help but think of how gullible he is, especially given their history. Hien is hungry for more reassurance, questioning his decision not to share intimate moments with Tian, which will eventually lead to him canceling their engagement and marriage plans, and he replies positively, giving her the reply she yearns for. They share a moment of silence before she continues playing detective. Moving on, she informs him not to touch any woman, but he defends himself with the fact he stayed celibate all through her absence, as he was too busy searching for her whereabouts. What about Gua? She questions, and he spills the tea on how they kept each other company but not in an intimate way, and alas, she believes one thing he says so far, stating her hopes of human nature still residing in him. However, he informs her that he is trying his best to live right by her, but she hushes him, announcing her piece about not putting dirt on her friend and of course other women, although her demeanor changes when she lets him know her yearnings for a normal relationship. Another moment of silence is shared, but he immediately brightens the mood when he teases her that she is like an exam even though she could have done better. Suddenly, they burst into laughter as she calls him a redneck and questions where he learned the lame joke, and in between giggles, and he states the cause as resulting from lonely nights spent thinking of her. Now, in the midst of the drama, she screams at him to go wash up, pushing him at the same time, and in a flash, he yanks her on his shoulders while she screams to put her down, while he says something about being clean enough. Time flies as moments are shared in the bathroom, coupled with affectionate words and tender kisses. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see our female character going on about not bearing an illegitimate child. Fu Shen informs her of his plans to make her his wife, but she becomes bored as she tells him his plans are pointless. However, he is serious as he just needs her consent, but she is conflicted with several thoughts, voicing out her concerns as an illegal tenant, although we are thrown off balance when she claims he sees her as a little girl easily deceived by a mere ring. Fu Shen stares at her in disbelief, his inner self whispering negative things concerning her. Moreover, he replies, expressing his willingness to try, and the other gives up. Back to reality, he grabs her hand reassuringly, conveying his intentions about not misleading but marrying her, and legally for that matter. She's not easily swooned by his words, voicing something concerning not trusting a man's words, but he tries to ease her fears concerning his trustworthiness in the long run, which she joyfully agrees with, also seizing the moment to lay down her conditions for further discussion. The following day at the office, we are shocked to see Fu Shen scream out of frustration about settling the engagement issues, which is quite a lot. A knock on the door has him maintaining composure, just as he mouths "come in." A Jiang fills up the entire door, informing him of Tian's arrival but acts unfazed, instructing him to tell her to wait, but to our greatest surprise, she screams at no one in particular, insisting he reveals himself. Tian furiously stomps her leg, yelling at a Jiang about Fu Shen's delay in seeing her. A Jiang informs her to go on in, hence he is done with the meeting and she strides in, wasting no time. However, Fu Shen is a bit curious to know what happened when he senses her moody demeanor. She speaks about a certain number that unfortunately belongs to Guo, questioning his relationship with her, but he denies it, acting surprised at her discovery, even though Tian mentions the fact she found out from the office. On the contrary, Fu Shen matches her energy, asking if the number is responding to calls, but she gives him a negative reply, scrunching her face at the flashback she can't seem to erase from her memory and the entire situation. Addressing the situation further, he assures her that he doesn't know the person in question, which renders him speechless, also letting her know to find out more information concerning the case and of course, gives her a satisfactory answer, even though she is a damsel in distress, given her expression. But then, out of nowhere, he breaks the news to her about postponing their engagement, although temporarily, also stating the reason is lack of trust, which is bad for marriage. She thinks of the current situation, concurring that the recent events are unsuitable for matrimony even though she doesn't plan on pushing the engagement for such a long time. She concludes she needs to be more careful, but Fu Shen disrupts her train of thought, as he states how important she values her friend, despite the fact she made such vile accusations against him. He doesn't stop there, addressing the engagement issue, and alerting her to find an excuse to postpone the engagement. He squeezes her shoulder reassuringly, while letting her on his plans to speak with the Fu house, and begs her to speak to her parents in return. Retiring from his presence, she's hell-bent on believing Hien for some reason. Meanwhile, Fu Shen internally makes plans on what to do with his old man. Transitioning to a new setting, we're shocked to see the old man yelling at the news of the cancellation, which his assistant confirms, stating the source of the news. Muttering curses, he dials Fu Shen's call line but it's unreachable, and he smashes his phone on the wall, commanding the shocked assistant to ready the car. Fast forward to the meeting, he is calm when he asks about the engagement cancellation as if he wasn't just spitting fire a while ago, and Fu Shen in his calmest demeanor makes known his realization about dealing with the Tian family, which will only attract unnecessary attention, especially when they find out about our foundation and their probable actions to withdraw from being our shield, he says. Moving on, the old man finds a little bit of sense in his proposal, although he knows that he has found himself a new bride due to the issue having always been on the ground, but only now uses it as an excuse to cancel the engagement. Fu Shen doesn't care for his words as he is pretty old and vulnerable to worry about it. Nevertheless, the old man flares at his words, threatening to strip the heir position off him. Fu Shen appears bored at the back and forth, questioning who is more suitable for the role. He makes mention of his younger brother who will do a gutter job for the Fu family, which will eventually lead to a crash. Lo and behold, the old man is calm, knowing there is truth in his words, also praising his gifted hands, and for the first time since the meeting, they shared a laugh. Furthermore, the old man admits his old age and incompetence but goes ahead to advise him on choosing a wife either way. He apprises him to go for a decent wife that will be useful in times of trouble, and Fu Shen defends the choice of a woman, and after a session of back and forth, he informs the old man never to lay hands on Yan, backing it up with a subtle threat. The old man, who is already on his way out, stops in his tracks, questioning his ability to kill them all for revenge's sake, and then again, Fu Shen in his most calm demeanor takes him through the memory lane of his long hard life, offering to provide a peaceful death if need be. Shooting him a side glare, he gives his final warning, simply stating an eye for an eye, advising the old man to move slower as he exits the building while Fu Shen drifts into thought concerning the preparation of the south trip. In no less time, fifth brother shows up at the entrance of his office, speaking of the old man's appearance. He advises Fu Shen to be gentle with him else he is doomed for trouble, and also pointing out the fact that he is old and incompetent. On the other hand, Fu Shen asks about Gua, and fifth brother spills the beans, expressing her stubbornness as she just stares at the TV all day. He instructs him to get her a new phone and transfer all information from the old one, and fifth brother goes to do as told, when Fu Shen informs him about the south trip which he will be tagging along with, and he flippantly mouths okay. The next scene reveals a heartbroken Gua, lost in thoughts, just as she bumps into Fu Shen, who waits for her at a sharp bend. She walks past him, hoping he calls, but she gives up when he doesn't and accuses him of coming after her soul. He hands her a new pack of phone, giving her all the necessary information concerning the phone. However, she questions his need for her number. He alerts her about the possible problems it might cause, and she thinks about the possibility of him being worried about her. She expresses her hurt, especially as she didn't call nor respond to the call. Nevertheless, he announces his final warning, informing her to deny all claims to her using the number when the time comes. We are taken aback when she questions his need to get engaged with Tian, but he informs her that it's been cancelled, and for a moment, a glint of hope flashes in her eyes, asking if it's due to Yan's comment, but her hopes crumbles when he says it's because I've found Yan. She turns hot red as she holds back tears, wishing him happiness, thereby melting our hearts, and Fu Shen calls her silly for breaking up their agreement of not falling in love with him. No, I don't love you, she says, but without warning, she hugs him, confessing her love for him, also questioning if he would have done the same if they met earlier. He is uncomfortable, pushing her hands off, instructing her to stop her childish displays, but she is determined to hold on to him as she pours her heart, letting him know that she's not a child, and also asking why he doesn't love her. She continues her rant concerning Yan's hate towards him, questioning why he is foolish to love her, and whispers from within him cloud his being, as his inner self mouths hundreds and one thing that could go wrong with his relationship with Yan, given she doesn't love him. He instructs Gua to go on home and let him go, hence Yan is the woman of his dreams, and he retires from her presence. The drive home is a battle, his inner self speaking of his situationship with Gua and Yan, but luckily, the drive is quick, saving him from drowning in his sea of thoughts. Back home, he steps into his dark room, approaching Yan's sleeping body when he remembers the words of Gua. He initiates a conversation about her not seeming worried about his engagement with Tian, but we are surprised when she replies to him, bluntly stating he won't. You guess everything, he says, but she plays the defense card, announcing she knows her friend too well, although she points out the fact he appears unhappy concerning the engagement cancellation, but his question about staying with him no matter what happens throws her off guard. Yan senses Fu Shen's distressed state and hangs on his shoulder, seeking to know the cause of his anger, but he repeats the question and she gives an answer this time around. She questions his thoughts about making up for his wrongdoings, even though he decides to turn a new leaf, telling him the bitter truth about going into water or fire, no matter the sacrifice he makes. Adding to this, she confesses not being able to love him, hence no need to fool him, and he internalizes her truth when she states she can leave him even if she tries. Nevertheless, she says something about her existence giving hope to become better, which is needed in her future life of course, and kisses her affectionately as her words touch his core. In the midst of the moment, she urges him never to say such words because they are unlike him, but he is filled with emotions, confessing that he loves her, but she brightens up the mood, straddling him while saying things to make him feel better, and this makes his inner self bored of their shenanigans. Cozy in each other's embrace, she advises that there is less time for worries, and a boyish smirk smears on his cheeks, mouthing that losing her is the least of his worries. She further instructs him to look at her whenever he thinks too much, voicing out her tolerance level so long as her loved ones are doing great. The discussion persists, chatting about Yuan Ze's wedding and seeing her parents, but he admits he is foolish when it comes to her or her intentions and also finds it funny that he indulges her after all that has happened. A moment of silence passes, and he asks her about a place she would like to go. Notwithstanding, she is happy when she admits to adapting to wherever he takes her, and he tells her his plans to put everything in place, and she states her piece about going thriving shopping in the city, the both of them chatting the night away. The following day, Fu Shen appears in his usual mood, bored of the meeting even though he summoned it. He informs the men in suits that he has prepared factories in the south for sale, also informing them of the authority consent obtained. This catches the interest of them all as they give their opinions on the matter, but Fu Shen makes mention of the Kai clan being rummaged upside down, also stating his plans to make the Fu clan clean, given he is the heir. The business talks persist and a man amongst others, teases him with Yen, totally finding it funny, but another, also amongst them, flares at the fact he single-handedly makes the decision of a whole clan, especially having poured his blood, sweat, and resources, accusing him for not taking responsibility of the clan, also stating he will be stripped of his position, if necessary. Not long after, we see Yen heaving out her stomach as she wonders what could be wrong with her.
Later that day, Fu Shen strides into the living room with a chill attitude, inviting her for a proper meal when he spots the simple meal she feasts on. She announces her need to lose weight, but he counters her, announcing her need to add flesh. She serves her food and he stares at the food lacking proteins, instructing her to add fish, but she reacts to the food, making a heaving sound. Instantly, she complains about the smell of dead muttons, but he urges her to try it out, stating it's not bad, and immediately she obeys him. She rushes to the sink, heaving out the entirety of her stomach. He hands her a bottle of water and, at the same time, asks about her well-being. However, she lets him know her mistake of taking milk in an empty stomach, which now makes her uncomfortable. Suddenly, he grabs her hand, revealing his plans to take her to the hospital, but she refuses, insisting she rests a little, but he is adamant, insisting she sees a doctor. After some back and forth, she tells him that there is no need to see a doctor, and just when we think the story is heading towards a predictable resolution, a surprising turn has us entirely taken aback as she breaks the news. You guessed right, I am pregnant, also mentioning Yuan Ze as the baby's father. The look on Fu Shen's face is indifferent, even as he blankly stares at her. Without uttering a word, he grabs her once more amidst her shouting, saying she goes to the hospital for a proper checkup, easing her fears of not forcing her to abort, and she beckons on him to let her go, which he does. Fast forward to the hospital premises, we see him reading her test result in a corner while she thinks of escaping even though she knows it's useless. He approaches her with the result and she begs him to allow the child to live, and shortly before leaving the hospital, the doctor assures them that she is completely fine. Moreover, we are shocked to see Fu Shen drive off without Yen, leaving her to the cold hands of the night. Exactly 3 days later, Yen enters the room, getting ready for bed when Fu Shen, who is smoking at the very edge of the bed, breaks the news to her about not tolerating the child, making her eyes shoot wide open. Continuing from before, Fu Shen is calm, mouthing all he has thought about for the past 2 days is her pregnancy, driving to the conclusion that he can't tolerate the child, as well stating the craziness building in him just by the thought of her with another man's child. He confesses his hunger to end Yuan Ze's life, smashing him into tiny pieces, and Yen is shocked as she watches the scary part of him on display. He apologizes to her, but she can't help but find out his plans, already scared for Yuan Ze, screaming at him to take her to the hospital for an abortion, or better still, beat her to abortion. He expresses his hurt about the constant reminder of the love between her and Yuan Ze if he allows the unborn to live, considering that he is the greedy type, making everything he wants completely his, which includes her and his unborn child. She brings up a solution of sending the child away as soon as she gives birth, forgetting the child's existence, but he doesn't buy it, screaming at her for thinking he would watch another man's child grow inside her. He completely loses it when he makes a vile statement about cutting her stomach open and putting an end to the unborn, and only then does the realization hit that she is entangled with a madman. Give him up, he says, but she pushes him away from her with all she has, daring him to do what he earlier stated, but he admits he can't do anything to her. The madman doesn't give up, just as he pulls out his phone only for a video of Yuan Ze, who is now Miguel, appearing on the screen, but she already decodes his plan of using him to blackmail her. Moving forward, he gives her the option of saving one of them, either get rid of the baby pretending it never happened, or kill Yuan Ze, and he claims the child, truly the devil himself. Fu Shen, she mutters, giving up as she informs him that evil will be punished. Nevertheless, he notifies her that he will be coming for his answer the following day, also warning her against trying anything stupid, as ending Yuan Ze would no longer be an option. Without further ado, she informs him of her choice of letting Yuan Ze live, and he announces his plans to pick her up the following, also exiting her room in the same vein. Although we are shocked to see his miserable state, as his inner self reminds him of what happens after, besides he doesn't care less as long as she is around him. On the contrary, Yen is crumpled on the floor crying her eyes out, as she internally concludes that a madman is always a madman, and if he changes, it only makes him a changed madman. The following day gets by quickly, and our not-so-favorite male character is seen drowning in numerous sticks of cigarettes, and he scares a nurse to her bones when she points out his wrongdoings. The doctor leaves the room and he inquires about Yan's well-being, and the doctor notifies him to take her home after a little rest. Following the doctor's instruction, he takes her home, gently laying her on a comfy bed. He apprises her to forget about the whole incident and also lets her know he will give her a baby or more children depending on her choice. Meanwhile, she is without strength as she repeats his exact words, and out of anger, he strides out of the room, banging the door loudly after him. He sets out to blow off some steam when the bane of his existence laughs at his situation. Wasting no time, he dials fifth brother, who picks up in a second, informing him to bring wine while meeting him at the West Sea. The gentlemen gulp down their drinks just as fifth brother commends him for his drinking abilities. He guesses his annoyance comes from Yen, admitting she is a stubborn species, saying something about not coaxing her when he asks for a stick of cigarette. Fifth brother is taken aback as he wonders when the change happened. However, he shares a stick, lighting it up as they watch the sky in silence. When does a woman hate you the most? Fu Shen asks, and fifth brother gives an answer relating to understanding her. He goes on to state his beliefs of not hating or loving for the long term, advising him to go home if he has a misunderstanding with his trophy woman, lightening the mood about jumping into the Yellow River and having no one able to clean it up, but he is adamant about the subtle threat. He contacts a Jiang to come to pick them, and you wouldn't believe what happens next when a car pulls over and an unknown man fires shots at Fu Shen, but fifth brother is swift to block Fu Shen, making the bullets hit him instead. Although fifth brother suffers bullet wounds, they run to safety while Fu Shen looks at the wounds on his shoulder and lap. Moreover, they are alert as they look around for any suspicious activities, informing him of his plans to investigate the area. Help arrives, and in no time, and fifth brother is pretty patched up, whining about the throbbing pain he feels. Yen watches from a corner, stating her disappointment to find out Fu Shen still lives, and he teases her not to look towards his death, trying to initiate a conversation. They counter each other about paybacks in the next and current life, but she shuns him, hating herself for speaking to him in the first place. The second day after the incident, we see a Jiang feeding his boss information concerning the incident, informing him that the car used for the operation is a stolen one, also pointing out that investigations are ongoing while Fu Shen mutters something about God and ghost. Are you referring to Fu Suiji? A Jiang asks. Fu Shen informs him he lacks the courage to pull off such an operation. A Jiang questions his schedule for the following week, and Fu Shen informs him that it's the same as always, instructing him to bring a certain document. Later in the day, Yen is lost in her moments, but we trust Fu Shen to obviously put an end to it, flinging a document her way, and instructing her to take a look. She does as she is told but gives no reaction afterward, making him scrunch toward her as he mouths enough is enough. He shakes her back to her senses, but she remains still even as he questions how long she will be cold with him. Nevertheless, she lets him on her intention to not part with him, further stating she has no energy left to deal with him in any way. He lays her down on the couch and bites through her neck, thereby marking her, but she doesn't respond just as he gives up, he informs her that she is useless in that manner, walking out of the room and banging the door so hard after him. 3 days later, we see Yen reading a book when fifth brother calls her attention, only to be met with an expressionless Fu Shen who instructs her to pack some clothes. In no time, they assemble in the south zone. However, Fu Shen assures her not to be scared as she will go together with fifth brother while he and Ajiang wait for his meeting with the general, although he is indisposed at the moment. On their way home, Yen looks out the window, thinking of the unclean activities between the Fu clan and the armed forces of Southeast Asia, but fifth brother disrupts her train of thought when he initiates a conversation about an ancestor of theirs serving in the military, spilling the tea about their history and how the Fu clan was founded. Her thoughts drift toward her recent discovery even though she seeks to know why he speaks to her of such things. Moving on, he confesses his feelings to her, admiring her for her intelligent and persistent nature, but her eyes hold a mixed feeling of doubt and trust as she stares at him. On their way to the apartment, she informs him of her little research on the Fu clan, asking about where they once lived. He confirms her doubts, mentioning what a great family the Fu family is. They chatter about the grandfather and his journey to becoming the head of the Fu family, making the family more prosperous than ever, and also covering the expenses in the south. Yen is impressed at his knowledge, questioning how he knows so much, and he voices that it's due to his close relationship with Fu Shen. "Why did you tell me all this?" she demands, and he reveals the harsh but known truth that she's Fu Shen woman, especially as she's on this trip with them. The truth is bitter, they say, but her truth is miserable as fifth brother spills Fu Shen's intention towards her, even till death, but our female lead is completely unfazed by his words, asking what next after his alpha displays. He advises her to accept her fate and live her life, mouthing the known fact of Fu Shen getting her whatever she wants, including his life, but she claims he talks too much as she would have requested of it a long time ago. Suddenly, fifth brother becomes a relationship expert, giving her clues on how to cut a giant tree, and this leaves her astonished as she wonders who the hell he is. Dinner is ready, the chef announces to the two chattering away, and they make their way to the diner, while fifth brother expresses unfamiliarity with the place, not knowing if it's true or not as he gets information from various sources. Yen replies to his whinings, stating that it is better than being ignorant of everything, given that she wouldn't know a thing if not for him. The food is served hot before them and they dig in, while she tries to wrap her head around the possibility of General Daniel being scared of his wife, eliciting a hushed laugh from the chef. Fifth brother advises she learn a thing or two from her as it might work wonders on Fu Shen. That will be called a skill, right? He questions when Fu Shen's voice cuts through the diner, demanding to know the skill in question. Laughing hysterically, fifth brother lets him know that he's just speaking about General Daniel's wife. However, he doesn't give up, looking for more talks concerning the general being scared of his wife. Moving forward, Fu Shen starts with a background history, voicing she's from the native tribe, lucky to be married to him irrespective of his family stand. Continuing the discussion to the keen ears, the general makes an oath to stand beside her his entire life, and fifth brother supports him by mentioning the type of people rare in this life, but Fu Shen stops him with a knowing look, following a question. Fifth brother assures him that he is full and gets on his way to digest it, leaving the couple alone. He seeks to know if she enjoys her food, but she simply says, "I'm not used to it." Then he beckons on her to wait a few days and they will be back to their normal life. The following day, Fu Shen interrupts Yan's moment, handing her a package, and instructing her to get ready for the dinner party at General Daniel's house. She feels a little too tight in it, but he thinks she looks perfect in whatever she wears while assuring her that it will loosen up. The party kicks off, and Fu Shen is introduced immediately after he steps onto the party grounds, exchanging pleasantries with the general and his wife. The latter hints at Yen to walk with her and leave the men to discuss their business. She introduces her to other women as Fu Shen's fiancé and she glares at him, yet she feels somewhat bothered about what is really going on, excusing herself to the restroom. The men negotiate prices and she eavesdrops a little before finally dashing into the restroom. She heart races as she internally sorts out ways to end Fu Shen, also wondering what fifth brother plays at. Suddenly, she hears a very loud booming sound that causes her to stumble when her name echoes through the hallway. She reveals herself when she recognizes Fu Shen's voice, panic taking over as they both run towards the bunker for safety, but unfortunately, they are separated by an incoming weapon as he screams her name at the top of his lungs. The next scene unfolds, and we are rendered speechless at the display on ground as the once a dinner party turns into a bloodbath party, or will I say a massacre. However, we take a deep breath when we see the couple trapped somewhere, with no way out, and Hien covered in Fu Shen's embrace as she complains of pains in her legs. He feels the wound, his eyes opening widely at the level of bleed leaking out of her. Moreover, like a true hero he is, he rips part of his shirt and begging for her cooperation in order to stop the bleeding, but she questions the nature of the injury. He wonders why she acts so calm, at the same time, not being surprised at a typical Hien behavior. Moving forward, he eases her fears, letting her know it is not an artery injury, although she's a bit scared of the pain, but he lets her know that he will just bandage it, whispering reassuring words to him, the war still persisting. He breaks the good news that they will soon be rescued by his soldiers who have defeated their enemy. He pleads with her to exercise little patience just as he tries to push the stones, however, she stops him, voicing the disadvantage of pushing too hard. She asks about age young and he informs her that he would be buried befittingly, but she doesn't respond anymore, making him scream her name while shaking her vehemently. He begs her to hold on as help will be on its way, and just in the nick of time, his soldiers locate him and make plans to rescue him. Meanwhile, he continues pleading with her not sleep on him, gently caressing her head, but we see Hien in a trance as she dreams of Yuan Ze and her parents, also dreaming of her last conversation with fifth brother as she thinks of her only opportunity to survive. She opens her eyes, only to meet Fu Shen's even as she alerts him about her need to speak with Yuan Ze. Notwithstanding, he whispers he isn't with a phone and that will be the first thing to do immediately they are rescued. She accuses him of lying to her and guess what, he admits the accusation, asking where her conscience is, given he risked his life to save her, but she counters him, accusing him of putting her in harm's way and destroying her life entirely. Furthermore, she questions if she needs his life to save hers and kisses her in the heat of the moment, begging her to reason with him. Our favorite female is truly tired of Fu Shen, just as she asks why he wasn't killed. Adding to this, she lets him know that he won't make it out alive, suggesting they die together, which he concurs to of course. Thank goodness his soldiers get a reaction of their exact location, and happily inform her that they won't be dying together, but she is blank. He screams at her to wake up, even promising to call Yuan Ze when they are rescued, but to no avail. Not only that, he promises to fulfill everything she ever truly wanted, including her yearning to end his life, but she doesn't respond, while her spirit rejoices over his loss. Once upon a time, there was a wolf who messed with the claws of an animal much stronger than it, and the animal roared and pounced on the wolf, who in turn ran to safety, but much later, they became inseparable. Just in the nick of time, her eyes fly wide open, only to be greeted by Fu Shen, and we are happy to know she is alive and fine. He comments that she appears lucid, but the only response he gets is the question of when she will be able to meet Yuan Ze. He informs her that it will be possible as soon as they leave the hospital, but until then, he has work to take care of while she's in the hospital, and she can't help but think about his dealings with Danyo. 2 weeks later, they drive through a certain city, making their way to the reserved apartment. "Did you live here the last 2 years?" she asks, and replies he did, but before further discussion, he advises her to freshen up and rest to adjust to the time difference, communicating his plans of taking her to Yuan Ze the following day. Later that night, Hien enjoys the night breeze at the balcony overlooking the colorful city, and just as expected, the bane of her existence interrupts her peaceful moment. "Can't sleep?" he asks, and she admits, also admitting it's because of the excitement of seeing Yuan Ze the next day. Initiating a conversation, she asks if plastic surgery is painful for him, but he gets a little bit insecure, questioning her motive for asking the question, and when he gets his answer, he announces it was fine for him and pretty easy to do. However, her questions persist, seeking to know the languages he learnt at the time, but he asks how a guy from the street could learn foreign languages, although that doesn't erase the fact he learnt a lot of things which of course were hard to deal with at the time. Continuing her interrogation, she questions his need to replace the old man, and he replies, expressing the known fact that he will be dead in no time, also emphasizing his plans to eradicate the people of color from Southeast Asia, which is quite unsettling, especially to Danyo. They continue their chattering, while Yen fishes for evidence to use against him. Without warning, he pushes her to him, willing to reveal whatever she wants to know, and when she seeks nothing more, he urges her to take a rest and prepare for her meetup the next day. Morning comes quickly and we see Yen sleeping peacefully, when Fu Shen calls her to the balcony to take a look, pointing in the direction of two runners on the road. "Hi Casey," he waves at the female and she flippantly waves back, exchanging pleasantries, also questioning if he is on vacation, and he admits he is, with his girlfriend. Fu Shen takes the hint to tease her about the guy beside her, asking if he is a boyfriend or a patient, and she's flattered by his jokes. Meanwhile, Yuan Ze locks eyes with Yen, and the flush crawling up her neck is visible. Fu Shen observes them, disrupting the heart-to-heart moment, push her to himself while announcing their recent engagement. The runners congratulates them, Casey already fixing her name on the invite list. Enough of his shenanigans, she pushes off him, striding into the room, and he obviously follows suit like a bee that smells honey, halting her at once. He hurts her even more when he explains that Yuan Ze doesn't recognize her, stating he will eventually fall in love, marry, and have kids with someone else and live a peaceful life. Inasmuch as she hurts, she prefers Yuan Ze to be far away from Fu Shen's sick games. Still in all, he whispers to Yen to forget him, and alas, she agrees, concluding not to see him anymore nor hear anything that has to do with him, and he hugs her, unable to hide the excitement. Simultaneously, Casey talks about Yen, asking him if he knows her, but obviously doesn't because of his memory loss, although he admits she looks familiar. The great city of China bubbles, and we see our lead characters having a conversation when Yen asks about her friend Tian, questioning if he plans on using Tian and hiding her forever, but he communicates his plans on taking care of her once he works for a couple of days. Yen informs him not to hurt in all his dealings. Just when you think you've seen it all, Fu Shen communicates his plans of probably using her to solve the problem, as he informs her to take the responsibility of seducing him, begging her to break up with Tian for his sake. Jokingly, she informs him to provide her with a costume and she just might fulfill his wishes, draping her hand over his shoulders, but he drifts when he says he communicates his desires to her. Nevertheless, she advises him to wait a month since she will be fine by then. He expresses that he can't wait, and asks her to allow him to bear the pain with her. The following morning, she wakes up to an empty bed, wondering how early he went to work, and her phone rings, stealing her attention. She answers it, and Fu Shen questions how her night was, which she replies was good. He also asks her to spill the content of her dream if she had any, but with an eye roll, she questions any better idea. Moving forward, he reveals his plans to send her a driver for her medical checkup since he will be terribly busy all day. She seeks permission to go to her former office for the sole purpose of recovering her data, and he reminds her of his promises while they were stuck in the rubble, but that only makes her furious as her life has been destroyed by him. "Can you really trust me again?" she asks, but he is silent while battling with his thoughts. Finally, he lets her know his intentions of staying by her side forever, and she begs for a little time moving forward, although she plans his downfall, but we already know that as he derives hope from her words. Fast forward to her medical checkup, she is relieved she is completely fine like the doctor said, and without further ado, she heads to Nanzhao University. Her colleagues are so excited to see her that they invite her for a drink whenever time permits, and just on her way out, Cheng Bo intercepts her, also very glad to see her, spilling the tea of all that has happened on his end. The drive home is quiet as she reflects on all he told her, especially regarding Gua, though she can't help but curse at her entirety. We see our female having a moment, probably sketching his downfall, when his voice echoes through the living room, asking about her day, but the demeanor screams trouble. He inquires what the matter is and she says he is, feigning worry that he works a lot at the company, such a drama queen. She advises him to rest even though he is a genius and he is glad she cares much about him. He asks the real reason for her mood, and she says, Gua. She recounts her experience at the university, communicating all that Cheng Bo told her about Gua, and also declaring how embarrassed she feels. He calms her down, stating that Gua will soon be over him. However, he questions the result of the checkup and she shows him by kissing him passionately, but he breaks it when he whispers, I won't let anyone get in our way. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see Tian and Fu Shen in a heated moment about Hien. He admits he has been lying to her concerning Hien and out of anger, she empties the content of the glass cup on him. As if that isn't enough, she gives him a dirty slap. After a moment of silence, he informs her that he only took the slap to save Hien's cheek and not because he owes her, and that infuriates her the more as she thanks both of them for a job well done. And guess what? He welcomes her riding on her nerves the most. She threatens him and exits the building, although he is unfazed by her cheap threat. Back in the house, he admires Hien as she reads her book before he reveals himself as she wonders when he got back. He questions the book she reads that has her all glued and she shows him the English book also advising him to read since he learnt English. The bruise on his cheek catches her attention, she closely observes it while seeking to know the culprit and he informs her it's her friend, scratch that, her ex-friend. She seeks to know why but he dismisses it as long as she blames him for everything that happened between them, and he urges her to stop contacting Tian as their relationship threads on a thin line already, though she has mixed feelings concerning the problems her friend causes. There is nothing wrong with her knowing right, he asks, and she questions if he threatens her, again, but he smirks while revealing it's an invitation. He communicates his intentions of slapping Tian if she ever touches her as he won't touch her if she doesn't get close, also spewing threats of making people disappear whether rich or whatever. Moving forward, he announces that living is more annoying than death and Hien questions him concerning her character, also stating that she won't do anything if she pushes her away, other than their relationship coming to an end. Fu Shen inquires what she thinks and she replies with her thoughts of him hurting her. Fu Shen's phone rings in no time but lo and behold, Tian name appears on the screen. She demands to speak with Hien and then blasts her when he gives her the phone, not giving her the chance to speak as well, but she asks for a meet-up, which Tian agrees to and the couple share a moment of care. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see the two ladies in staring a contest until Tian breaks the silence asking for the truth, and she admits that it is exactly as Fu Shen told her, and when she inquires about Fu Shenxing and Shenji Jia, Hien informs her that she was wrong. Not having enough patience anymore, Tian blasts her for dragging her into their toxic triangle given she only helped a friend in need, but Guyen plays the defense card making Tian blame no one but herself. In a calm moment, she asks Hien if she wants to leave Fu Shen, offering to use her connections to help her, but Hien knows better than that as she refuses the offer. Tian informs her that she's now a stranger to her and on her way out, Hien urges her to forget everything concerning Fu Shen and with that, she leaves the room. Looking out the window, she wipes her tears, already surrendering to the fact that her dealings with Fu Shen will make her betray and lose friendships, although she thinks of how to protect Tian as she is so stubborn. Exiting the room, you wouldn't believe who she sees down the hallway, the one and only wealthy Mr. Zhang Shou. Continuing from before, she wonders how fate brought her to this very moment, recalling when Fu Shen offered her to him as a toy. Nonetheless, she hopes he wouldn't recognize her. On the contrary, Mr. Zhang talks about his exciting agenda when she bumps into him unknowingly, making him scream at her for being blind at the moment. She apologizes, but he recognizes her, even calling her name, but she dismisses his claims. He grabs her hand, spilling the amount of time he spent observing her for him to forget so easily. Howbeit, she informs him to let go or she will scream, and his attendant beside him asks about his intentions on playing with her again. He goes on and on speaking of how close they were and blah blah blah, but she succeeds in getting away from him while the other man advises him to forget her to avoid scandals. Simultaneously, Yan heaves her stomach out just like her first encounter with him. She dials Fu Shen but ends it and immediately makes her way to her car. Lo and behold, just before she gets in, she is snatched and drugged by an unknown man, and you wouldn't believe what happened next. She regains consciousness only to be before the presence of her enemy who is ready to play. Back in the house, we are excited to see the homely nature of Fu Shen as he has already prepared and served dinner. He wonders who she is, getting worried as he storms his legs on the ground repeatedly and not being able to wait any longer. He contacts Tian but she is shocked at his audacity, turning off her phone instantly. In no time, Fu Shen appears at Tian's house, and we are utterly shocked at his swiftness. He informs the housekeeper to call her and without further ado, we see them discussing at a corner. She asks what more he wants but he is only interested in Yan's whereabouts. Moreover, she screams at him to leave her alone since Yan has legs and also asks why he came to her without calling, but he informs her that he couldn't reach her, and she makes fun of their relationship and him in general, and out of nowhere, his hand flies to her neck, choking her while giving his last warning as he asks her about Yan's whereabouts, and this time, she speaks in detail, also stating she left as soon as she got mad. A call comes through, informing him of Yan's and forgotten bad, and he makes his way out while she seeks to know what happened to her. The next scene reveals all eyes glued to the computer as they watch the camera footage, and alas, they find her. Fu Shen instructs that they show the time, and after that exact time, a car leaves and there is no sign of Yan anymore. He orders an attendant to get the plate number of the car, but fortunately, it's the same attendant that was with Mr. Zhang earlier. Also, he recounts the encounter between Yan and Mr. Zhang, but a wild blow meets his face as he falls to the ground. Fu Shen is furious, internally blaming himself for letting her out of his sight, and immediately, they drive to Mr. Zhang's location. During the drives, his henchman tells about the situation on ground but begs him to endure for the night as they will end his life some other time, but Fu Shen is silent, probably thinking of the love of his life. Arriving at Mr. Zhang's apartment, he beats up anyone who tries to stop him, making his way into the apartment screaming her name, and to the room where Mr. Zhang plays, and just as we expected, his eyes are bloodshot just as his fist connects with Zhang's face, knocking him out completely while he rescues a battered Yan, but she whispers how late he is to see the scene. Too bad. It's a sad moment, as Fu Shen hugs her to himself, wishing he could bear her pain, but she asks if he's satisfied. On his way to the car, he instructs his henchman to beat Zhang to death, also letting her know that he is her debtor who will pay back little by little as they settle in the car. On reaching his house, 2 doctors await them, immediately taking over from him as they instruct him to wait outside. On the wait that takes like forever, he drags out a stick of cigarette, calming his nerves with it, and he remains in the exact position till the following morning. The female doctor breaks the news of her emotional state, which is stable though it's temporary, and also informs him that Yan asked for a sleeping sedative which she gave her to get some sleep for 4 hours at least. She doesn't end there, mentioning she finds her calm behavior even more threatening, advising him to call a psychologist as soon as possible. Covered in shame, he enters the room to see her fragile and pitiful state, trying his best not to fist the wall. His eyes are bloodshot when he reflects on the words she told him when he found her, his thoughts a war zone as he didn't expect her to experience this, or scratch that, he didn't know he would fall desperately in love with her, trying to lessen his guilt as he shifts the covers to her neck area. "You are up, how are you feeling?" the doctor asks. Instead, Yan asks how long she was out for, and the doctor replies all day and all night. The doctor reveals her intentions to contact Fu Shen, but she dismisses it, rather stating she feels much better from sleeping that long. However, she informs the doctor she is hungry, pleading to assist with that, but the doctor is really concerned about calmness, and as if Yan senses her fears, she assures her that she will live no matter what. Simultaneously, Fu Shen prepares to put an end to Zhang's existence while Yan devours her savory steak with a glass of wine. Zhang begs for his life, screaming he didn't know she was his woman, offering him a gold mine in the southeast, but all to no avail as the gun goes off and his body falls to the floor. Time flies fast and news of Zhang's death gets to the old man's ears. We see Fu Shen and the old man holding a conversation. Was it all worth it for a woman, expressing his hurt to know that he wouldn't avenge his death so cheerfully, but Fu Shen is tired of his father's melodrama simply stating he isn't Zhang's preference, riding on the old man's nerves even more. Just when we think the story is heading towards a predictable resolution, a surprising turn of events has us shocked to our bones as we discover that it's all part of Yan's plan to take revenge on Fu Shen, even though the gods favored her by bringing Zhang her way. Returning to their discussion, the old man lets him know that he's not arguing but questioning, also stating the fact that the Zhang clan never lost a soul before. He demands to know his plans, but Fu Shen in calmness simply voices his plans to destroy the Zhang family. Fast forward a week and the internet is buzzing with the news of Zhang's death. It's all over social media, on blogs and news headlines. We see Yan lazily scrolling the net, following the news, while we get a full look at her bruises. Fu Shen strides into the room, asking how she is, but instead, she questions if he's responsible for Zhang's death, and says yes hurriedly, going forward to describe the process, also letting her know he has an alibi which will prevent the police from framing him, though she thinks the Zhang family will come for him if he escapes the law. Retiring from the room, he urges her to sleep enough, but she stops requesting an English book, knowing fully well she won't sleep and won't take pills either. He informs her to pick it up herself as he doesn't stand books, and she makes her way to the bookshelves, making a choice while he stares at her, reflecting on every single time he hurt her, every single time she cried because of him, as he apologizes internally, feeling pure regret as he wipes the tear from his eye. At that moment, she turns to him with a book, saying how easily anyone can fall asleep even by looking at it, and he questions why she reads these kinds of books, and she lets him know that it's a hack she learned during college, and he mutters he will try it later. He escorts her back to her room but begs her to forget everything that has happened, and she tells him she will look forward. As the night progresses, we are shocked to see the couple on the same bed as Yan moves away when Fu Shen tries to touch, although he whispers at her to sleep comfortably, because he won't touch her. The following morning, he is surprised to feel Yan's body coiled on his. She expresses her fears about Zhang coming for her again, but he holds her reassuringly. Later in the day, Yan is seen coughing uncontrollably in the toilet, and when he comes to help her, she shifts away, leaving the toilet entirely, but he follows her while screaming at her to tell him what to do for her to leave the past behind. He recounts what he did to Zhang and his family. He also admits he is the cause of her pain, and he questions her need to seek revenge on him, ready to take it if it means she will get better. He summons Jiang, who is surprisingly isn't dead, commanding him to go find a tramp enough to teach him a lesson, but he refuses, stealing glances at Yan, and when she doesn't budge, and he begs her while taming a raging Fu Shen, but she's blank as she has done her best. The next scene reveals Fu Shen and Jiang discussing as the latter advises him to let her go and try her out later when her wounds must have healed. Fu Shen admits to the fact but communicates how difficult it was for him the last time, concluding he will never let her go even until death, as he leaves the room while she stares at him satisfied he hurts. A few days later, a call comes through her phone, and a man in a yellow suit asks her the truth about the recent happenings. Fu Shen is seen answering a call from a detective concerning the Zhang family, expressing his relief at their demise. The police seek to know the reason for his hate against the dead man, and Fu Shen dismisses him with the fact he knows, hence he is investigating him, further expressing his need for a lawyer if he's been considered a suspect, also letting him know he is about to get dirty with some chores because the house is dirty when he asks what he's doing. "Do you have any other questions?" he asks the police, and he indicates to speak with Yan, but Fu Shen immediately shuts him off as it's against the doctor's recommendation for her to avoid strong stimulation, and with that, he hangs up, making the police officers more suspicious. And did I forget to mention that he's surrounded by dead bodies, given the chores he's about to get his hands on. Jiang informs him that the entire Zhang family has been cleared, and Fu Shen prepares to journey home to meet his princess. Back at home, Yan is on a call with Tian, who invites her for a walk, but she gives an excuse, expressing how lazy she has been lately and her fear of leaving the house. Tian also questions if there is a need for them to be friends like before, but Yan reminds her that she stole her boyfriend, making her angry once more, as she calls, because she is out of her mind, and friendship is better than a man. Strange. Moving forward, she tells her to let the past be in the past, and also informs her to return the money and the photos she lent her, and Yihan agrees, although she can't help but wonder what the other lady is up to. Later that day, we see our female lead going through some stuff in her parents' house, looking at some photos from college, and getting a feel of the environment. She looks through the window as the sun sets, but catches a glimpse of the symbol she and Yuan Ze share, their love. Ajiang steps into the room and observes our demeanor, asking what is wrong, but she smiles and lets him know she went down memory lane, which brings tears to her eyes. Besides, he informs her not to mention a word to Fu Shen because it will be less problem, and they make their way out of the apartment. The drive back home is quiet and fast, as she thinks of contacting Tian to find out if Yuan Ze contacted her, making plans to meet her first. Back at home, she gets busy, tearing apart a photo of her and Tian. Fu Shen strides in, announcing he is home, and asks what she cuts. She informs him that the friendship is over, and so are the memories, and he questions why she cuts her arm instead of Tian, and she voices that she will be upset. Due to his nonchalant personality, he asks why she cares about her annoyed state, mouthing that she wants to leave her for good. Picking up her turn photo, he admits she's more beautiful than her friend, but she lets him know his compliments are useless. Thinking to himself, he's happy at her improvement, the comfort he can offer her, and the fact they will be together all the time. Meanwhile, she wonders if he knows Yuan Ze has recovered his memories, going forth to ask for some money, but he states his condition, which is if she kisses him, and she becomes exasperated at his childish behavior. Anyways, she kisses him to get the money. The next day, Tian is annoyed just by the look of Ajiang as he brings Fu Shen's aura with him. He informs Yan to get him away from them, and the ladies are left alone. Immediately, she asks for her photo and money, most especially the money. She hands back her stuff, but the ladies can help but ask what happened to each other, Tian informing her of the message Yuan Ze sent to her school email, letting her know he's in Spain. Still speaking in hushed voices, she makes mention of the ceramic cup he sent to her. Yan, there is something else, she says, mouthing Yuan Ze's exact words for her to be patient and wait for his return, and different thoughts runs through her mind on why Yuan Ze did what he did, even fully aware of how dangerous the mission is. Yan informs her to tell him to leave Spain as soon as possible because it's too dangerous, also informing her to Fu Shen in every possible way, and Tian inquires if he filled the Zhang family, also asking if Zhang threatened her, but she replies that he only hit her. She's happy he got what he deserves, commending Fu Shen for not being completely useless, but she's completely blank even after what Fu Shen did. Moving on, she inquires if she can send back an email to the school group, but Tian informs her that it's impossible, pleading with her to just stay still as Yuan Ze says, also hinting her that she will reply any messages he sends her way as soon as possible. Yan takes a deep breath before asking for her card number to return the money, and when she dismisses it, Yan pleads with her, reminding her Fu Shen will be suspicious if she doesn't, and she hands her the card number. She asks her need to escape, but she whispers, "I will destroy the Fu family." Tian gets up to leave, suddenly causing a tantrum as she warns Yan not to contact her again, and the latter roll her eyes at her melodrama, although she wishes Yan contacts her when something difficult happens. An unknown number flashes on Yan's screen, and she picks it only for Gua to ask for her some money. Fu Shen's men search the entire area looking for Gua as she calls Yan from a corner, and Yan asks how much, but she doesn't answer, making her wonder what she's doing. Although the bodyguard informs his boss that he can't find her, Fu Shen informs him to keep searching and find her as soon as possible, continuing his journey to wherever. He moves past a building but gets caught up by a beauty who quietly sips her coffee, only thinking of how his presence destroys her existence. His phone rings with Yan's name flashing on the screen, as she asks what he's doing there, and when he replies, she suggests they talk as she hangs up on him. She meets him outside, asking him to join her for a moment. Finally alone, inquires what happened in her meeting with Tian Tian, and she recounts the experience far from what actually happened, but either way, he buys it. Good grief. After a moment of silence passes, she breaks it, voicing her need for a job at his company, and he informs her to do whatever she wants. Initiating a conversation, she praises the day for being the most comfortable, making mention of the calm breeze. On the contrary, Fu Shen is eaten by guilt even as he asks if he will ever make it up to her, and she replies, revealing the fact she will give up the past someday, also telling him to get on their way because it's sunset already. However, he notices she's a bit hopeful, though he's worried he won't be able to hold himself this time around. She notices he's still far behind and calls him because it's getting late. The next day, Yan is at the company, smiling wildly at Fu Shen's brother, and he asks why he isn't saying hello. He greets her but addresses her as sister-in-law instead, and Fu Shen commends him for a job well done. He instructs him to arrange Yan's office space and informs her to come to his office whenever she needs him. Yan observes the look on the brother's face and informs him not to be suspicious of her actions since she is bored at home, but he doesn't buy it, claiming plans to destroy the brotherhood. They get into a banter about the great trees and rotten roots of the Fu family. Moreover, he furiously walks out of the office, intercepting his brother in the hallway, and telling him of her plans to destroy the Fu family, but he's too in love with her and has lots of confidence in himself as he walks away from him, saying that the Fu family will never be destroyed unless he's dead, but his brother calls out to him. Fu Shen is a bit drunk as he entraps Yan, who reacts badly, letting him know he stinks. He teases her, asking what their next topic of discussion is, and she plays along. Moving on, he questions how long it will take for her to bring him down, and she voices a piece of her heart that she can't let go of the past, and he asks if his death will ease her burden. She concurs with the fact, also stating she would cry for 3 days at least, and he hums a laugh, seeming pleased she will do that. His phone buzzes, she makes a comment and he replies it's for the love of the company, and she follows him, even to the library, but unfortunately, she can't hear anything and she makes a mental more to contact fifth brother once more. Coming into the room, he whines about the fact he works too hard of late but is completely starstruck when he sees Yan looking so perfect for the night. He rains compliments on her but questions if she dresses with the motive to seduce him, and he begs her not to tempt him. Nevertheless, as a girl on a mission, she assures he will fall for her, and this has him straddling her, voicing his desire. "Do you want to take a shower?" she asks, messing with his head the more, and in no time, he's flying into the bathroom. In an instant, she rummages his jacket, looking for his phone. She finds it and luckily, he doesn't put in a password. Opening his contact at once, she wonders why he contacts Gua but doesn't deviate from the mission to call fifth brother. She dials his number and he pucks after a few rings, greeting Fu Shen, but Yan immediately reveals her identity, asking for directions to uproot the tree. "What are you talking about?" he asks, but she warns him not to play dumb, letting him know that Fu Shen will be out of the bathroom in any second. He reminds her of her life he saved, but she warns him that the clock is ticking, and finally giving up, he directs her to his library, then to his study files, as she will see a lot of evidence relating to money laundering and drugs. He further informs her to be careful of the surveillance camera, and she asks how she can repay his kindness, but he simply instructs her to bring the evidence to him without making a copy of any such. Moreover, when she inquires who he really is, he notifies her that it's better to know less, and with that, he hangs up, just when we think we have seen it all. Simultaneously, he showers while having a back and forth with his inner self. His inner self makes fun of him for already losing a battle because of a woman but plays the defense card, stating he loves her. Sadly, he lets him know that she will never truly be his, as doesn't understand the point of ruining his life for her, but it all falls on deaf ears as he leaves the toilet only to meet a smiling Yan, ready to play with him. She confesses her plans to please him to make him happy, hence it's easier to bring him down when he's happy, and he whispers to her to make him happy every single day. They get intimate, but we are speechless when he asks her for a baby, but she refuses totally while downing a bottle of water. She asks for another book, with the intention of surveying his office, and he alerts her to never take permission from him. However, They play silly on their way to his study area, using her eyes to navigate the whole place. She even accuses him of recording in secret, insisting they don't play in there due to the hidden camera, but he assures her that she is in a safe space and they play hard until she sweats profusely. She demands water due to how tired she is when he stands to get some for her. She takes note of the hidden fridge, wondering where the USB might be unless there is a secret door somewhere. She looks around once again. He wonders what she thinks about, bringing her attention back to him, but she confesses her fears for his molesting nature, and he kisses her again. Anyway, she is glad he takes his time on her, that way, she observes more. Several days later, she is worried sick at the balcony while different thoughts flood her mind, especially thinking of Yuan Ze, Tian, and the bane of her existence, Fu Shenxing, and the password to his study. She walks in the direction of his study but tiptoes when she hears them talking about Gua, and she eavesdrops trying to gather information. However, she is busted when the housekeeper calls on her and Jiang opens the door to let her in, while Fu Shen questions how much she heard. Thinking smartly, she turns the table around, interrogates him, and plays it casually so as not to seem curious. He spills the tea concerning the Gua situation and his fingerprint the Chen family holds. Yen is quite surprised to discover the situation, but what's even more funny is the fact he is threatened by Gua and now he looks for her everywhere as the existence of the fingerprint can destroy him. Internally, Yen doesn't give a care what he does to others, realizing he has always been a dirty guy. When he touches her, she slaps his hand, announcing the need to have her bath, and he joins her and they play in the bathroom, accusing him of being a womanizer, and he plays the defense card. The next scene reveals Gua seeming lost on the street while she dials Yan's number. Yan doesn't seem pleased to hear her voice informing her not to call her anymore, but the information the grandmother holds has her paying attention and she agrees to meet up with the cash, dashing out of the house. Yan looks for Gua from a corner and suddenly she hears her name from a dark corner, striding to meet her at once. She hands her 5 million and Gua appreciates her and informs her to meet her grandmother for whatever. Moving forward, she wears a sad demeanor when Yan lets her know she doesn't care about her situation but spares her some compliments as to why Fu Shen is helplessly in love with her, and after a friendly chatter of hate and revenge, she pleads with Yan to return his phone, also letting her know she won't take any of her money anymore. They say their goodbyes and not long after, a car runs Gua over, shocking Yan to her bones. Yan races toward Gua, immediately calling the ambulance while holding Gua close to her, but something she says catches her attention. "I couldn't protect my baby, too bad it was his order," she says, also expressing the fact that she didn't want to abort it despite Fu Shen's command, and she decides to run away, making him search the ends of the earth for her. She coughs repeatedly while Yan hushes her not to talk anymore as the ambulance is on their way, but she knows it's her last day, seizing the opportunity to apologize to Yan for blackmailing her because it was never her intention. Also, she cries in pain for what Fu Shen has done to her. She informs Yan of her need to die, blinking into darkness while Yan screams at her to stay awake since the ambulance is close. Fast forward to the hospital. The doctors exit the emergency room with gloomy faces, announcing to contact Gua's family as Yan heads to her corpse, completely speechless as she observes her. She is sitting at a spot when Fu Shen approaches her, but she strides towards him, slapping both sides of his cheeks while the tears pour uncontrollably from her eyes, going for the third round when he holds her because she will get hurt if she uses that same hand. Tired of his delusions, she screams at him, expressing her hurt because she is only 19 and pregnant with his child, but like typical Fu Shen, he ends their lives. On the other hand, he says he didn't want to end Gua but at the same time, wanted a child with only her and her alone. She repeats his exact words and laughs hysterically at his delusions when she mouths "in your dreams." She calls him names, swearing to end her life and the baby's if that ever happens. Surprisingly, he informs her that her period is a week late, but she bites back, stating she has an irregular cycle. Fu Shen is totally deluded when he declares they will have a baby, urging her to get in the car since the pouring rain isn't good for her health. She screams at him to let her go, but he's much stronger, directing her to the car. The back and forth in the car is at a bare minimum, but she swears internally she would never keep his child. The drive back home is quiet, even as he still tries to clear his guilt, but she doesn't budge, acting like a total stranger. She doesn't answer him but lets him. She is sleeping alone, but he's stubborn when he cleans her hand, taken aback by the new marks on her wrist, and when he asks about them, she talks about dreams, ghosts, devils, and the likes of them, informing him to go to bed. The following morning, Jiang reveals Mr. Fu's intentions to apologize and properly recount the accident. However, he gives him a listening ear and Mr. Fu explains the presence of the white car that runs Gua over, even the fact that shortly after, a huge sum of money was transferred to his account. He instructs Mr. Fu to submit his name to the police and report it to the news. Nevertheless, we are surprised to see Yen, who constantly reminds him of his unclean nature, also mouthing that no one will be ever important to him, dead or alive, but he lets her know how much she matters to him. Shortly after that, she informs him of her plans to go to Gua's home to take care of her grandmother as she promised. He offers to go with her, but she insists he sends someone else, and he decides to do that after breakfast. They eat in silence, even eating very little, giving a monologue reply when he asks about catching a cold, just as she leaves the dining. Fast forward to the Chen apartment as Yen knocks hard on the door, but an aged woman from the next house opens the door and responds to her, informing her grandmother Chen was rushed to a hospital after the news of her granddaughter, and she confirms the hospital, but the aged woman says non one in particular. She quickly gets into the car, giving Jiang a location to work with, stopping by to buy 2 pregnancy tests as she planned earlier. She goes from one hospital to the other, but finally locating Grandma Chen and the room where she is hospitalized. She introduces herself to the woman looking after Grandma, and the woman lets her know that she's stable but for the main time. She leaves the room while Jiang informs his boss of their current location. She goes to the toilet to test herself for pregnancy, and just when we think we have seen complicated, it turns out we don't know what complicated means at all, just as she tests positive for Fu Shen's child. She's completely in a daze just watching Grandma Chen until Jiang pleads with her to eat something to avoid falling sick, handing her some food. She eats the food quietly in the hallway when lo and behold, the devil himself appears in just front of her, immediately trashing the food, and drags her to the balcony for a conversation. He begs her to stop punishing herself as she isn't responsible for Gua's death or Grandma Chen's illness, finally begging for her to return home with him. She does as he says, but denies him from seeing her for 2 days, quickly repeating the pregnancy test, and once again, it comes out positive. She thinks of how complicated her life has become, also thinking of killing it, but comes to a resolution to kill it in front of him, just to see the look on his face and feel his agony when that finally happens. Yen is definitely tired, as she cries to a non-existent Yuan Ze about the pregnancy, Fu Shen's bastard she causes. She talks to him about getting rid of the pregnancy, and in front of him, she breaks down in her bed, thinking of going crazy when the realization of using Gua's phone hits her. Gua, she tries the password and the phone unlocks, making her to look deeper into the number. She remembers it from Fu Shen's file, recalling it's the date he was taken to the hospital for acute pancreatitis, also the same day he was exchanged in prison for the real Fu Shenxing, sneaking through the house to his study area only, shocked when the same number opens his door. The following morning, Yen walks into the living room when Fu Shen informs her not to go to the hospital as someone will be coming over, and her monologue replies continues although she asks him about work. He tells her he will be taking 2 days off, also alerting her to be careful. The next scene reveals Fu Shen in his office, giving directives to Jiang as it regards Yen. Back home, we see a lady flippantly calling out to Yen, who is irritated at her voice. She informs her that she wants to read alone, but the lady insists she won't be a burden, and at that moment, Jiang strides in with the news about Grandma Chen waking up, and she runs to the car waiting for her. She questions Fu Shen about her health, but she gives her heartbreaking news. Moreover, they arrive at the hospital and she makes her way to her room, advising her to calm down since her system is too weak already. She reassures her she will take care of him, also whispering something about a certain duo hiding in the synagogue, although she doesn't quite get her, she reassures her that she will take care of it. After that, she speaks with the other woman, asking about the person in charge of the Gua matters, but she informs her that she isn't aware due to her busy schedule. They chatter away, but something about expensive graves catches her attention, also informing her about her Gua dream to properly bury her father, but she assures her she will take care of the finances, ensuring she takes care of Grandma Chen while Fu Shen observes from a distance. She goes to tell her the backstory of their relationship when Grandma Chen starts losing her pulse. All legs run into the room. Yan shouts to call the doctor, but sadly, Grandma Chen is dead. She walks out of the room sorrowfully, informing him about the expensive graves and also using herself and her family as an example with the Chen family, even though he informs her not to say things as such, but she finally reveals her little secret. "I am pregnant," she says. She calls him names, but he just stays still, his inner self talking to him about being cold, also leaving him with the thought of Yan getting rid of his baby. Snapping back to reality, he begs her never to hurt the child but to take it out on him if need be, and the surgery door closes, making her break down in tears, while he takes her home. During the rest of the day, Fu Shen never leaves her side to the extent of reading English books with her. How ironic. He cradles her, putting her to bed like a baby, while he rests on her door to keep watch and take a smoke. Jiang offers an advice on how to bring her parents over, and he concludes he won't push her anymore for the safety of her and the baby, although he pities the future that awaits his boss as he will get little or no rest. Time flies quickly to the day of the funeral. The woman from the hospital thanks Fu Shen and Yan for their generosity, but Yan offers her support whenever they fall into any difficulties. The woman seizes the opportunity to relay the problem about the driver's family, seeking advice on the way forward, and Fu Shen steps in like an expert, simply breaking it down to their level, informing them to discuss amongst themselves, to arrive at a decision. Yan questions who his victim is this time around, and he promises her he will change his ways, although he emphasizes Gua being hit by more than one person, stating he has no reason to lie, and she thinks of him being an honest and sincere killer. Very funny. Trying to brighten her mood, he reveals why she got pregnant, revealing he pulled holes where necessary to get her pregnant as soon as possible, but she wears a blank expression. "Do you hate me?" he asks further, giving her the option to keep the baby or get rid of it, and her answer is without regret, asking why she should give birth to his bastard. He questions why he should have put up with Gua's pregnancy when she plans on aborting his, also letting her know he would never pressure her. In a flashback, we see Gua and Fu Shen having a conversation, informing her to get rid of the pregnancy, and she begs him to keep it but to no avail. She promises to leave his life entirely, but he tells her the only woman he wants bearing his child, Yan. Back in reality, he promises to let her go once she bears his child. She voices how shameless he is, and he takes it in good stride. Her eyes become a puddle as he tells her his intention to get married, assuring her will not be a bastard because he will be the only heir to the Fu family. She makes fun of him when she talks about his preferred wedding, and he promises to give her whatever she wants. Immediately, she announces a wedding bigger the better, not still getting the hint. He informs her about sending for her parents, but she reminds him that she is dead to them, repeating his words from before about the death of their daughter and son-in-law, also informing him to leave them to their peace. Before she takes another step, he traps her in his embrace and apologizes, pleading with her not to get rid of his baby because it's the only thing that his truly owns, and she agrees. The next scene unfolds with our favorite female character shopping with her friend Team Tien, and the latter is worried about her calm demeanor, especially with everything happening as Yan makes her way to the dressing room. She thanks her heavens for bringing Gua's phone her way because it's been very helpful in communicating with Yuan Ze. Deleting the message, she calls Tien to help her, also seizing the opportunity to observe the bodyguards. They seize the opportunity to exchange information about a file bag, pleading with Tien to keep it safe for her. The latter delights herself in the mission, and Yan directs her on what to do if Fu Shen comes to ask for it. Back in the house, she hands Fu Shen what she shopped for, telling him to see for himself. She also informs him that she is going to freshen up and head to bed, and as she heads to bed, he calls unto her to look at the wedding plan, curious to know the kind of wedding she wants. She compliments them all but chooses the option of an indoor wedding, and he shows her even though her demeanor screams not interested. She inquires if his old man has given his marital blessing, and also informs her that he is staying on his good side for that to happen. He keeps talking while she drifts to the part when she finally destroys the Fu family from their roots, even though she knows for that to happen, she needs to make believe. Back to reality, she's taken aback when she sees Fu Shen carrying her to his middle. She struggles but gives up when he spills his intention to help with her hair, though he rubs it roughly, giving her a slight headache. She guides him on how to properly dry her hair and he does accordingly, but suddenly, she feels his hands holding her and she pushes him away, thinking of a way to be less rigid with him, even as she lacks the will to act, while Fu Shen accepts his fate, retiring to bed. The following morning, Fu Shen is busy at the office, when his doors fly open, while his younger brother screams at him for going totally crazy. He admits his brother's accusations of wanting to marry her, and now, the brother yells at him for choosing his needs over the Fu family and begs him not to ruin the reputation of his brother. Fu Shen informs that he has no intention of living for his brother, also not giving a care about his brother's reputation, but the younger doesn't buy it, blasting him for disrespecting his woman first and attracting the world's attention to them. Moving forward, he reminds him that he is a street gang member and he wants what he wants, which is he yen, whore or not, also voices he never listens to the small talk behind him. The little brother observes he has made up his mind, having nothing to say as he has tried his best to be a real brother. Although he informs A Jiang to look after him, leaving his presence at once, and he strides into the office, explaining that Tian visited the Chen family house and her activities in the corridor, leaving shortly after. He further informs him of the investigation he carried out in the corridor, not finding much apart from a pile of junk. Fu Shen questions her activity afterward and he informs him that she went straight to work, contacting no one. Fu Shen orders him to find Tian, regardless of her father's backing. Transitioning to a new setting, we're captivated to see Tian and Fu Shen in a serious conversation. She congratulates him when he breaks the news of their marriage to her, also he spills the tea about her pregnancy and she's a bit surprised. She states his intention of not hurting, mainly because she is He Yan's best friend and doesn't plan on hurting the mother of his child, but she plays dumb. "Give me what you took," he says, throwing her a subtle threat, but she plays really dumb, asking what he wants from her. He voices what she took from the trash and she flares at him for having her followed, flinging the file his way. He inquires why she didn't open it and she admits it's He Yan's instruction. He asks what more she said and she answers, however, he informs her of his need for the file and his intention to return it after some days. She warns him never to hurt her best friend as she will come down heavily on him, and he clearly speaks from his heart never to hurt her again, exiting the building and making his way to the car. The gentlemen discuss the content of the file bag, the contents relating to Shinjijia. He gives A Jiang some directives to follow and instructs him to take him home since he is done for the day. Coincidentally, he steps into the living room at the same time with He Yan, the latter immediately informing him of her plans to get some water. She walks past him but he grabs her and seeks what she would love to drink and she mouths her need for orange juice. Fu Shen refuses help from the housekeepers, preparing the orange juice alone, and in no time, she sips the juice while sitting opposite him in the dining room. She asks why he's back early, he announces his intent to have a delicious lunch with her and she drifts into her thoughts, wondering if she showed a weak point, and the fact he would have caught her in his study if she was slower. He asks about her health, stating the doctor's suggestion to go for a checkup, and she agrees, having no choice. Fast forward to the hospital, the doctor checks her tummy while she thinks about her baby, already hating herself for how she feels. The doctor commends the baby's growth and Fu Shen adores the baby, tapping at He Yan, who holds back tears to look at their baby on the screen, and she agrees faintly. After the checkup, they head to a nice restaurant for lunch, where he asks about her extra requirements for the wedding, questioning her choice of flowers. She's bored out of her mind due to the marriage topic every single time. He informs her that he takes the wedding seriously since it's a once-in-a-lifetime celebration, but she bluntly states that he's making a big deal out of the entire thing since she has been married before. Rather, he informs her to state her regrets if she has any, as he will make up for it. Observing her, he imagines their bond when he finally gets married to her, also instructing her to eat more for the baby. Back in the car, Fu Shen tells her about stopping by the office to meet Jiang, and we are taken aback when we see the old man's henchman feeding him information about Jiang's whereabouts and Fu Shen's position. The old man also asks about Yan's movement, and when he gets the information he seeks, he concludes to get rid of her in person. His henchman offers his advice, but he doesn't buy it, informing them to get the car ready. Fu Shen's younger brother is shocked to see his grandfather outside the house, as he immediately runs to him, questioning where he is going to, but the grandfather treats him like a trash, downplaying his emotions while driving out of his presence. Although he wonders where his grandfather goes to, deciding to follow him closely. She is shocked to find himself in Fu Shen's apartment, and immediately calls him. He relates his need for cash, but Fu Shen informs him to come to the office if he has nothing to do, but he wonders about his grandfather's motive for paying his older brother a visit when he's not home, and through a series of flashbacks, we're given glimpses into his troubled past and the way Fu Shen treated him, although hard but definitely worth it. He informs him of the old man's visit to his house, also stating he has no idea why, but Fu Shen screams at him to stop him immediately, no matter what it takes. Fu Shen contacts Yan immediately, directing her on how to handle his old man. She lets him know that she is inside the study beyond Jiang's instructions, and he relaxes a bit because they won't be able to get her easily. He pleads with her to hang on because he will soon be home. However, she screams that they are hitting right on the lock, and he immediately gives a complicated direction to a small door, very hard to notice if not told, and she does exactly as instructed, and a door appears before her and he tells her the passcode for the door, but instead, her revenge instinct activates as she thinks about retrieving the USB instead of surviving. Finally, she is safe inside the door, alerting him of the 2 buttons she sees, and he directs her to press the down button, which takes her down to a cold tunnel, and as he said, there is no signal, but she follows his instruction to an exit. The signal returns, their call continuing from before, just as he tells her where to wait for him, snatching her into the car immediately he gets to her. Everything is all right, he says reassuringly, squeezing her hand, and she notices his sweaty palms. She questions the existence of the secret passage, inquiring about Jiang's awareness level, but he simply informs her it's the actual Fu Shenxing who built it as a lifeline, and only the both of them are aware of its existence. She drifts into her thoughts about Fu Shenxing's meticulousness in building such, deeply wishing he hadn't died since she wouldn't be caught up with his impersonator. They chatter a little and she questions what he would have done to his old man if his mission was a success. His answer shocks her a little, as he explains it isn't such a big deal to end an ancestor, coupled with the fact he has little to no affection for the Fu family. He drops her off at a safe distance, stating his mission to finish what he started, and just as she exits the car, he pleads with her not to get rid of his baby, although she wonders where that came from, also wondering if it's just a gut feeling or a weakness noticed. Whichever, she dismisses his questions and mentions how strange it is. Find her, the old man screams at his henchman. We are surprised to see Jiang kneeling before him while he commends his loyalty, but at the same time, speaks of the woman who plans to destroy Fu Shen and drive him to the brink of madness. However, we are relieved for Jiang's sake when a familiar figure enters the room, immediately instructing his old man to announce what is good for him. He further questions if ending the lives of his wife and child is the best decision for him, gently taking a seat opposite his grandfather and making his gun visible. Without warning, Jiang uses his skill on the henchman beside him, distracting the old man. Suddenly, power changes hands as Fu Shen points a gun at his grandfather, his henchman striding in and informing him of the contained situation outside. They get into a banter, his old man breaking the news concerning the new assassin he hired particularly for the mission, and Fu Shen promises to save him his money due to the hiring cost. Fu Shen announces his intention to give his old man a good ending if he tries to hurt his loved one, as he will gladly return the favor, his henchman bringing his younger brother to kneel at his feet while he points the gun at him to cite an example. His old man declares to leave Nanzhao and never return as he can't protect his loved ones from his creation, but before he leaves, he reminds him of what seems like his fate, but he couldn't care less. Returning to his younger brother's situation, he orders him to observe his old man to prevent the situation from repeating itself, as he isn't sure of what might happen the next time. He also confirms what his old man says, claiming he is a wolf that trades good with evil. With this segment comes to an end. While we wait for more episodes, if you enjoyed it, please support us by liking, subscribing and sharing with your friends. Until next time, ciao.